Some of the funnest and most riveting debates that this entire team, and we came up with just a banger of a venue.
Banger. We're going to take pro sports with pro debate.
The representation of the world.
And we're like, what's the best place to do that? There's only one place. ACX1 Studios.
Just a banger. What up? What up, Euro Cucks? Ay, señorita.
Porque me deja. Bueno, mira. Señora, ay, señorita. Nadie sabía lo que iba a pasar. Solamente fuiste y me dejaste solito en la eternidad. Señora, ay señorita, yo sé que ahora estás lejos de mí y siempre estoy pensando lo que estás haciendo y si te sientes más feliz, y si te sientes más feliz, oye, y espero yo que no te sientas sola y que tu vida está llena de felicidad. Porque deseo que nadie tenga que sentirse ahora mismo como yo atrapado en la oscuridad, solito en la eternidad, solito en la eternidad. Oye.
Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Trompeta.
Trompeta. I haven't seen the Avi tweet, no. Oh shit, here we go again. Let me see. Yeah, I would debate Avi on it.
Oye, señora, vuélvete acá. Ven acá, mi amor. Estoy perdido en la eternidad. Es la verdad, es la verdad. Oye, señora, vuélvete acá. Vuélvete, chiquita. Estoy perdido en la eternidad. Estoy perdido en la eternidad, mamita. Oye, señora, vuélvete acá. Ven, 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 ven. Estoy perdido en la eternidad. Vuélvete, mi amor, ahora. Oye, señora, vuélvete acá. Oye, señorita, ven acá. Estoy perdido en la eternidad.
Wow, Mind Waves. An OG debate. Pervert. Muchas gracias, Mind Waves. Bienvenidos todos. ¿Cómo van? We got a little blue guy action. You really want to get those blue guys. ¿Qué onda? Apagando las luces. Súbelo, súbelo, súbelo. Ay, señora. Me pega. We got a lot of Yakubian energy. I'm part of what you call the gangsta left. Oh, we know that panel.
Porque deseo que nadie tenga que sentirse ahora mismo como yo, atrapado en la oscuridad y solito en la eternidad. Ay, señora, vuélvete, ay, señora, ya se fue.
Ya se fue. Yo, what up, guys? Almost ready. I don't comment on that lawsuit, lol. For reasons I've stated before. Look at my previous comments on it. Ba ba da ba ba boo ba bee ba 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 da bo da ba da bo. You like the Connor content. Content leech. A content leech. I guess I want to know what you mean by that. Wouldn't be a content leech covering this like highly known lawsuit? I swear, some of you guys have like 2 brain cells. Get engagement and get that. Okay, you understand how stupid you sound, right? If I'm a content leech, wouldn't I cover the controversial thing? Yeah, nice bait. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba. Yo! Oh yeah, I might be one sec, wait for the music. What is fascism? I want to fade it out, I just don't have the patience. What up, everybody? Yeah, so on the gaming stream thing, we are thinking about, with my brother, my biological brother and I, doing like a Sunday Kick exclusive little gaming thing. The reason is I want to get verified on Kick, but I don't want it to like, I don't want to fuck up my algo on YouTube and like Twitch and stuff, where I do want to get verified. So if you're one of the 2 people who follows me because of my personality, you can probably, at some point, we're thinking about doing it. It might be like Arc Raiders, maybe some FIFA clubs or whatever. I've never played Arc Raiders, so but I do like gaming. So if you're one of the 2 people who care about, I don't know, who find my personality or something endearing, I think even the fans can be a little grating sometimes. I don't know. But yeah, if that happens, I'll just announce on Twitter, Kick exclusive thing. And you just got to follow me on Kick and watch it if you care about it, so that I get the verified check mark. That's all I care about, is the status symbol. FIFA, yeah, my first streams were FIFA streams back in college, where I averaged 7 viewers and did Division 1 things in seasons mode. Open up a few packs here and there on Ultimate Team. I don't think I ever packed something amazing live. I remember when I first got that pack itch. It was FIFA 12. I think it was FIFA 12. I packed Leo Messi on like a random gold pack. Like a random gold pack. I packed Leo Messi 94 rated. Oh my God. And it was back in the day, so there weren't a trillion 94s and 93s. It was an expensive, pure, stock 94 Messi. And he was a little bit underpowered, even though he was high rated in FIFA 12, just because of how the game worked. You could like easily take the ball off of him. Like, it took a while for them to be able to make a Messi that was awesome. But when you're able to get in space and dribble with him, or take a shot like a curler, that was the shit, dude. You know it. Because in FIFA 12, it was broken. Finesse shot was broken. You just curl, you know, take a tap to the right or left, depending on your foot, and depending on which angle you're coming in from, and that curler is like a 80-90% clinical shot. You have to do it with the right power level. Oh my God. Okay, real quick on the Connor content. I think it's I don't know why, like, there's so many people watch it. It is very frustrating for me. It's interesting for me, and so I keep doing it. But the kinds of conversations we're having are also, I imagine, can be very frustrating for the audience. Because it follows this kind of pattern, which is bizarre and interesting, which is Connor will say what I think, and he might think differently, is an outrageous thing, like a very outrageous thing. He'll say something like, yeah, I want a president who cares about the racial demographics of our country. I'm like, what? And I'll be like, well, for me to explain this, you have to understand the Pilgrims in the 1500s. And then I'm like, wait, so what, did you hear what I was at? And then we were like talking about the meaning of words. And he goes, you understand, Karl Marx, when he first was born, the doctor said, my, what a mighty fine philosopher he'll make. And that doctor's name Albert Einstein. Like it's always some like long, and I know that he's now self-aware of it, but it does make the conversation a bit of like I don't know what to call it. A maze within a riddle, within an enigma, within like you kind of have to, like an anthropologist, pick it apart, or an archaeologist pick it apart, maybe both. And so for those of you guys who like that content, power to you. We're gonna make an edit of the most latest conversation, but I don't want to release it just now. I want to give the main channel a little bit of a Connor break. So I'm gonna personally edit a video. So the next video will probably be one that I edited to give a little bit of a break on the Connor content. Oh yeah, the definition thing, that was crazy. It was like, dude, you're using too many words. My guy came in to have his definition. He had a chart. He had 2 charts prepared. It'd be like, okay, my definition of fascism is flexible authoritarianism and political corporatism. And in order to explain it, you need to imagine the world as a human body. We have a penis, we have shoulders, we have skin, we have blood. I'm just like, all right, you've already used more words and images than I used in explaining my definition. When are we getting more debates with MAGA creators? Tim Pool. So I'm trying. Like, we had one lined up yesterday with good logic, and his audience paid him to not do it that night, which is like pretty weird. Viva Frey and I were supposed to do it this week. Haven't heard back yet. We're finalizing that, and I do want to get back with good logic on the Tim Pool stuff. I think they're booked out for the live things right now, but I've had some conversations with their booker. So we'll see. My sense is that there's a little bit of a fortress arc happening among conservatives at the moment. Not unlike certain someones who, and listen, real quick on the Dan stuff, you need to understand, if you're calling me stupid in my Take Stupid live on a stream, it's very likely I will see it. So you can't really be like, oh, don't give them attention, don't give them this. When you're taking time to cover it and calling me stupid and saying that it's stupid, I'm going to defend myself. That's not like weird, bizarre, or at all unexpected. And who's dodging, man? Certainly not me. Are you suggesting World War Debate is a fortress? No, World War Debate, that is the Premier League where the best go to bang. And so I'm hoping that Word War Debate will have me on, even though we clowned a little bit on their little videos. And by the way, every motherfucker we get in voice call to actually discuss the Ethan lawsuit, like, either immediately concedes. You know, it's open for you guys who are talking big shit on Reddit. Yeah, I know about your threads. Why don't you come on and discuss it? No one can defend this take, because they'll be like, he didn't really emphasize it that much. Oh, wait, he did. Obviously, objectively, he did. In his 1.4 million view video. You can't argue they didn't. Oh, which is pedantic. Really? The thing that he emphasized is pedantic? Okay, then why don't you just grant it? Oh, you don't believe in mixed motive. I never said that. I'm just saying this particular motive is implausible. And so it's just like constant, like, okay, dude, talk about it then. You're going to come on stream and you're going to grant what I'm saying. We'll go step by step and you'll grant what I'm saying. And that's been the case every single time. So I just noticed that when the people come on, they're like, I think every single person who came on to defend Ethan, or who said, wink, wink, I'm not here to defend Ethan, to attack my take about Ethan, or to defend Ethan from that particular criticism, was like, yeah, you're right. You're probably right. So, yeah. You can say you're being too insistent on the point. You guys are engaging. This tweet I just posted had like huge engagement precisely because you guys care so much about it. Because you can't just grant that rationale is bullshit. One of the reasons you know it's bullshit is because he's not even talking about it anymore. If he actually believed it, he would be saying, yeah, and look what we've done. We've created a great precedent that's going to protect from Sony and Disney. But he stopped saying that. And, oh yeah, and I forgot, he made this plan to sue people before he knew about the stated intentional malice statements, because he couldn't have known about that because that had been before. I made that point before in a tweet. I look over some of my previous tweets, and yeah, I mean, like, it's just so bizarre that people are fighting on it. And it's either, oh, he's so wrong, or it's such an obvious point that he's right. Why bring it up? Pick a lane, bros. Pick a lane. Pick a fucking lane. Independent on voice. That's what I ask. But about where were we? Okay. Shit on the agenda. First, the conservative mind has been addled by these AI tools. And I feel like I'm living in the Twilight Zone. I'm going to show you an exchange I had with this guy. And I almost like can't believe this is a real person. And the reason I knew about this person was because Ron Coleman, Trump's lawyer who I debated, see that, go like that video, go watch that previous debate months ago, he retweeted it. And it's about the strikes. And so I kind of want to take you through this bizarre, like, this guy is trusting Grok so much in the face of his literal eyes that I don't think he's trolling. Like, I thought for a second he might be trolling. I actually don't think he's trolling. It's an older account. It seems to be genuine tweets from his, like, going back. And yeah, the guy seems like just like a really sad example of how the boomer mind has been addled by generative AI and predictive, like, LLM models or whatever. So I want to show you that. And then after, I want to give you guys the framework, the structure to approach this strike dialogue and sort of write it out a little bit so you can see my thinking on it. Similar to what I do with the First Amendment build out structure. I think I made a video about that at some point. So you can see the laws, see what I'm talking about. I have them all queued up and just draw a little bit on how I take that issue. So you guys know this is the approach, in my opinion. You could take a different approach too. I'm sure there's plenty of ways you can argue on the merits of the strikes conversation. But truly, if there's at any point people want to disagree with me on anything, go into the disagreements channel. And if I'm going to start being more ruthless. If you start to be like, well, I just wanted to poke and say, isn't it possible? Like, I want disagreeers with actual points of disagreement. Okay? And not just, well, you know, maybe you're being a little harsh. Isn't it possible? That, like, no. I want people to be like, you're wrong. Wrong again. So we'll do this little AI analysis, which is it's just like, I feel like there's a lot of people like this. I feel like half the conservative Twitter accounts that I see are just AI accounts that just put things in AI and just post based on what the AI says. You can tell by how it's structured off in the tweet. But they'll just make shit up. But yeah, give me a second. I'll show you. We'll start with that. We will start with that. And I hope you guys are having a wonderful Wednesday, my guys. Wednesday. Okay. This will work. This will work. All right. So I see Ron Coleman. So this guy's responding to PBS News. Ron Coleman retweets this. And this guy, Bart DePalma, says, what law of war, in response that there was a violation of the laws of war? He says, an unsurrendered, disabled vessel remains a lawful target and its sailors are not oars to combat. San Remo Manual on International Law Applicable to Armed Conflicts at Sea, Rule 52 from 1994. So he does a citation and he says, look, there's a particular provision of this manual, which has been adopted by different states. Keep in mind, just because even assuming that this statement were true, it doesn't necessarily contradict the other equally well established, if this is established, rules against attacking people who are shipwrecked, because shipwrecked doesn't necessarily mean disabled. This concept unsurrendered is one that needs to be defined and grounded out. And whether or not this is applicable and contradictory to the rule that no one seems to disagree exists is very much in question, even if it were the case. But I was sufficiently interested enough to be like, wait, there is such a rule where it doesn't clarify this distinction? So immediately, I'm like, can you actually give a quote of what you're citing? Because I'm not seeing it. He says, it's paragraph 52. Me pedantic. That's me being pedantic. And so I go directly to the thing he cites, right? Available on PDFs everywhere at your local internet. And look, so this is the manual, the San Remo Manual on International Law Applicable to Armed Conflicts, 1984. I scroll down to paragraph 52. Doesn't say shit about unsurrendered disabled vessels. And so right away, I'll have you know, right away, when I see this thing, I'm like, no quote, completely wrong. This guy's doing AI. I don't even need to further inquire. I already know he's going to say it was AI. And notice what the guy says, right? This is 52. You can see nothing to do with hors de combat, nothing to do with unsurrendered disabled vessels at all. So I'm like, can you quote it? He goes, you are correct. The proper rule is 47. Rule 47, not paragraph 47. The rule is 47. See specifically the commentary paragraph 47.12. Quote, a warship which is disabled but has not surrendered remains a military objective and may be attacked subject to the normal rules governing attack. And I note that the commentary to a rule is not a rule, right? I understand what a commentary is. There are commentaries to the rules of evidence, for example. There are commentaries to, committees will often say, this is the purpose, this is what it's meant to cover, this is the case law that inspired it, this is what we're meant to. So oftentimes the drafters will include commentaries. But I immediately was doubting that this was an actual quote from a real thing. And that's why I put commentary in scare quotes here. And so he's like, first of all, he's saying I'm right. Like, if you saw this rule, how could you possibly make this mistake? And I'll have you know, the quote here doesn't say hors de combat. It just does the other aspect here, the unsurrendered disabled vehicles component. And so I'm very doubtful. I'm like, okay, I need to see this commentary. Show it to me. Where is it? He goes, Grok has access to the commentary and is quoting it verbatim, but Google cannot link to a free version. The full manual would need to be purchased to gain access to PDF of the commentary. So there's the confirmation that he's pinging Grok. And that's all I need to be like, I already suspected it. I'm like, so you just asked Grok. You never actually read the source or been able to verify it afterwards. And it's already fucked you on a rule citation, and you're still relying on it. What did you ask Grok to give you? Are you torturing it? Leave Grok alone. Why the fuck are you torturing Grok? and look at what this guy says. So in response, this is not a general comment synthesized from internet posts. I don't even know what the fuck that's responding to. After I posed questions concerning the Remo rules and specifically requesting the commentary, Grok identified and directly quoted the entry. It also provided the name of the source document and how to purchase it. So I say, right, so you're trusting Grok even though it plainly got something wrong already on this very topic. Show us your inputs. You're telling us you did a neutral request? I don't believe you. He says, I'm not reposting over a dozen questions. Over a dozen questions. I posed to Grok to drill down on this question. The reason it took so long was I needed to find the correct terms which the Remo manual employed, then move from half a dozen applicable rules to the commentary fleshing them out. If you don't believe the commentary, that is your choice. Over a dozen. This guy is twisting Grok's nipples and using a cattle prod on his testicles. I say, over a dozen questions. You were torturing Grok. Yeah, I don't believe this quote is real, and until you provide non-Grok evidence, you shouldn't either. And even if it is true, it doesn't contradict the war crimes analysis here. Who wrote this commentary? And this person says, you can share a link to the conversation. Why are you acting like you have to copy and paste a million things? Like, we all know what this fucking exchange with Grok probably looks like. It's like, please give me an argument. Give me the authoritative source. I don't believe you. If he was, you know it was, bro. This guy with this face, you know it. And I don't really even blame Grok. Anyone suffering such pressures, such consistent torture, would buckle under this. I mean, Grok was really being abused here. And he goes, the Remo rules do not use the term disabled in combination with ship, vessel, boat, or craft. So Grok kept running down textual rabbit holes. Bro, you kept saying, give me something else that isn't using these words. General rule collections like these always have comments from the drafting committees to give attorneys guidance on how to employ that. I don't know that he can justify the claim that they always have commentaries. I say, I understand the concept of rules committee drafters doing commentary, my guy. I'm asking who wrote the specific commentary you are citing. Give me the actual citation. Give me a link to where I can buy it. I want to know what Grok has shown you. And he gave me a link eventually there, but he says, he gives, it occurred to me to ask Grok why it could not obtain this information. So he's like, Grok, why can't you give me this information? By the way, I do believe this guy is serious and not trolling for reasons I said before. So he is like, in my opinion, in my estimation, unironically, asking Grok why Grok can't do what I'm requesting, which is to give the citation. So he's torturing Grok even more when I'm asking him for the basic citation to explain why he's being inadequate in his responses. He's doing the equivalent of Hegseth blaming it on the Admiral, right? It's Grok's fault. Fuck you, Grok. Say, what is the name of the commentary? Give me a citation. Give me a link. Are you telling me you are unable to cite the source you are literally trying to use as authority, regardless of whether you can access? What is the source? I gave you the citation. Link the, so now he says it's the explanation, and that's the actual name that I was looking for. Because I knew, because guys, all it takes is me Googling this shit. I was waiting for him to say the explanation, because that actually is an actual document, all right? You just Google the thing. You just go into Google it, and see what comes up. So I wanted to confirm that that's what he was referencing so I could then cite what's in it. Please link the explanation and I will buy it. You mentioned that Grok provided you a link. Give me the link. I will purchase it and finally confirm whether you're correct. Also give us your Grok queries, you AI torturing bastard. I did. Check your timeline. So he gives me the link for what he's talking about. Paragraph 4712 of what? That's what Pisco is asking. So this guy is funny, and Nick from the internet, he's always, we're vibing in the replies. Anyway, look at this motherfucker. So he provides the link to what Grok said, which is the ISBN number of the particular book in which the explanation appears. So that's what he's going off of. He's going off of this Cambridge reprint of the explanation, okay? If you're following. Cambridge published a version of the manual and then also added the explanation. And to confirm what he said was in 4712 commentary, what he said was in the commentary was, quote, a warship which is disabled but has not surrendered remains a military objective and may be attacked subject to the normal rules governing attack. So I just go to Google Books and say, this doesn't say that at all. This is the explanation, right? 4712. The quote is a complete fake fabrication. It doesn't appear there at all. So the time is now to apologize and admit you tortured Grok. Are you prepared to retract? Nick says, Pisco, it's not fair for you to expect the source they are citing to say what they are saying that it says. How could you expect them to do anything other than blindly trust Grok, aka Mecha Hitler, a known reliable source? And in addition to providing this screen grab, I also provide the Google search with what I Googled. I Googled the ISBN number that he provided, and you can see which link I clicked. Google Books. And then I get the 47.12 from the Google Books excerpts. They have previews, and this one happened to be, I didn't even have to buy it. I could just see what the preview was. And he goes, provide me the link. I currently have Grok checking as well. So, so the whole issue is Grok is unreliable, and he's already given a false citation before, and now we're calling into question whether or not he's accurately quoting it. And he's like, go give me the link. I have Grok checking as well. And at this point, I'm like, you need Grok to read it for you? Does your software not support reading text and images? Like, does he think I'm doctored this image? Where does he think I got this from? Where the fuck would I get this from? Do you think I made this shit up? Seriously. And so I give him the link to the book and what I did to get there. Someone says it's an incredible conversation. Our country is so done. Someone said. Wait, what else? Wait, there's more. It gets crazier because he starts to deny reality. Where is it? Where is this image from? Scans from Google Books using the ISBN you provided. My Google search. Here is Grok's response to my request to check against Google Books. Like, we're in an epistemic black hole at this point. We are in a bizarro land. He is now, again, going to Grok to check the image of the thing I did to fact check Grok in the first place. It's all certain. Like, why would you get to Grok? We're calling into question Grok's capacity to be accurate in this case after you tortured it. And he's like, let me check Grok to see this particular link. Like, bro. Here is Grok's response to my request to check. The quote from paragraph 47.12 of the explanation is accurate and verbatim, the one he provided, when it's clearly fucking not, right? I just quoted it. I gave an image of it, and he's like, it's correct, Grok, because Grok says. As noted previously, the full commentary is not publicly available, so it wouldn't appear or match in those sources. I say, yeah, but I'm showing you the paragraph from the explanation of the ISBN that Grok cited. I've shown you how I got there. Do you think I doctored the image? Or are you refusing to trust your lying eyes? So Grok, how do I wipe my ass? I can't, dude. This is so crazy. Anyway, he doesn't really answer that. He goes, maybe we have some ISBN confusion. I checked Google Books for San Remo Manual on International Law applicable to armed conflict at sea, ISBN 97, and you had some other number, right? 05. But I just say, I checked the ISBN 10, the one you cite, the ISBN 13, points to the same book. It's the same thing. I just checked the same Google book entry with the ISBN 10, and again, it lacks the explanation 4712. I am not finding your screenshot. Here is the link. And then Nick, who's like following along for some reason, he says, I'm able to find it. So he's able to reproduce the steps to find it. It's on page 128, which is visible in the preview. This boomer is like, link, please. I'm going to say, bro, are you seeing the screenshot? Do you think we are doctoring it? But just get to the page. I don't know what to say. It's a skill issue. Work it out. We gave you the link. Here's how I found it. I clicked the link you provided, that I provided, right? And then scrolled all the way down. It's the second to last paragraph in the preview. He goes, it's not, I don't think it's doctored, but rather from another book. My guy, we're following the ISBN you gave. You can confirm it on Google. And then Nick is helping out. This is the link. We're like doing this. I just clicked the link and was told the requested page is unavailable. This is getting quite irritating. Maybe the versions are different depending on what computer or search engine is being used. I am using an iPad with iOS. We are so cooked, guys. This guy thinks that the book is different from the link because he's using an iPad. I want to end my life. So Nick actually records himself going through all the steps to find it and to prove that it's live in the link. He goes to OBS and records himself doing this. I can't. How long will this continue? Really feels like it's time for him to admit Grok was wrong. In fairness, Grok was being tortured. Is AI covered by the Geneva Convention? Let's ask Grok. It sounds like you were beat to a pulp by someone who didn't even realize they were beating you to a pulp. And then he goes, maybe computer dependent. So his conclusion from this irrefutable video that shows Nick going through the steps, a separate person, there was another person who did the same steps, was able to come to this, from the ISBN that Grok provided. His response is, this might be computer dependent. I am not seeing this on the screen in front of me. Thank you very much for the video clip. I don't know what to think, but I will not cite this in the future without verification. So do you have anything to back up his claim that started all this, or are you dropping it? Doesn't really answer it. I provided Grok with your screenshot of the manual page, and it admitted the page was correct. Now Grok claims to have mislabeled the paragraph as 4712 and claims the correct paragraph to 4612. I do not have this entry in my book, Google Books link. Do you have it in yours? Dude! We are fucked as a society, my guys. So now he's on the level of cope was, oh, Grok, for the third time, Grok is accurate. He just messed up the citation 3 times, even after he was told multiple times about the contradictions. That's the level of torture. I asked Grok to provide me with a screenshot of paragraph 46.12, not 47.12, from the explanation, but it claims it cannot reproduce copyrighted material. I honestly don't know what to think. I'm not buying the damned book to settle an internet argument, so I will not quote the alleged entry in the future. I note no one is citing the provision with, okay, and then the irrelevant shit. And then he goes, actually, I did reply to you on the topic of until it surrenders. How would you expect non-combatants hanging off the remains of their boat to surrender to a drone or a fucking jet? My wife and I were having this conversation. The traditional method of communicating surrender is a white flag. This is why Democrats are falsely claiming these men clinging onto the flotsam in the open seas. I don't know if that's even. Should everyone in a boat be carrying a white flag on all times in case a foreign government decides to bomb them so they can surrender on the burning shipwreck? Didn't have a white flag while you were at sea at every moment and you're in a bombed wreckage and you're not waving the white flag? Fucking killed. If you are transporting a boatload of drugs, I would seriously consider it. So these are the debate opponents. Addled by too much addictive Grok usage and Grok trusting. This is the average MAGA mind. You, silly liberal, cannot fathom. And Grip says, imagine thinking a white flag would have helped. Yeah, imagine that. They're like, guys, we're going to do the second strike. He said kill. He said destroy it at all costs. Wait. Oh my God. What's that? It's a white flag. Guys, call it off. We were able to perfectly see that they were waving a white flag, and so we have to call it off. Looney Tunes. Fucking Looney Tunes. This is what we're dealing with. The mind is so diluted. They live in a different universe than you do. It's a different set of rules, a different set of epistemic contexts where nothing makes sense, up is down. They live in Blue Meanie world. In Calvin Ball world. They deny the uniformity of causation, the temporality of time, the linearness of time. They believe in warp gates that transport planes secretly. This is the average. This is median. Any thoughts on that before we move on? Let me see if there's any disagreeers in this time. No disagreeers yet. Hopefully not on this. How do you get into Elmo's world? How would I know? Depressing as fuck. This is statistically accurately median MAGA voter. All you need to do is this. Silly drug traffickers. Me trying to import fentanyl after I'm bombed and survived. Fucking losers. These people, they will act like they believe this stuff. Similar, by the way, when in that debate on Wick TV, Bronca's like, you fucking silly liberal losers. It was not shipwrecked. It was bombed out. It was bombed, not shipwrecked. You silly liberals think that bombing something can cause a shipwreck? What are you, stupid? Oh, blown up. Did he say blown up? It wasn't shipwrecked. It was blown up. It's too much to handle. It really becomes too much to handle. And then I see these fucking people acting like they give a shit about drug trafficking. Trump just pardoned. Bring up the definition of shipwreck. I believe I did on the last stream. Hang on, I'll just go to my Twitter. Because this is, I think it was response to Bronca. See all the Ethan tweets. Oh, I love this, by the way. I can't believe Hegseth was calling for the... According to MAGA, this is... When you say this, you're calling for the death of the National Guard. That was their standard. So this is Pete Hegseth calling for the death of the National Guard.
There are some guys at Leavenworth who made really bad choices on the battlefield. And I do think there have to be consequences for abject war crimes.
Oh, yeah?
If you're doing something that is just completely unlawful and ruthless, then there is a consequence for that. That's why the military said it won't follow unlawful orders from their commander-in-chief. There's a standard, there's an ethos, there's a belief that we are above what so many things that our enemies or others would do.
Yeah, so I don't know why Hegseth would blatantly call for the death of the National Guard. That's pretty wild that he would do that. Anyway, Bronca's like, this is not a shipwreck. I'm like, what are you talking about? And I actually think it's Nick who explains. The source is that according to the regs, shipwreck means persons, whether military or civilian, who are in peril at sea or in other waters as a result of misfortune affecting them or the vessel, and that misfortune doesn't include bombs being dropped on your ship. That doesn't constitute misfortune. Grok, source, a source. Nick Rakita reviewed that debate and made a joke about himself doing all the blowing up of drugs to save Americans too. Interesting. Source for this? Anyway, yeah, that's the shipwreck stuff. But what is the most absurd is the notion that they actually give a shit about punishing drug traffickers. So let's go through some of these delusions. These are from these are from the DoD regs, right? Meant to incorporate international law, right? Hang on. I don't fucking know. But internally, like as an internal critique, it stands whether I don't know. I think these are DoD regs. Someone can correct me though. Okay. I was getting to, don't distract me, you fuckers. They don't give a shit about drug trafficking. Trump just pardoned this insane drug trafficker convicted in America, extradited to America, the former president of, I believe, Honduras, right? And no one bats an eye. On the same week, they don't even care about their inconsistencies because they expect these crazed fabricators and people who are either addled by delusions, dementia, schizophrenia, or some other kind of affliction, or are sub 30 IQ, to make sense of the doublespeak. All right, so we're pardoning convicted drug traffickers. And then on the fentanyl stuff, I saw the misfit patriot, this loser, who I think nobody likes. He's like, my brother died of fentanyl. So yeah, fuck you. Yeah, Venezuela is not at all a major source of fentanyl. Just look at the fucking stats from the Trump administration. It's cocaine. My brother died of fentanyl overdose. He took fentanyl. He died. So we have to bomb Venezuelans. Because even though they don't import fentanyl into America, they're responsible. They don't even try to sound convincing. They are all feelings and emotions. They are the most emotional people I've ever seen. All they do is do these kinds of like exaggerated emotional outbursts. No logical arguments ever. Only emotion. Yeah, maybe your brother shouldn't have been a convicted criminal who decided to get high on fentanyl. I know that's not every case, but if that's like your fact pattern and you're talking about using our military to engage in an illegal war and kill people through murder people dead? No. Why don't you take all your feelings, all your emotions, and all your sadness and shove it up your ass? Because we see what you're doing. You're trying to manipulate people into saying, oh, we feel so bad for Misfit Patriot. So now we just have to bomb everybody. And just you wait. There will be some grumbles. There will be some congressional dissenters, no doubt. There will be some of them. But the vast majority of these MAGA influencers, if we go to war with Trump, what Trump said, we're going to do land war. He did say that. Whether he follows through, who the fuck knows? He's Taco Trump. But if we do, the vast majority of these people will gleefully support it. Right? The premise of the Iraq war was weapons of mass destruction. And we need to do it because of nukes. And the lie was about weapons of mass destruction, right? Now the lie is, are they selling fentanyl? And they're not even selling fentanyl or importing it into the United States. And they support it. They don't actually give a shit about drug importation. They don't. Trump could like legalize all drugs and be like, wow, based. Ending the disastrous war on drugs. They are the biggest power worshippers, government bootlicking shills I've ever seen. You see Cam Higbee is like, oh my God, he's so cringe. Maybe we should do a review of Cam Higbee's Twitter. Cam Higbee. He's like shit talking the old Pentagon press corps. And now he's like glazing these losers. Look at him with his dumb little smile. Do you know who this guy is here? This is the Project Veritas dipshit. Is Loomer in the... Look at Loomer. Jack Posobiec. These freaks. Look at these freaks. Look at this guy. These insane freakazoids. They all had to like sign things like, we will not publish any unauthorized information from sources. So, like, no, we're not shills. We promise we're not shills. Yeah, James O'Keefe is now a Pentagon press corps member. We are in the Looney Tunes world. And he's like, oh my God, the mainstream media wreaked havoc on the Pentagon during their time in the building. Isn't it wonderful? I mean, let's see if you can see it.
Us and our level of professionalism.
Holy shit. The audio quality is shocking.
I'm interested to hear what the level of professionalism
This is insanely bad professionalism.
was like before. I've heard stories about ambushing people outside their offices, making a hostile work environment for everyone who works in the DOW.
He's like, fuck the press. Isn't it crazy how the press is like making a hostile work environment? The Pentagon, like, fuck you. You guys are like, you should be glazing the Pentagon. You should be just supporting what the Pentagon does. Why are you causing a bad work? Like, dude, go to hell. You statist shill. I feel like a libertarian anarchist. You statist. The Pentagon doesn't say that we're not required to submit the writings themselves. No, but it says that you can't publish. You're promising not to publish certain materials that are given to you when there's no crime there. That's what's fucked. He's like, this shows that we're not chills. We're not chills, guys. I love that you're there. Fake. Where's this account from? Ashley. Oh. All right, Ashley. You got me. You got me, Ashley. You got me. That's why CNN has now. Oh, wow. Look at this. The Groypers make themselves known. Disavow. Huge disavow. But they get to parade in the Pentagon because he's like, I'm so proud. I never went to college. And look at me now. This is the section of the Pentagon Press Corps Agreement that the Washington Post indicated requires press to have all content approved. This is false. It only applies to DOW employees. Yeah, bullshit. All journalists are biased. All people are biased. I am biased. I never said I'm not. But be very wary of journalists who claim they aren't. They're lying. And he's just like clowning. Journalism degrees are useless and needlessly expensive. Look at me. I glaze Trump relentlessly, stuck on his nutsack on a daily basis. And so they allowed me and other freakazoids to take over the Pentagon press corps because nothing matters. You can criticize me for not having a journalism degree, but what does it say about the folks with degrees that I replaced them at the Pentagon? Yeah, it says that you're a government bootlicking shill who agreed to do absurd things and just constant nonstop praise for the administration. Not really that huge an accomplishment. You just uncritically parrot the administration line. So that's the Cam Higbee Twitter review. Like, these guys give a fuck about anything. They have no values whatsoever. Nice surface level takes. Hack Higbee. Yeah, true. Not seeing any disagreeers, so we'll probably move on with what I was planning to talk about this morning before Connor's like, I really need to show you my spreadsheet, my beautiful spreadsheet on MS Paint. I don't know why you would do a spreadsheet on MS Paint. Is that elitist of me? Yeah, I have access to Excel. How? Quoting the DoD War Manual, shipwreck combatants include those who have been shipwrecked from any cause. People have been incapacitated by shipwreck or in a helpless state. Yeah, no, but the question, what Bronca says is shipwreck doesn't include, because shipwreck refers to misfortune, it doesn't mean it's not shipwrecked of any cause because it's not even shipwrecked. So back in the Qin dynasty, I mean, he literally started his China rant about how China is a fascist state with like, back in the Qing dynasty. You need to stop letting him riff for so long. At a certain point, I'm just like seeing how long it'll go. You have access to Excel, well, la-di-da. Hey, Pisco, love your work. Do you suspect Dems have any foundation for prosecuting Russian interests embedded in the government should they win 2026, 2028? I don't know. It's kind of tough to say. I think that potentially you could, if there are explicit Russian lobbyists, if there's Russian foreign principles as defined by the by FARA, then maybe yeah. But the laws don't actually prevent someone advocating for Russian interests. It prevents unregistered foreign agents where there's a principal relationship from doing so. You have to register if you're going to do such things. And the principles as defined in FARA include foreign corporations as well as governments. So potentially FARA, but I just don't have a reason to think that there's, I don't know if there's a case of that. I don't know. I'm not aware of the fact patterns, but it's possible. I don't think it's particularly likely. Nothing is stopping someone from independently saying something like, we should be friends with Russia. That's all protected speech, and it should be. What is regulated is the unregistered lobbying. When you're an agent, right? The Foreign Agents Registration Act. I think that's the acronym. But good question. It's actually not just quid pro quo. It's broader than that. The courts have diverged on the agency relationship required to be an agent. But I think the overall consensus view, the majority view, is that it's something less exacting than the restatement principles on the agency law. For those of you who are not aware, the restatements of law are like, I wouldn't say authoritative, but they're basically compilations of the general rules in a field of law. So there's the restatement for torts, restatement of contracts, and it's a restatement of these principles that are usually developed in the common law. That's what a restatement is. Different than like the model penal code, where, as I understand the history of the model penal code, there wasn't like consensus on a lot of these criminal things. And so there came a committee to propose a standard because there wasn't one that for which there could be like a restatement of it. And so the restatement related to agency law is often applicable to whether or not, for purposes of the agency doctrines, you are an agent. And the majority rule in these FARA cases is you actually don't need a formal agency relationship under the restatement. It can be something a little looser than that. It doesn't need to be like formal control over a person's actions or conduct, or whatever the restatement rule is in the restatement of agency. So that's but you know, something. Good question. I think that my audience is getting distilled for the most annoying pedants. I'm just kidding. For smart people. I appreciate the smart questions. Any other questions? Any disagreeers on anything before we get to what I really wanted to talk about this morning before I was rudely interrupted by Counter Connor? We start talking about, oh wait, I was doing a little tirade on that. That Excel chart, man, or the paint chart is so wild. To put Nick Fuentes above Trump and to rate Abraham Lincoln a 10 neocon, I don't even know what that means. Abraham Lincoln, the neocon. Maybe there's something I'm not getting. I just don't know how he's like a 10 out of 10 there. And then he was saying like nationalism represents someone's commitment to, among other things, the racial makeup of the country. And a 10, he gave Donald Trump a 10 there. So he was getting extra points for, in his mind, adhering to the racial pluralities of the country. Yeah, we'll make an edit of it, Toad. We'll make an edit for you guys to see. Okay. Wow. Thank you for the raid. Major All Sham. Really appreciate that raid. Doobie says, I didn't expect Connor to do the white ethno-nat thing. Yeah, it was... He's like, I'm a white national. He didn't say it. He was like, yeah, Nick Fun has read about 30% of things. I'm like, that seems a bit high. It's that meme of the... of Sergeant Dokes. I can't prove that you're a groiper, Connor. I can't do it yet. But thank you, Major Allsham, for the raid. What do you do? Tell us about, do you like expose shams? You're Hutch mod. Hutch? Hutch is our boy. Wait, has Hutch commented on the H3 on the H3 lawsuit? Because I think we talked about it, and I even think he made a video about it. Connor speaking on the next AFPAC. We watched the video today. Oh, okay. So he did talk about it. I wonder what his take is. Should we have a follow-up conversation? I wonder if I kind of called out Dan because he was talking all that shit. I heard you was talking shit, bro. So I hope that he's game. His stream title was Ethan W. Lol. Stale take, bad take. You read your tweet but didn't have much commentary. Okay. Cool. He's good. We should talk about it though at some point. I'm sure he'd like the content. Like the content. Was it really though? Was what really? Faith Adams. Okay. Guys, be nice to Hutch. He doesn't mean it. I can't quit you. It's just all celebration because it reflects poorly on Hassan. Definitionally Ethan's W. Because he extracted a settlement on the case. Okay. I don't think it makes him look good. That's just me, though. That's my take. Who am I? Y'all need a convo on much more important things. Like what, Ian? Like what? Manchin? Joe Manchin? If the choice was Joe Manchin or racist dictatorship for the rest of time, what would you choose? Okay. Joe Manchin. I don't know why you guys like bring up subjects that like the lawsuit, the Destiny lawsuit, that kind of stuff. I've given my reasons why I don't comment on that shit. I'm convinced you guys are baiters. Most important convo is Ethan versus iDubbbz. What's that? Was that the iDubbbz content cop? Man, that was so boring. The intro was kind of funny. I couldn't even watch it. I got through like 10 minutes, I was like, going to bed. Same thing, frankly, with the content nuke. These were like boring. But what do I know? What do I know? That's personal taste. That's just a personal thing. Okay. Let's talk about my framework for discussing these strikes. The first and principal question is crime? Question mark. Note that that's a separate question from, is it justified? Justified. You could have an argument about whether this is justified and concede it's a crime. Say, yeah, it's a crime and I don't care. I've actually seen this unironic take from certain people who are like, I don't really care about it. If he broke the rules, if he broke the law, if it's a crime, it was worth it. I'm not shedding any tears. I don't really care. You can't make me care. So just note at the start of any kind of these discussions, like, what are you actually talking about? What is the claim? My claim is that these are crimes and they are not justified. Partially and significantly because they are crimes. On the crime, I guess, dialogue tree, you have to analyze first what crime. If you say it's a crime, what crime? And these are I think, at least the most important for our discussion and enough to get you where you need to go in these conversations. A, murder. B, conspiracy. And C, war crime. So the U.S. Criminal Code, you don't have to worry about, we're not a party to like, all right? The U.S. Code makes war crimes crimes and punishable in the United States. So don't worry. Don't get into this argument about international law. International law triggers obligations under U.S. law. So if U.S. law incorporates war crimes concepts that are international in nature, it is a crime under U.S. law. Okay? So this should get you more than, this is all you need in terms of what you're alleging. And if someone asks you, you just very quickly go to the statutes. So when it comes to murder, murder is the unlawful killing of a human being with malice aforethought. That is the typical definition of murder. And there's additional categorizations that under federal law, first degree and second degree murder. Understand that a big tell that you really don't understand when we're talking about murder is when you try to universalize first degree and second degree. Degrees aren't universal like that. Different states have different setups and definitions for different degrees of murder. How you should think about murder isn't in terms of degrees in a generalized way. For the federal law purposes, great, you can do that. Okay? But your rubric for murder should be like 4 squares. And here should be intentional and malicious. Okay? And if something is intentional and malicious, it's murder. Right? This is intentional. And so this is intent, no intent, right? No intent. No intent to cause the death of a human being. So if you have an intent to cause the death of a human being and you have malice, it's murder. If you have no intent to cause the death of a human being and it's malicious, it's murder. So this is, you call this depraved heart murder. Depraved heart murder. If you don't have malice intentional, you can say this is something like voluntary manslaughter. And if you have no malice and no intent, maybe you have here involuntary manslaughter. Perhaps some sort of negligent homicide. So this is the generalized structure of murder. Don't get focused on degrees in the context of like the universal application of murder, because you'll just get hung up on different provisions. Now, helpfully, under federal law, it defines those degrees in a way that you can apply them. But just note that when someone is kind of trying to universalize degrees and be like, it's first-degree murder, and they're talking about some shit in some state they never heard about, don't assume that whatever the federal law is applies in that context. This is really the framework. That the defining feature of murder is malice, not intentionality. Also notice in your murder analysis that there's a carve out here for unlawful. Murder is the so it's actually not, it's not redundant to say that it's an unlawful killing defines murder. This is cluing you in that there are exceptions of justification that would deprive murder of its definitional status. And we'll get into that. So notice that word is there. The unlawful killing of a human being with malice aforethought. Now I'm trying to imagine an intentional, malicious, yet lawful killing. Easy, right? The killing of Osama bin Laden. We really want to fucking kill him because of revenge, right? Let's say. And it's intentional that we killed him. Usually that would be a malicious killing, right? To kill someone because of revenge, where that's like a big motivating factor. But it's justified, right? Under public authority. That is an intentional, malicious, but lawful killing. So this is the definition of murder. Now, this just defines murder, sub A. It doesn't actually criminalize it. And so sub B is one of there are other places where murder is criminalized in the federal code, but this is one example, right? So A just defines murder for purposes of the federal statute. B is criminalizing it. Within the special maritime and territorial jurisdiction of the United States, whoever is guilty of murder in the first degree shall be punished by death or imprisonment for life. That's the first degree, and then second degree is the lesser punishment. So that's the statute, and it's just murder. And if you want to know special maritime and territorial jurisdiction of the United States, this basically tells you that typically murder cases that don't fall within the specific codifications that Congress has set out will not be within the jurisdiction of Congress or of the federal government. So murders that don't involve the special maritime territorial jurisdiction, don't involve like terrorism, don't involve like a political figure or some politician. And the reason for that is multifaceted. One is because we usually think of those as more in the domain of states and not a typical thing for the federal government unless it's really important, or it's a place where it's kind of weird that a particular state would be involved other than the federal government. There's also a constitutional reason. Okay, but the Bin Laden, assume, right? Like assume that Bin Laden, the fact pattern, right? Just assume that they wanted to kill him maliciously, and they knew also that they had public authority justification to do it. Like they really wanted him dead because of 9/11 as revenge and not for anything else. Just assume it, right? Hypothetical. Okay. What was I saying? So that it's not just because we view, though we do, states as more like competent to handle the regular murder or whatever, and we put that in their responsibility in their toolkit. Okay, we'll talk about this. Obvious. I mean, I encourage these conservatives who think this is such an own about like the drone strikes and shit and Osama bin Laden to just come onto stream and debate it. If you think this is an own, why am I struggling to find a conservative to make this argument in front of me on live? Why am I having to DM so many people on, like, to try to find someone who thinks that they will be able to argue the "but Obama drone strike, bro" argument? Just come on stream to debate it then. If you think it's such a killer argument that I haven't talked about a trillion times, come and talk about it. Oh, my bad. See, this is me soying out. I get baited and I soy out. That's an L for me. Sorry about that. Yeah, you baited me. Fuck. Crazy. Huge L. FISA warrants check. I wouldn't fall for that. But yeah, no. So it's not just the relative competencies of the jurisdictions. It's also a jurisdictional reason under the Constitution. That is, Congress is a government of limited powers, and the Constitution says they have, a limited set of areas which they can legislate on. So Congress is not explicitly in the Constitution given criminal lawmaking authority. You'll notice that, right? If you go through Article 1, Section 8 and look at all the different powers given, it doesn't explicitly say, and Congress shall be able to criminalize stuff in using their authority. Well, of course, it doesn't say that directly, but it's both an implied power under the necessary and proper clause, and a lot of these criminal laws have been justified under the Congress authority under the Interstate Commerce Clause, among other things. So their ability to regulate on certain issues and certain matters will plug in federal criminal jurisdiction. And so you'll often see in the statutes a jurisdictional hook. In the case of this murder statute, it's within the special maritime and territorial jurisdiction of the United States. You go to the definition of the special maritime and territorial jurisdiction of the United States, and we see the high seas, right? That's one example of special maritime and territorial jurisdiction. The high seas, any other waters within the admiralty and maritime jurisdiction of the United States, and out of the jurisdiction of any particular state, any vessel belonging in whole or in part to the United States or any citizen thereof, or to any corporation created by or under the laws of the United States or of any state, territory, district, or possession thereof, when such vehicle is within the admiralty, maritime jurisdiction of the United States and out of the jurisdiction of any particular state. So you can start to see like what they're doing here. If you're not in a state's jurisdiction, and if there's some U.S. hook, like a more federal hook, the jurisdictional hook applies to you. But that includes the high seas when we're not in any jurisdiction. Okay? When we're in international waters, the high seas. So we know that any unlawful killing of a human being with malice aforethought in the high seas, right? Substitute the high seas for special maritime territorial jurisdiction, is a crime. So we have our hook there for that crime. We have the hook for conspiracy to kill, kidnap, maim, or injure persons or damage property in a foreign country. So understand the difference between murder and conspiracy. Murder, the crime is causing the death of a human being with malice aforethought unlawfully. All right, that's the crime. The crime of conspiracy is a meeting of the minds, right? An agreement between more than one person where the object of that agreement is to commit a particular crime. So it's almost like a thought crime. Now, you actually have to have, for a conspiracy, evidence of certain acts taken in furtherance of the conspiracy. So it's not enough to just be like, he thought it, and therefore he convicted. The common law and federal laws applied on conspiracy requires other substantial steps or related doctrines. Okay? So when you say you conspired to commit, you agreed and took steps towards doing this thing between one or more persons. And then war crime, let me actually get the statute so I can show you guys. So, offense, whoever inside or outside the United States, so it includes both inside and outside the United States, commits a war crime in any of the circumstances described in subsection B shall be fined under this title or imprisoned for any term of years or both, and if death results to the victim, shall be subject to the penalty of death. There is jurisdiction over an offense described in subsection A if the offense occurs in whole or in part within the United States, or regardless of where the offense occurs, the victim of or offender is a national of the United States or an alien lawfully admitted for permanent residence or a member of the armed forces of the United States, regardless of nationality. The offender is present in the United States regardless of the nationality of the victim or offender. So now we have the offender, Pete Hegseth and friends, are in the United States, right? They are present in the United States. You can argue that the conspiracy or the war crime occurs in the United States, in that there is an agreement to do it. But regardless, right? Regardless of where the offense occurs, even if you don't have that, even if you lose on like the situs of the crime, the offender was in the United States. And as used in this section, the term war crime means any conduct described as a grave breach in any of the international conventions signed at Geneva, any protocol. So they explicitly, this is what I mean when they're explicitly incorporating international law into U.S. law, right? U.S. law is defining war crimes in terms of international law. So anyone who tells you, oh, it's just international law, America doesn't have to care about it. No, that might mean that we don't have to recognize the jurisdiction of the ICC or submit ourselves to the jurisdiction of those courts. But you still have an obligation under U.S. law and can be held to account under U.S. law for violations of international law because U.S. law incorporates aspects of international law. Does that make sense? Does everyone get that? Kind of obvious? So here's what's, I think, not questionable. That the U.S. government, the people involved here, caused the death of another human being, right? That's what. So the elements for murder, you might think, are causing the death, element 1, element 2, unlawfully, right? 3, with malice. All right, the mens rea component. There is no thinking or sane person that will dispute that element 1 is met out for murder. Okay? No thinking person can say, like, no, their bodies in the boat just did that. No. Come on. It's like, you ever see that thing of JFK? JFK actually wasn't assassinated. His head just did that. So everyone agrees causally. That's not even disputed. All right? Where these, now, malice is often shown with intent. All right? Intent is a way you can get to malice. Now, if I say that, well, then how can there be voluntary manslaughter? Voluntary manslaughter is kind of like a policy rationale, a policy argument, where we will usually intention proves malice. But if there are these other confounding factors, we will keep the intention, but we'll downgrade the malice. That's how you should view it, that intention is one of the main ways to prove malice. But for these other, for policy reasons, we will downgrade the malice. And this is very controversial. In the common law, it's the heat of passion argument. You catch your wife fucking the mailman. In the heat of the moment, you grab your pistol. You intend to bring the gun up. You deliberately pull the trigger. You murder the fucking mailman. You intended to kill him. You did kill him. But the law, for policy reasons, will say, we think that is understandable. It was in the heat of passion. And so we're going to say, for policy reasons, not malice. The more modern incarnation of this is extreme emotional disturbance. The common law had a kind of more rigid set of things that would qualify for voluntary manslaughter. And this is the whole like gay panic defense, if you remember that stuff. Whether or not that should be included as part of one of these policy reasons to downgrade an intentional killing from being malicious to non-malicious. But in general, unless you have an argument that there was an extreme emotional disturbance or other policy reasons that have been recognized in either the common law or the model penal code, which I'll just skip to it, none of them apply, intention will generally be evidence of malice. That's why it's important to say they're different. They're not the same in the murder context, but that evidence of intention can go to show malice. It's just like rebuttable by these other considerations if they're present. Does that make sense? So here, I don't really see any recognized exception under either the common law vision of those categories or under extreme emotional disturbance, which would get this out of the realm of malicious. Okay? And so I think that this one is very easily conceded. Where the fight is here. And this is why it's not irrelevant to talk about whether Congress authorized a particular thing. Hang on a second. Because to the extent that congressional authorization plays a role in this, and to the extent that war crime analysis factors into this, it's relevant to this portion. And both could. The question is there a justification, not ethical, okay, I want to be very clear. At the start of this, I'm like, ethical justification versus crime, different questions. Here, what we're talking about is legal justification. Okay? So when I said these are different questions, and I said one is it justified versus a crime, the difference here I'm trying to suss out is ethical justification. For purposes of the element analysis, doing the element analysis, for unlawfully, it's a legal justification that we're worried about. And the legal justification could be self-defense. I'll tell you right now, self-defense is not going to cover this. Use of deadly force is only allowed when there's an imminent likelihood of death or serious bodily injury. That's not the case for drug importation. So deadly self-defense would not be justified there. And I can't think of any other justification that's applicable to this conduct other than public authority. Were these actions authorized for them to do? And that question is it. That's the only possible defense, in my opinion, to this case. There could be a separate kind of analysis here, separate from all of this, which this is, if we're in this world, we're fucked. Because I talked about all this stuff. Immunity doctrine. I'm going to, for a moment, talk about the immunity doctrine. What Trump versus United States says is that you can't even reach this. Okay? In other words, you can't even reach this public authority rationale when it comes to the president. By its terms, only applies to the president. My reading, this is my legal reading of Trumperz United States. Now, I would probably try to come up with arguments against this, that this is not an official act for some reason. But I think the best if I'm honest, I really don't think there's a better reading of this, is that this is an official action, right? And the immunity doctrine is meant to prevent this analysis. It's supposed to be a step zero before you even get to considering whether this was legal or not. That's why it's so important when people try to convince you that, oh, sure, Trump United States would not cover this kind of drone strike or whatever. They're just hopeful that the courts are going to rein it in based on no consistent philosophy, which arguably might be the better thing to do, but would be hugely damaging to the credibility of the Supreme Court, as though their credibility wasn't damaged by this opinion already. But because the whole point of immunity is to protect things that are both legal and illegal. Okay? Immunity doesn't really help if it just only protects things that are legal. Right? The speech and debate clause for Congress. You're not even allowed to look about whether those statements are defamation. We don't even inquire as to whether the statements there can be like defamation or something, right? That's the purpose of immunity, is to not unduly chill the conduct of people like this and not inquire as to the even legality of what they're doing. So don't confuse this. Don't confuse the public authority. This is what should have happened in Trump versus United States. It should have been, is Trump legally allowed to do what he was doing with these DOJ? And you don't need immunity for that. You just need to apply the equitable exceptions and affirmative defenses that are attendant to like all crimes. Self-defense, public authority, rationale, right? It's not a crime for the IRS to take your money from your bank account, I'm assuming, right? To sequester it or something. If it's like authorized for them to do that. If someone private tried to do that, then that would be an issue. We didn't need this immunity doctrine to do this analysis about whether Trump is allowed under the law to do it. The whole point, and this is why Ryan Mullally, I saw him snipe Destiny again about him being wrong about the immunity decision. Ryan Mullally is so stupid about the immunity decision. It's crazy how stupid he is about it. Crazy. This guy is out to sea. He can't even read the opinion in a fair and judicious manner. I'll repeat it again. You don't need the immunity doctrine just to protect legal things. It also protects otherwise illegal things. It doesn't make them legal necessarily, right? Just because you say you can't prosecute someone for something doesn't mean that what they did was legal. It just means you can't prosecute them for that. So the immunity doctrine doesn't convert things from legal to illegal or from illegal to legal. It just says whether it is or not, you can't prosecute this person for it. That's what immunity means. You're immune from criminal prosecution. It doesn't mean the president is allowed to do it under the law, right? I don't think Trump is allowed to send fake electors schemes, letters to in order the DOJ to do that. I think that is illegal. But what Trump for the United States doesn't say that the immunity decision makes that legal. It just says you can't prosecute him for it. Another example of this, right? Let's say that it was a federal crime for the president to order the prosecution of an individual solely on the basis of their race. Let's say that someone made that a crime. For any official acting under an order to prosecute someone just because of their race. So Trump says, hey, DOJ, go after this guy because he's black. And he says it like that, and he writes it in the memo, right? That is obviously unconstitutional under the Equal Protection Clause. No question about it, right? Under the Equal Protection Clause and the Fifth Amendment Due Process Clause, which incorporates the Equal Protection Clause as to federal actors, okay? I'm always about that nuance and in the weed stuff. So the 5th and 14th Amendments. That is against the 5th and 14th Amendments of the Constitution for the DOJ to prosecute someone on the basis of the race. A very clear violation. Strict scrutiny fails everything, right? Prosecute someone because they're black. No one would even deny that. Notwithstanding that it's very clearly illegal for the president to do that, what did the Supreme Court say in Trump v. United States? that those decisions are committed to his discretion and you can't prosecute him for it. That doesn't mean it becomes legal to order the prosecution of a person because of their race. There's possible other remedies you could get from the courts, right? You could get potentially a court remedy that says you have to drop the case, right? Maybe you can get an injunction that tells the president, hey, you're not allowed to, the DOJ is stopped, is paused, is enjoined from prosecuting this person or continuing prosecution on the basis of race. Maybe you can get that stuff, other remedies. What immunity does is it says you can't prosecute them for it. And people will try to gaslight you and pretend that immunity is something different than what it is. But that's what it is. It's not just protecting legal conduct. And what people like Ryan will do is they'll let their priors about what they think is legal define the scope of immunity. They'll say, of course the president doesn't have the power to kill a political rival for no reason in America. That is illegal. How can he have the authority to do it if it's illegal? That's his way of trying to assuage the fear of people like me who are right the whole time and said that this actually is something that is permissible to be qualified for immunity. These kinds of actions, if you trivially stage it as some kind of official act, which of course they will always do, right? All these actors in the regime are always going to be able to give you a pretext. They're always going to give you a pretextual memo somewhere that says we have these findings of fact. They're always going to take the time to just write something on a piece of paper. And it can be absurd, like the memos they're writing right now, that we're being invaded by these gangs, as those terms are understood. The findings of fact about Kilmar, they lie about that. They don't care. They'll just write a memo. So they'll stage it as something that is subject to a power. And what the Supreme Court said is you don't look at the motive. You don't look at whether or not it's sham. You don't have a second look to say, hey, is this actually what's motivating them? That would be too unduly chilling the executive branch. So this is the gloss of the immunity doctrine, is before you ask the elements question, before you ask the public authority question, you ask which power is being invoked. This is ostensibly just for the president, but we'll get into maybe why it applies. You ask, what was it an official act? Was it official act? And this is very deferential as far as the president is concerned. The outer perimeter, right? This is from, they transplant some language from Youngstown or something. The outer perimeter. So very deferential and official act as far as the president. 2, was it core? If it is official. And if core, absolute. If not core, at minimum, presumptive. But maybe absolute. They didn't decide that. So why do I bring this immunity thing up at all? Because I think quite clearly, as far as the president is concerned, ordering a drone strike or ordering a jet bomber or something like that to fire upon what the president determines is an enemy combatant, that seems at that level of generality, which is the generality I think that would be applied in the context of the Supreme Court. We have to pay deference to the president. Who are we, court, to determine who's a combatant and not a combatant? That's the kind of thing that you would expect to hear from the Supreme Court if they're being genuinely honest about their rationale. Then I think this is clearly an official act. Using the trappings of the state, that is the federal government, to do something. In this context, there was an order given through the Pentagon to do a thing that is within the usual discretion of the military. So this would seem like, who would argue that these strikes are unofficial? Seems official, right? So some level of immunity applies. Was it core? I think absolutely core. So as far as the president is concerned, while we maintain this unconstitutional doctrine in my mind, this absurd doctrine, I think it's very low chance that the president would be able to be tagged in any of this analysis, right? You wouldn't run the analysis of whether what Trump did was legal in the context of a criminal indictment. Why? Because you don't reach that. Before you reach this analysis, you ask whether the powers were official or core. The president is probably, in my estimation, going to pass that. And so I say Trump should be indicted for this. I do think that. But that would require the Supreme Court, which I think they ought do, overturning or significant narrowing of Trump versus United States immunity doctrine. Why do I bring it up so far as Hegseth and the others are concerned? I bring it up as far as they are concerned because the logic of the opinion really doesn't, in my opinion, have a justifiable basis to distinguish the underlings either. Now, I hope they do. I just don't think it's intellectually honest for them to do it because they have one proposition, which is the president is the entirety of the executive branch. We talked before about why that's ridiculous, why this unitary theory is absurd, and it's not even backed by the Constitution at all. We've talked about that in a previous, so I won't bore you with that analysis. But if it's the case that the entire executive power is vested in the president, in the person of the president, that's a unitary theory of executive power. And if the president orders a secretary of war to do what he's allowed to order, that is to say, that which is in his conclusive and preclusive authorities, where it's core, right? An official act. Why would that power so passed on to, a secretary? Why would Congress be allowed to criminalize the order to the subordinate? Because the same kind of policy rationales that undergird Trump in the United States would be present there. Well, if you grant that criminalizing the conduct by the president might unduly chill the conduct of the president, surely criminalizing the conduct so far as their underlings are concerned would unduly chill the president. Why wouldn't it? If the entire administration is scared that they're going to be charged with a crime, the president is going to be unable to do what the court seems to suggest is in his conclusive and preclusive authority. You get me? So that's why it doesn't make intellectual, doctrinal sense that this absolute immunity doctrine apply only to the president. That's why I'm so angry about this decision, is because not only does it, I'm more angry at the arson that was done to the Constitution, because not only did it have the result of fucking over the justified prosecution of Trump in the actual case, but it makes no sense. It's not analytically rigorous because it's based on policy reasons that apply at least with a category of significant comparison as to the underlings. So to the principle, which is the president, like, okay, you can't criminalize the president's official acts, but you can criminalize the president using his official act to order a subordinate. Well, then what's the point of this? So Congress can interfere with the president's conclusive and preclusive authorities just through the mechanism of criminalizing his will via the subordinates. And I'm sure that some of these motherfuckers, if they were ever charged, would raise that argument. So that's why I'm bringing it to your attention. And because I think it's a useful time to notice the difference between the immunity doctrine and the public authority exception to criminal liability, the affirmative defense, or in some cases in context of murder, explicitly in the elements, the affirmative defense or elemental defense of public authority. They're different things. This was always okay. So when people say it would be crazy if Congress would criminalize a pardon as such, the response is they could try to do that, but you would just analyze that from a separation of powers perspective. And you would apply the law and say it by definition is not criminal. That's not what they did, though. They introduced this bizarre and untailored and intellectually dishonest, not analytically rigorous immunity doctrine. And so that's a good opportunity to see that. And what you think the reactions might be from an executive branch official who is charged if they were to raise this threshold gating concern regarding immunity applied to lower officers below the president. So let's get into the public authority rationale. Where is the public authority? From whence does it arrive for the president to kill a person or for the executive branch to do so? Right? Where does that authority derive from? It derives from our law, with either explicitly delineated or implicit. For cops, they are granted authority to use deadly force by their laws. But there are conditions, right? The conditions for a cop to use deadly force and kill someone, and this is different from like your right to be free from an unlawful intrusion or seizure or restraint on your life or liberty, right? Different things. So one is, where do you get the authority as the government to do that? And second question, does the individual have a claim to raise against this authority? So notice the difference between those two things. One is government facing about the origin of this authority, and the other is rights focused about, notwithstanding the purported grant of authority, can you raise some kind of rights claim? So for this purpose, we're just looking at the authority aspect of it. Where are cops deriving their authority to kill people when they have their guns and they shoot people? Well, there are statutes or common law rules or whatever the state decides to do that cops are allowed to shoot in select circumstances to prevent certain specified crimes, in self-defense of themselves or another person, when the person fleeing is accused of a particularly violent crime, in the context in which the person is, I don't even know if there are other contexts, but they're specified, right? The law does not say a cop can shoot you all the time, right? Ulti Chimera says, basically, the Constitution grants the president power of the military, but also limits what he can do with it. Specifically, the Due Process Clause prevents this type of murder without due process. So no, right? Like, this is what is the bizarre interpretation that people want to give you, right? They want to define the scope of the immunity doctrine with respect to its underlying legality vis-a-vis other external aspects of the Constitution. But that is precisely not what's happening here. That is precisely not what the immunity doctrine is about. No, right? Like, so the way to disprove this, and Ulti Chimera, please jump on stream, is take the example I just provided. The example I just provided. President orders DOJ to investigate or charge because someone is black. That is because someone is black. Okay? And Congress has criminalized this. This is the hypothetical. Criminalized this. Really focus on this example. Yeah, you can join the disagreements after I'm done with this in about 10 minutes, okay? And we can talk about Ethan. Everyone acknowledges that this action by the president is outside of his authority. We all agree on that, right? Everyone agrees that this action he's not allowed to take. For example, as an analog, Trump was without authority to try to deprive people of their lawfully cast vote. That was unconstitutional under take your pick. The presidential electors clause of the Constitution, right? You're violating the presidential electors clause. You are not allowing, you're intending, right, to thwart, that's what he was charged with, conspiracy, the lawfully cast slate of electors by the states. It doesn't give the president the power to decide it. It gives the states the power to do it. He was without authority to do that. Additionally, it's violating the fundamental rights of the United States citizens under the Due Process Clause. What we mean by liberty. In Bush v. Gore, Scalia said, right, when states decide via their allotment under their presidential electors clause to provide people the right to vote under their system, it becomes fundamental. That's Scalia. So again, take your pick. That violates the Due Process Clause. If the president decides to undo the election and he is depriving people of their fundamental rights. The states have chosen to adopt an elector scheme or a lawful elector scheme, which gives people the general vote. That is, in that context, right? Because they can technically take that away. But when they decide to give it, they can't do so and then claim it's not fundamental. It becomes fundamental. That's Scalia in Bush v. Gore. Therefore, for Trump to try to thwart that, he is without authority to do that. Okay? It is a violation of the Due Process Clause of the Constitution, as understood by Supreme Court precedent. The same way it's a violation of the Due Process Clause in what you're talking about now. And there are other constitutional provisions I can cite as well that fit Trump's conduct, as well as my hypothetical here, which relates to the Equal Protection Clause, which is reverse incorporated by the Fifth Amendment's Due Process Clause. You understand? So, though everyone would acknowledge that Trump, under the Equal Protection Clause and Due Process Clause, would be constitutionally barred from taking this action, one I just specified, right? He doesn't have the authority to do this. If someone tried to charge Trump under a statute that Congress enacted that criminalizes the ordering of an investigation based solely on race, this is the hypothetical, not real, hypothetical, the immunity doctrine would apply. Even though Congress is legislating in an area where Trump concededly has no authority, right? Trump has no authority to do this thing, and Congress is purporting to criminalize it. Notwithstanding that fact, the immunity doctrine would immunize Trump from that conduct. So what you're saying is wrong. It has to be wrong. The immunity doctrine cannot be, as laid out by the court and by Roberts, cannot be defined on the scope of what is legal. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense given the fact pattern of the actual indictments for which Trump was charged. And it also doesn't make sense as a separation of powers concern, right? If all this is opening the president up to a bunch of mini trials about whether it's legally allowed under the various different due process frameworks, DOJ would have had an argument about that in the fake elector scheme. They didn't, because that isn't what is the analysis. The analysis isn't, is it against the law? The analysis is, does it relate to a certain power? And when it relates to a certain power the president may have, you ignore the legality. He's just immune from criminal process. And that's what immunity helps do. It doesn't just protect you for legal conduct. It protects you from illegal conduct as well. And it's a confusion. It's a big confusion. People will try to say this, to say, oh, of course, Trump couldn't order the military to take over Congress. That would be treason. And don't you see, in the Constitution, that's a treason clause. And so how can it be a core official power of the president to order the military into Congress if the Constitution also defines treason? That was Ryan Mullally's preposterous argument. It's preposterous because the Supreme Court of the United States tells us don't look at motive. Motive and intent don't define the scope of the power. And so you can say, well, the purpose is to take over the country. But Roberts admonishes us, do not look at motive. Don't look at the reason why a power is invoked for purposes of defining the scope of the power. And so that is precisely at issue in these due process hypotheticals, equal protection hypotheticals. The reason why something is done or the conditions under which something happens will affect the ultimate legal analysis. Whether or not something violates the equal protection clause will turn on whether you're intentionally discriminated on the basis of race. Whether or not something is a due process violation will turn on the actual conditions and ability of the government to, to do this Matthews v. Eldridge balancing and the burden on the government. What Trumperz stresses, though, is don't conflate the reason the power is invoked for the power itself. And so I stress again, this analysis is fundamentally flawed. Well, it's flawed from Roberts, but if you take his reasoning at face value, it can't be that external components of the Constitution are defining the scope of the immunity clause. The immunity clause must have some sort of bonus armor against those claims. That's one of the reasons why it's anomalous, because no other branch works like that, number one. And number two, it seems to prioritize the president's authorities under Article 2 above explicitly carved out rights and other elements of the Constitution, structurally, as well as explicit rights, and say they don't matter so far as authority is concerned. So I hope that clears things up. That is, I couldn't disagree more with what was just said, and I really do encourage this person to come in the chat. Anyway, let's finish up here. The question is ultimately going to be, though, on the substantive liability front, are they authorized to do this? And we were giving the example of the police officers. The police officers are not generally authorized to use deadly force. They are authorized to use deadly force in some cases. So if you understand that from a police perspective, you should also understand that from the DOD perspective. The DOD, or DOW, whatever, is not allowed to always use deadly force. If that were the case, if they were authorized to always use deadly force, I mean, what are we talking about here? Of course they're not. They're allowed to use deadly force in response to certain things. Not anything, to certain things. To say otherwise is to say the DOD has public authority to kill anybody abroad under any circumstance. I think that it would also apply domestically for other reasons, but we can get into that. But just obviate that for a second. If it's true that the DOD has ultimate discretion all the time in any circumstance, any claimed circumstance, what you are saying is, as to third parties abroad, and assume they're not U.S. citizens, where no rights apply, right? Like, we don't have to give constitutional rights to third-party aliens who've never lived in the United States, never been in the United States, and have no intention to be in the United States. We don't have to give them rights. They don't get even procedural due process, okay? So just put out of your mind the rights component analysis. It is not relevant to what I'm right now saying, because we're talking about people who don't have U.S. rights under U.S. law. They are foreign aliens who aren't in America and maybe have no plans to be in it, but at a bare minimum currently are not. They're not entitled to rights under that structure. That's just the typical case law. That doesn't stand to reason, though. This is meant to show you that the U.S. military actually isn't empowered to do anything they want to people in foreign countries who aren't U.S. citizens. That is not the case. It's not the case because, of course they don't, because it's not anywhere in our laws that gives them this active authority to do that. And it's not a rights question. It's an authority question. So when you accept, as you should, that the military isn't lawfully empowered to use deadly force in all circumstances, right? To do otherwise would be like, all right, military can shoot any importer, a foreign importer coming here. They have the authority to do that. No, they don't. And the fact that we're codifying laws with respect to war crimes should give you even more notice that there are strict limitations here on when deadly force can be used. If we're allowing Congress at all to involve itself in the conduct of the military operations, which is another reason why this unitary executive theory makes no sense, right? Congress is the one who declares war. They are the ones who declare war. Congress is allowed to pass regulations for the military. Congress funds the military. This is not a unitary thing, and to imply otherwise is stupid. Now, I still believe it would be a core power under the Roberts framework, but that's just me accepting the Roberts framework as given, which I think is ridiculous. But really, really like important to understand that, right? Congress has a role in circumscribing, limiting the extent to which the military is allowed to do certain things, including the use of deadly force. This is in addition to internal rules that Congress has set certain internal rules, the UCMJ, and internal rules that the executive and the DOW have implemented themselves, which they are bound to follow, right? They have to follow their own rules. So that is all to establish as this should be kind of like intuitively wrong to think otherwise, right? The core of it can't be right that the military has authority in every case in foreign lands to conduct deadly force strikes. That should just rub you, and it should make you think for a second, like, well, wait. If they do, why is Congress allowed to limit it? If they do, why do they limit it, right? So that's very important to understand this public authority exception. And so you need to provide a source by which the military has the authority to conduct this strike. And the reason given is it's an armed conflict and we're under the rules of war. Now, that is a plausible reason that could justify the use of deadly force. That's explicitly a reason. That's why it is, I believe it's legal for Obama to have done his strike against Al-Awlaki. Because there's a public authority rationale that is valid and applies to the facts of the case. That is, if you are in an active conflict, a military conflict, either a war or one of these non-international active conflicts, then under the rules of war, you are allowed, under the laws of war, rules of war, used interchangeably, you are allowed to use deadly force. That's the authorization. But to be considered in one of those things requires the existence of certain other things, right? Not everything counts as an active conflict by which the rules of war apply. What people want to do is to say, well, if you grant there are some cases in which an active war or an active conflict could exist, then anytime the president claims it, you have to accept it. That is sophistry. That is not true. If Obama said, we're in an active conflict with importers of gas-guzzling cars, and so we're going to bomb all these importers of cars because I declare it's a war, no one would unilaterally accept the conclusion that we are in a state of war with all of these vehicle corporations such that the rules of war apply. You understand that? Like, why grant that, right? Why say, you don't have to actually do it. You don't have to say, yeah, Obama did a crime with Al-Awlaki. Don't grant that. We had an authorization of use of military force against Al-Qaeda. Al-Awlaki was Al-Qaeda. He was planning attacks against the United States, military attacks in the sense of this irregular warfare using, to kill, hostilities to kill, using guns, using bombs. They blew up fucking ships that belonged to the United States. They blew up embassies. They were killing soldiers. They were killing our civilians directly with the use of arms, okay? Not indirectly through the ingestion of drugs later on. You don't have to accept that the public authority exception applies anytime the president merely claims it applies through some twisted logic. Imagine if Biden said, yeah, well, we are dying because of the environmental crisis. And look at all the pollution. It causes death of United States citizen. And we're going to have flooding and increased weather events. And so this is killing American citizens. And so I've declared war on gas-guzzling cars, and I'm going to bomb all these gas-guzzling car importers because I can draw a plausible causal pathway by which an action taken by someone else leads to the death of an American principle. It's sophistry. You don't have to buy it. Words can have meaning. And so once you grant that the military is circumscribed in when it can deploy the use of arms, not just any time it wants, then you actually have to run the analysis. Are we in a war or active conflict, as the rules of war acknowledge or understand, with Venezuela? No. Is drug trafficking ever considered such activities? Never. Name one time it has been. Name one time. Name any supporting law for that proposition that wouldn't trivially apply to tobacco importers, to alcohol importers. I mean, we're talking for Venezuela about cocaine, not fentanyl. Since there is no authorization for the military strikes here, there is no public authority exception. Because there's no public authority exception, there is no legal justification. Because there is no legal justification, it is unlawful. And that's the three elements, at least as I've sorted them out, of murder in this case. To cause the death of a human being unlawfully with malice aforethought. You intended to kill him. None of these other, malice-destroying concepts apply. And it was not done under public authorities, therefore no justification. Therefore murder. Therefore conspiracy to commit murder, right? You had an agreement to do the thing that is murder. So that's your two crimes right there. And the war crime thing is a backup, right? Even if you accept that we are in an active hostility, such an active conflict under which the rules of war apply and there is authorization for the military to conduct deadly force strikes, then it's the case that notwithstanding that general public authority, if you commit a war crime, that is no longer considered public authority. You're not authorized to do war crimes. And so murder will then follow because the war crime will take you, it's criminal to do the war crime. So by itself, it would be criminal for the war crime. That's the double strike. But then additionally, it would be murder because it entails a war crime, and that knocks you out of public authority, even if you accept that there's authorization for this military activity. That's the structure. Does that make sense? Any questions before we go on to Ethan Slop? And what's this guy's name? Oh, Ulti Chimera. I see you. We'll do you first. Yo, what up, Ulti Chimera? How you doing?
Yo, how are you?
Doing well, man. Talk to me. You're triggering me.
Yeah. Oh boy, have I?
Yeah.
So I just as a quick notice, I'm not like a lawyer or anything. I just think law stuff is interesting.
No worries.
And I don't really care about like winning debates or anything. So I might just concede this entire point to you right off.
You're good. You're good.
If you audience argument.
Yeah,
but
I'm just the only reason I get like aggressive is because like I really care about these issues, and so but sometimes
Don't worry, I do too.
Yeah, but I don't take it personally, and no, you were saying your confusion with something I said, or like disagreement.
So you provided like an example for the immunity decision as to like the president being able to like investigate based on like the color of the skin or
Correct.
something. Do you have, and you claimed that would be like covered under that immunity doctrine? Do you have like a legal source for that or something?
Yeah, Trumperz United States. So I'll tell you what.
Well,
yeah, wait. I'll cite it. So the first thing, the proposition to consider is: do you think it is illegal for Trump to order the indictment of an individual solely because of their race? They write it down in a memo and they say, we are doing this specifically because you are black. We're charging you for this reason. You would grant that that's unconstitutional.
That's pretty obviously unconstitutional, yeah.
And unconstitutional under the Equal Protection Clause and Fifth Amendment Due Process Clause. Agreed? So the Equal Protection Clause, for those who aren't, okay. It's both. So it is a due process issue because that incorporates the Equal Protection Clause that, by its terms, is only limited to the states. Notwithstanding its illegality, such conduct would be covered by the immunity doctrine on the plain reading of the Supreme Court opinion. And I'll get it to you.
Yeah, I guess this is where my disagreement comes in, because coming at it from like a layman, it seems like it would only be if the conduct was allowed under the Constitution. For example, I have the decision up. It says in the syllabus, this is the second page. His authority to act necessarily stems from either an act of Congress or the Constitution itself.
Mm-hmm.
In the latter case, the president's authority is sometimes conclusive and preclusive.
Mm-hmm.
And when the president exercises such authority, Congress cannot act and courts cannot examine the president's actions. That's sort of the absolute immunity case. So it seems like for it to be like a core act, it must stem from the Constitution and it must be conclusive and preclusive.
Correct.
Necessarily meaning that his act must be constitutional.
No.
That's the way I read it. No?
No. That the power, this is to determine whether something, from where they derive their powers, right?
Correct.
And that the powers of the president necessarily come either from an act of Congress or from the Constitution itself, okay?
Mm-hmm.
It should not stand to reason from that the immunity doctrine covers only things that the president is authorized to do. In other words, if you were to take your interpretation of that statement, you would say the immunity doctrine only covers things that are legal. Is that your view?
So basically my understanding is that, so when you say legal, do you mean constitutional? Because it can be criminalized by Congress, but that criminalization would be unconstitutional, right?
When I say legal, I mean it coheres with and is allowed under the law, where the Constitution, that's the supreme law of the land. And so, yes, if something is constitutional, it is by definition legal.
Yeah, sure. I guess when you say that, like, there's a lot of unconstitutional things that could be criminalized, but I think that's what this is saying, right? That Congress cannot create, like, something that contradicts the Constitution. At least that's the way I read that.
I agree that Congress can do that. That's kind of like just a review question. But let's just take it in points, all right? You agree, don't you, that if the Constitution authorizes something, it is by definition legal thing?
Yeah, I would agree so, yeah.
Okay. And you're saying the immunity doctrine only covers the president's actual authority under the Constitution and laws, right?
That's yeah, I would say so.
That by definition means the immunity doctrine, this is an entailment of what you just said. If it's the case that anything that the president does pursuant to anything that's constitutional is thereby legal, and the immunity doctrine only covers things that the president is legally allowed to do, then the immunity by the Constitution or the laws, then the immunity doctrine only applies to the things that are legal.
Yeah, that's why it's like immunity, right? Because you cannot, Congress cannot criminalize.
That's not what immunity is, right? Like, immunity is you're not allowed to inquire as to whether something is legal or not. You just can't apply a criminal penalty in this context.
Okay, but it's sort of like circular in a sense, because what it's saying is that only official acts are sort of covered by the immunity. And therefore,
I agree. I agree that only official acts are covered. Here's the question: are all official acts legal?
It would. All core official acts.
No, that's not what I meant. Sorry.
Legal.
Sorry. Are all official acts legal?
No, not necessarily.
Of course not, right? Of course not, right? It can't be the case that just because something is official that it relates to. I mean, think about what the test for official act is under Trumperz United States. it is incredibly broad. It's like any outer perimeter thing that relates to a power. Of course, there can be official acts that are illegal. Look no further than, Biden's decision to do the student loan thing, right? That was, you would agree, official act, right? His policy for the Department of Education, correct? He was citing
an official act, yeah, of course.
But it was illegal, right?
It was illegal. It's not like criminalizable, though.
I'm not saying no. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying it's criminalizable. I'm just talking about illegality right now. We'll get to criminalizable.
Yeah, sure.
So it was illegal, but it was an official act. And so as a starting view, you should say, okay, this immunity doctrine is going to cover official acts, and official acts can be illegal. And whether something is official isn't determined by whether it is legal, right? There's something else. If it's possible for an official act to be illegal, then it can't be that we look to whether it is legal to determine whether it's an official act. You get me? If there is at least one case in which an official act is not legal, then the test isn't, is it legal to determine whether it's an official act? It's whether the assumption of authority, and we can actually just go to let's actually just take the language about official acts. This is from subsection A of the actual opinion, not the syllabus. Distinguishing the president's official acts from his unofficial ones can be difficult. When the president acts pursuant to constitutional and statutory authority, he takes official actions to perform the functions of his office. Determining whether an action is covered by immunity thus begins with assessing the president's authority to take that action. But the breadth of the president's discretionary responsibilities under the Constitution and laws of the United States in a broad variety of areas, many of them highly sensitive, frequently make it difficult to determine which of his innumerable functions encompass a particular action. And some presidential conduct, for example, speaking to and on behalf of the American people, certainly can qualify as official, even when not obviously connected, right? It doesn't say explicitly authorized, even when not obviously connected to a particular constitutional or statutory provision. For those reasons, the immunity we have recognized extends to the, quote, outer perimeter of the president's official responsibilities, covering actions so long as they are not manifestly or palpably beyond his authority. And citing Blasingame, this decision from before. So it isn't the case, right, that the authority is derived from legality. The authority is derived from the, quote, whether it's, quote, pursuant to a constitutional and statutory authority. Basically, is there a minimal level of connection to a power? That's where the analysis is centered, to the power, not at the level of is it legal or not. It's at the level of is it pursuant to those powers, and the uses of those powers may be illegal.
So I guess when you're looking, so the way I interpret that is that, like, if you have a power, it either comes from the Constitution or from Congress, right?
Right.
Congress can make stuff that it has controlled, so the shared control, illegal by criminalizing. And therefore that would be the breadth of what, like, I guess is covered under or would not be covered under immunity under the sort of shared power part of it. So I guess
I'm asking you to ignore for purposes of right now the congressional aspect of it. Take as given whatever law Congress wants to pass.
Well,
and we're just defining
Congress passing something can make it illegal, though. You agree?
It can and it can't. Yeah, I mean, it's possible to make something legal through an act of Congress.
An official act can be made illegal through an act of Congress.
Yeah.
You agree
with if it originates from a statutory provision and, like, Congress gets rid of it, then it's no longer legal for the president to do it. That's not relevant to what I'm talking about.
Well, even criminalizing some official act.
Okay, but that's not relevant to what I'm saying. The question isn't, does Congress have the ability sometimes to take a particular power outside of the president's authority? The answer, I hope, today is yes. But query whether the Supreme Court thinks that. But that's not the question, right? Yeah, yes, I agree. Congress can sometimes make what was once an official act not an official act. But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about how do we even determine whether something is an official act? And how we determine whether something is an official act is it legal? That's not what this is talking about. And this should be obvious to you, because what Trump was doing with this fake elector scheme wasn't legal, right? The government was alleging that his conduct was illegal, but they never got an opportunity to argue that. So that should tell you, right? That should signal to you that the government alleged that what Trump was doing was not allowed under the Constitution and was not allowed under congressional statutes. And they weren't even able to argue that point, because before they were able to argue whether it was illegal or illegal, which they alleged in their complaint, right? They alleged that what they did with the DOJ was not lawful. And I would say it's clearly not lawful what they did with the DOJ. Absolutely unlawful. Obviously violating the due process clause, fundamental rights of Americans, constitutionally recognized, and equal protection clause. So trivially, it was unlawful. But what the court said,
to investigate alleged fraud in an election
for the purpose of depriving people of their rights. Yes, you would trivially grant it. No, wait. That's why I bring up this race example. Don't you agree? It would be illegal for the executive to order an investigation using the DOJ on race reasons. Yes or no? Answer that first, and then you can explain.
Yeah, I would agree so.
Right. So when you say to order an investigation, yes, sometimes ordering an investigation itself is illegal. If you don't believe that, I don't know what you're smoking. Of course it's like, imagine if the president issued a directive and said, we are issuing a new directive, investigate all the Jews. You would take no time, zero time, right? To say, of course that order is illegal. But if someone said to you, wait, you think it's illegal for the president to order an investigation? You would laugh at that person, right? So when you say to order the DOJ, that you're buying into the Roberts framework. But if you accept the Roberts framework, you have to grant. It's not about the legality of it. It's about the purported citation to a power, not whether the exercise of it is legal, right? And so if you read,
I think I understand your point.
Yes.
So can I just summarize
Yes.
So basically what you're saying is that there are some intentionality aspects to an official act that can make it illegal, and because
Bingo.
of the decision. Okay, I
Bingo.
gotcha, and I think I agree with you now.
Yeah.
So yeah, I appreciate.
No. These are great questions, because it really it befuddles people. Like, how can it be that the president is covered for things that he's not allowed to do? But the opinion says that he only gets power from things he's allowed to. So I understand the confusion, but like, what's the fundamental sleight of hand that Roberts is doing is he's claiming that the reason why a power is invoked doesn't relate to the authority itself. That's the lie, which is so easy to disprove. That,
Okay,
of course,
yeah,
illegal, like motivation sometimes makes something illegal or not.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
And all you have to do is substitute, instead of he was writing these letters and initiating prosecutions to deprive people of their fundamental rights, with he was doing so because he hates the Jews. And instantly, your mind will automatically understand, oh, okay, now I get it. Now I get what this is. And because for some reason, that it's so shocking, right, that someone would do that, you instantly understand, okay, so motivation can absolutely define whether something is authorized or not. But the court's analysis, and we'll go to it because it's really important, with those principles in mind, we turn to the conduct alleged, right? The indictment broadly alleges that Trump and his conspirators sought to overturn the legitimate results of the 2020 election. It charges that they conspired to obstruct the Jan 6 congressional proceeding at which electoral votes are counted and certified, and the winner of the election is certified as president-elect. As part of this conspiracy, Trump and his co-conspirators allegedly attempted to leverage the DOJ's power and authority to convince certain states to replace their legitimate electors with Trump's fraudulent slate of electors. This is what I allege is unconstitutional. Okay, I allege that it's unconstitutional to do that. In the same way as if he said Trump and his co-conspirators allegedly attempted to leverage the DOJ to convince certain states to remove the slates of electors because they're Jews on them, right? That's the same rationale, right? It doesn't matter that he is taking something under color of law. The purpose makes it illegal. According to the indictment, Trump met with the acting attorney general and senior DOJ White House people to discuss investigating, quote, purported election fraud and sending a letter regarding the fraud. The indictment further alleges that after the acting attorney general resisted Trump's request, he repeatedly threatened to replace him. And this is the important part. The government does not dispute that the indictment's allegations regarding the DOJ involves Trump's, quote, use of official power. The allegations, in fact, plainly implicate Trump's conclusive and preclusive authority. Investigation and prosecution of crimes is quintessentially an executive function, and the executive branch has exclusive authority and absolute discretion, so says Roberts, to decide which crimes to investigate and prosecute, including with respect to allegations of election crime. The president may discuss... Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, just one piece of clarification on my end. So if the president were to outwardly say that I'm going to do this investigation for the intention of
going after the Jews,
the votes of black people, or going after Jews or whatever.
Yep.
That you would say that they can be prosecuted for, right?
No. This doesn't allow that. It does not allow that.
I feel like it would, though, right?
Why?
Because if you're hiding the proposed purpose, then you get into a sort of inquiry that Justice Roberts was talking about. But if you're outwardly expressing it, then you can point to that and say, hey, the president, you cited this when he did this investigation, and that is that adds to the component of the violation of the due process and the Equal Protection Clause of the Constitution.
No, because it's a separation of powers analysis. And look what the court says, quote, and the executive branch has exclusive authority to absolute discretion to decide which crimes to investigate and prosecute, including with respect to allegations of election crimes. So you have the president say, I don't really care. I even think that these allegations of these against these Jewish people are false. I don't even believe them. But there is an allegation out there. But I just want you to investigate them because they're Jewish. Not because I give a shit about these crimes. But investigate this crime because I just want to harass them. I want to harass them because they're Jewish. Right? That's a situation in which you can't question, according to the court, someone who has exclusive and absolute discretion. Exclusive and absolute discretion means you can't question the motives. You can't question whether it's sham.
You can't question the motives, but you can still look at the rationale behind it.
That's precisely what Roberts starts saying that you cannot do, right? He starts by saying you cannot do it. So I'll show you the quote for that.
All right, okay. Sure.
In section 2, citing Youngstown, we undertake that responsibility, that is the responsibility to determine the immunity extent of a former president, that we must not confuse the issue of a power's validity with the cause it is invoked to promote. But it must instead focus on the enduring consequences upon the balanced power structure of our republic. It's a powers analysis. So it's saying, don't confuse why a power is invoked for it, the power's validity being in the hands of the executive. That's what Roberts is saying.
The validity of it being in the hands of the executive means it has to be constitutional. That's
No. This is where people get it so wrong, right? It's so wrong. Obviously, just use the race example. You're claiming that the president, under this opinion, if he ordered a investigation based solely on his determination that he doesn't like black people, that somehow we would be able to criminalize that conduct or the immunity wouldn't apply. But the court says he has absolute exclusive authority to decide which crimes to investigate and prosecute. And the president may discuss potential investigations and prosecutions with his attorney general. And they go on, they say, investigative and prosecutorial decision-making is the special province of the executive branch, and the Constitution vests the entirety of the executive power in the president. For that reason, Trump's threatened removal likewise implicates conclusive and preclusive presidential authority. So, conclusive and preclusive. So the immunity doctrine is applying not just to protect legal conduct, but also to protect illegal conduct. When he's invoking, right? For example, let's say I'm going to fire you because you're, unless you go after these black people because I don't like black people. That is implicating a conclusive and preclusive authority. But the authority doesn't presuppose legality because, of course, that makes no sense. Obviously, you granted at the start, official acts can be illegal. So you cannot confuse this authority question with legality.
Official acts can only be made illegal through congressional legislation, I would imagine. Like if you were to have like even that sort of Biden did something that was illegal through executive what was the example you brought up,
the
the
student
loan
loan
decision?
case. Yeah, the student loan
The
case.
student loan case. I would argue that since he didn't have that authority, it wasn't like a core power.
So
Like
so you think Trump had
unless
so do you think Trump had the authority to order his DOJ to like let's say that he said the following thing: I'm ordering DOJ to send a fake letter to say that there was election fraud and that we found it, and I'm doing this specifically so I win the election. You would say he has the authority to do that? Don't you think that violates the due process clause of the Constitution in the same way that it would?
Not think he does. I don't think he has the authority to do that.
Right.
No. Why would he have the authority to do that?
And yet, that's essentially the fact pattern here, where the Supreme Court said you can't even look at it. You can't even look at whether he was actually attempting.
You can't look at it because that would be diving into
the reasons. Yes, because you
can't
can't dive into the reasons and question the invocation of the power itself.
Right, but that's what I was asking. Like, if the reason is verbally spoken and it's like an official statement,
you're basically saying if it's really obvious that what his intent is illegal, then
no,
they
if
can
he outwardly says it as the rationale for the action.
Wait, yes, that's precisely what it said you can't do. It's not this court is not saying it's preclusive and conclusive unless it's so obvious that what he's doing is he's admitting that it's illegal. No, I mean they have internal comms saying we know this is illegal. We have no shot to win.
Yeah.
So like, let's be honest here.
Use that as...
No, not if it's with the DOJ. Not if it's communications internally in the government with the DOJ. No, you can't. That's what the Supreme Court. This is why it's so. I know it's like crazy. How could the Supreme Court have said this? But they did say this. It's a powers analysis. It's a structural. Your mind wants to reject it, but what your interpretation would inevitably lead to is a set of absurdities. That an immunity doctrine only protects legal conduct. That's an absurdity by itself. That the immunity doctrine, as read here, would be cabined by whether something is legal. If it would be cabined whether something is legal, then the court would have allowed a hearing to determine the legality of Trump's conduct here. But they said, no, we're not determining that. We're not here to determine whether or not. They didn't give an evidentiary opportunity for the government to talk about whether or not Trump's orders to the DOJ were legal. They didn't do that.
That would be the first step, though, no? Because you would have to determine whether it's an official act.
No, but you granted.
How would you
wait a second. Are you forgetting what you granted? You granted that an official act isn't defined on whether it's legal. You granted that.
A core official act.
No. We're not even in core. Core is conclusive and preclusive. We're just talking about official act. Whether something is official isn't defined by whether it's legal. You granted that.
It would be the president has to have the power to do it in order for it to be an official act. That's the way.
That's okay. Then Biden doing the student loans wasn't an official act. Will you say that? Of course you won't. No, of course you won't.
Was not an official act. No.
But that's not true. You think that Biden's memos to the Department of Education weren't invoking statutory or constitutional authority?
It was
an unofficial act.
It doesn't actually have. He thought he was doing an official act. I don't deny that, but he wasn't doing an official act.
So there's no such thing.
That's the whole point.
So there's no such thing as an illegal official act.
That's
an absurdity.
The act would have to be shared by Congress, and you would have to Congress would have to criminalize it in order to not be, in order for it to be an official act that was illegal.
Don't worry about criminalization, right? When you say criminalization,
that's how you determine if it's illegal.
No, illegality doesn't mean criminal. When you say criminal, it's confusing the issue. Biden did something illegal with the student loan, according to the Supreme Court. It didn't make it criminal. They're not synonyms.
Yeah, I know they're not synonyms, but there's two sets of things. There's stuff that is granted to the president by the Constitution, and there's stuff that is granted to the president by Congress. And there's stuff, there's areas in which Congress and the president have, shared responsibility, which Congress can make the Congress can make those official actions of the president illegal by criminalizing it. Don't you agree with that, or no?
I mean, I agree that a president's actual authority is defined by the Constitution and Congress, by statutes. I agree with that. But that's not the question. The question is, what makes something an official act? You're using terms that seem related, but they're different. So an official act is not defined by whether it's legal.
Would you agree that, okay, so again, going back to the ruling, it says his authority to act necessarily stems from either an act of Congress or from the Constitution. That authority to act makes it sound like it's only an official act if he has the authority to act by those statutes or the Constitution.
I mean, I don't know what I agree that their authority is cabined in by the Constitution and acts of.
I'm saying that statutes. It's only an official act if he has the authority to do it.
Right, but at the level of generality the court's applying it, that is to say, right, like, here's the question, right? As the court isn't analyzing it, does the president have the authority to investigate crimes? Answer.
Sorry, can you say that again?
Does the president, under the court's view, have the authority to investigate crimes?
Yeah, okay, so that one quote
that you
quoted doesn't. Yes, by the court's view.
Okay.
I will agree that
the court doesn't say the president has the authority to investigate crimes when he has a legal purpose in mind. The court doesn't say the president has the authority if and only if the ruling is, or sorry, the order is itself legal. It says the level of generality at which they're applying it with respect to DOJ conduct is he investigating or not? But if you grant that some investigations can be illegal, and you do grant that, right?
Yes, I do.
Then you are granting by necessity. This is an entailment, right? If you are granting that the Supreme Court says investigations generally are in the preclusive and conclusive authority of the president, that you're not allowed to look into motive, and that all investigations the president will order pursuant to DOJ regarding crimes and stuff are preclusive and inclusive of his authority, exclusive. And if you also grant as a second premise, as a second proposition, that some investigations are illegal, then you are, by necessity, I'm saying it is logically entailed that some investigations that the president would enjoy immunity for would be illegal, notwithstanding the fact that he has immunity. It's an entailment.
I don't know.
Right?
Maybe I'm.
Okay, I'm gonna write it. I'm gonna write it down. Right?
No, I get what you're saying, but I just don't think that it has to be allowed by the Constitution. The Constitution can't grant the power of investigations while limiting the power, like what can be allowed under the investigations by that government, and then have the Supreme Court say that all investigations are perfectly, you can't
all right,
it can't be illegal, Like I just think that Justice Roberts is wrong or misspoke or something. He can't be that stupid to say that, all investigations.
Yeah,
like,
you can't believe that it's this stupid, but it is. So this is the logical entailment, right? This is the rules of logic, okay? So if you grant the propositions, the conclusion necessarily follows. I'll tell you why. Wait. All right. Proposition 1. All investigations, where the president is ordering the DOJ to investigate crimes are covered by immunity. Agree with that proposition? All investigations of the DOJ by the president.
So if you go by the letter of the Supreme Court ruling, I would say yes.
Okay,
I don't
yes
know
to that.
Okay, so yes, I'm
All
going
right.
to concede all 3 points here.
Oh, no, but let's go. I know, but I just want to do it anyway.
Oh my God.
Two, some investigations by DOJ into crimes
Yes.
are themselves
Go
illegal.
next.
Yes. Then by necessity, the immunity covers some illegal crimes or some illegal investigations and illegal conduct.
Yes. Okay. Cool.
That's you need to accept that because even though it's
You're,
tough,
you're saying that you're basing your entire argument on one comment that Justice Roberts said
No.
that said that all
No.
investigations.
it's not
no matter
nitpicking.
What the clause,
It's not nitpicking. It's the whole framework, right? The whole framework is a powers analysis where it's not thinking in terms of legality only in the loosest sense to define the outer perimeter of official acts. Yes, there is some legal analysis as to whether the powers are connected to what the president is doing. At that level, yeah, sure. But beyond that, it is a powers analysis. Who is allowed to make these kinds of judgment calls and who is liable for prosecution in those circumstances. And so it isn't true that I'm just nitpicking some component. Taking the big picture look at what this opinion is about, it's about suggesting that the president should be immunized for conduct if it relates to like this structural power of his and not whether it is strictly speaking legal. And I mean, there are even
the power of his is limited. That's my point. It can't like the authority to investigate is technically authority. It's also limited by the Constitution.
I don't know. Like, yes, that doesn't contradict what I'm saying at all.
Okay.
I really I've met multiple people, smart people. I don't think you're dumb. I think you're a smart person who have the same issue. They're confounded. How can it be the case that the immunity doctrine applies to things that are illegal? But just think about why would we need an immunity doctrine for things that are legal?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't necessarily agree with the whole immunity doctrine.
Whether you agree or not isn't the issue. Sorry, whether you agree or not is not the issue. It's not whether you agree. What I'm saying is the reason people are confounded is, well, it just seems odd that we will allow the president to have immunity for things he does that are illegal. But what would the other purpose be of this immunity doctrine? If it's just a question about whether what Trump did was legal or not, they would have run that analysis. They would have run it at the level of, is it legal for a president to order his DOJ to send these letters in these times? The court didn't run that analysis. The reason it didn't run that analysis is because it didn't have to. Because you talk about DOJ prosecutions, and according to the court, the analysis is done. So we don't need to get into the weeds about whether ordering DOJ officials to do the specific letters is legal, because as long as it relates to investigation of crimes ostensibly, and we don't look at the motive, then it by definition is immunized, whether or not it's legal. That's the key part of it. They didn't actually run a legal analysis on whether Trump's conduct conformed with the law. They just said the president is the one who makes, who should be invested with that discretion-making ability. And if it breaks the law, regardless of it, we don't want courts and Congress to intrude on that decision from a powers perspective. That is what the whole nature of the opinion is. It's premised on this unitary executive theory bullshit, but it by necessity will cover illegal conduct, which it did in this case, right? You're not allowed to conspire to remove, think about it like this, right? The president has the power to order death in certain circumstances, right? If there's a plane coming over to hit 9/11, the tower, and you fire upon it, that's almost certainly going to be covered by authority, by public authority. And in that case, we would say probably legal to do. Okay?
Yep.
Imagine the president takes on the view that I'm going to claim this airliner is going to strike a tower. I know it's not. I know it just has a bunch of Democrats on it. I want to kill them. Right? And they write a little memo that says, hey, we think that these Democrats are frog people. And so I'm using president, and I know that they're going to use the plane to kill them. And he kills them anyway. And there's irrefutable proof that he was actually motivated to kill Democrats. That's precisely, the court says, don't look at whether it's sham. Don't look at the motivation. Don't look at the intent to define the scope of the power. But that's precisely sometimes what separates legal conduct from illegal conduct, right? The intention, that is the core of the criminal law, for example, is your mens rea, especially with the model penal code, is your mens rea. So what separates, a murder from self-defense is your state of mind. What separates something from being like an accident versus something being like fraud, state of mind. And that when you grant that the Supreme Court is not allowing motive, subjective intent to funnel in, you are necessarily allowing illegal conduct to be covered by the immunity doctrine. That it's such a critical point.
No, I totally agree with you on this point, and I do consider this to be problematic. Now that you mention it, they specifically mentioned intent and motive, though, that you cannot delve into. So I don't know if I'm just naive. It seems to be hard to believe that if they outwardly express as the rationale for doing the action, something that is prohibited, such as, them being black, that would be protected. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I would have to see more.
You're saying if it's so obvious and they basically admit it, then it's not covered. But
if they do admit it, I'm saying, like, they can't use that as the rationale.
The thing is, we have evidence in this case that Trump did acknowledge and admit it. And the government wasn't allowed to argue that. If it did turn on admissions, and admissions would make something not authorized, then the court, the government should have been able to make an evidentiary case that there were admissions, because that was their view. But they weren't allowed to do it. And they weren't allowed to do it because the court didn't let them do it. And the court didn't let them do it because the court said don't look into motive. Even if it's obvious, right? Don't forget, the Trump case is obvious. He's trying to steal the election. Don't ever let anyone tell you it wasn't completely obvious what was going on there. That's why it's so important to not do apologia. I'm not saying you're doing this, but people will do this with this case and convert it into something it's not, which is like a reasonable decision. Oh, this only covers things he's allowed to do. And how could you criminalize a pardon? That's the kind of thinking they want you to have. But it's exactly the wrong attitude and disposition to take about the case.
Yeah, I guess you bring up good points on that. I guess I see where you're coming from. Yeah, I don't know.
Think about it a little bit. You don't have to accept it right now. Just think about it a little bit. I encourage you to reread it, and because it is, people will be like befuddled by it, like, no, that can't be right. It is a dramatically incorrect, and sometimes incoherent opinion that doesn't really make sense. But it's also absolutely broader than you think it is, and most people think it is.
Yeah, I guess the point where I initially got caught up was with the sort of if there's some action that he does, but the intention is to sort of discriminate against the third party, for example.
Yep.
And that action is prohibited by the Constitution.
Right.
Bingo. Then you're not really able to delve into that more.
Yeah.
So that is a good analogy and example.
That's why I go to it, because everyone's intuition immediately when you say, all right, investigation for crimes on the basis of their being Jewish, no one has a problem saying that that's illegal. But if you take the Supreme Court's view that categorically you cannot inquire into the motive as to why the president is ordering investigations, then that is categorical. It doesn't matter if he has an unconstitutional motive. That's the key. The key is understanding the structure of the opinion and what it says about separation of powers and what its view is on what's acceptable and what's official. And what's official isn't determined by what's legal. It's an analysis of outer perimeter without reference to intention. And that obviously is going to, by necessity, any legality test that turns on intention, if you're not allowed to look into intention, will be subsumed by the official act analysis.
Yeah. I don't know. I guess we'll see how, because it seems like during oral arguments, they were not like, Roberts even said that, the SEAL Team 6 example would not be.
No, he doesn't.
It would be obviously illegal.
No, he doesn't.
I don't know.
No. He really. No.
He did. Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Oral arguments he did.
No, he did. First of all, oral arguments are oral arguments. In the opinion,
Yeah, I know.
he did not.
In the opinion, yeah, I would agree. But during oral arguments, he seemed to say that like it would be obviously illegal. So I'd be
No,
interested to see
but
like where he
that
gets that
doesn't mean.
justification from.
Okay, again, that's just reintroducing it. Just because it would be illegal to do doesn't mean it's not covered by immunity. Because your intuition is immunity only covers legal things. But that intuition is giving you trouble every second. Don't have that intuition.
Yeah. Okay.
Hey, man, think about it more. You
Well,
don't have to accept
yeah.
right now. Just think about it, because it really is what the logic of the opinion is. And people can cope and say it's not, but you just give these examples and they're like, they don't want to think about them almost. And this is Ryan Mulally strategy. It's like, well, of course you couldn't. Like take the example of Trump ordering troops into Congress, right? Into the Congress.
Mm-hmm.
Is that legal by itself? You don't have enough information, right? You don't know.
Yeah, you need more information.
Right? Whether it's legal or not certainly depends on the purpose, right? So I'll give you examples. If Trump sends troops into Congress for the purpose of defending them against terrorists, you agree legal, right?
Yeah, of course.
If Trump sends troops into Congress for the purpose of like a joint session where they're honoring the troops, legal, right?
Yeah.
If Trump sends the troops into Congress for the purpose of dissolving the legislative branch, legal?
Of course not.
Right. So the purpose why a power is being invoked, here the power of ordering troops to particular locations, that is, if you take that level of generality, look at it, then accept what the court is saying. Don't look into motive. Well, just look at the objective power being invoked. The objective power is the power of commander-in-chief to order the troops where you need to order them. And
which is where I would say, that has limits as well under the Constitution.
It should always have limits, but the way to impose those limits is A, to take into consideration sham and unconstitutional motive and intent. That is key. That's a key thing. That's something that the Barrett concurrence seems to allow more of, is taking into account intent and why for different purposes and for evidence, at least at a bare minimum. But number two is to not make this an immunity doctrine at all. Just actually ask the legal question. Did Trump have the authority to do this DOJ conduct? And if that's resolved by an overall, yes, because anything the president does with the DOJ is by necessity legal, then so be it. Then that's the analysis. I don't agree with it, but so be it. I think it would be contradicted by a bunch of stuff, but so be it. But actually determine whether the conduct is legal or illegal. But that's precisely what the court did not allow. I want to stress that. The court did not allow a determination as to whether or not that conduct was legal. What they said was, you can't prosecute him for it. Different things, right? A determination that it was legal would be getting into the weeds about whether this case on the merits can stand, because it's legal to do. But saying you can't prosecute him over it is a fundamentally different thing than saying it was legal for Trump to do. But they went with the latter. They didn't say it's legal to do it. They said it's in the president's hands and you can't prosecute him over it. But presumably you might be able to get an injunction over it, right? Like if Trump tried to send the DOJ to do a prosecution, perhaps there's a civil remedy that you could get as a state trying to prevent this kind of pressure. Like they did with the student loan case, right? What happened in the student loan case? They got civil remedies on the illegal conduct that was just, I think it's perfectly legal, but what the Supreme Court term was illegal conduct, they got injunctions over it. So this immunity doctrine applies to criminal sanctions and only that. But by its terms, it is going to encompass illegal action. And people need to get their heads right about that and understand how horrible, how ahistorical, textual, and incoherent in many ways this opinion is.
Yeah. Okay, well, I went into this saying you're probably going to change my mind, and I guess you did.
Hey, man,
So,
appreciate you.
I will reread the
reread it.
opinion, and might come back if I have other questions or whatever. But yeah, I appreciate it.
Heidi ho. Hey, love that. Have a good one. And listen,
You too.
To give you your flowers, when you said this whole thing about, I think it was you, there was a doctrine of entrapment by estoppel. I was like, I don't even know what that is. I dismissed it too out of hand. It is an actual concept. I don't think it applies, but I was like, what is this shit? Isn't this? I didn't actually know what it was. So kudos to you for.
There's not like actual like any case of it being applied to government officials or like high level executives. Yeah. I can see an argument for it and for it not being applied. But it does at least give more credence to that sort of group of people who do go and seek a legal advice from OLC. You're saying you're trying to. I don't remember the.
I think it's an argument you can make. I'm not convinced by it. And if it were the case, I would want it to be abolished. I think it's stupid to apply to government officials. But it is a concept, and I was kind of skeptical, and I didn't know. So kudos to you. Just because I reject something out of hand, it's something I should do less of, and I should be more open. And so I appreciate your comments. And just because you had change your mind on this, or if you do, I still think that the challenges you have aren't like stupid challenges. It really is a kind of deceptive opinion, I think, and I appreciate your input.
Yeah, no problem. All right.
Hey, man, stay cool.
Talk to you later.
Later. All right. On to Ethan stuff. We have Stale. My brother. Stale.
Hey.
Yo, let's get to it.
All right. Yeah, I got some arguments. I'll just get right into it.
Yo.
So I think that Ethan is a metaphorical gray hat hacker. He has, defaced a website that has a bug that is in all websites, therefore bringing attention to it. How this relates to copyright law is I think that most React content is illegal. It's all over the internet. It's ubiquitous, and people think they're safe, but they're not. One person or one company could do exactly what Ethan did, like a super evil Ethan, and just sue 1,000, 10,000 people at once, and cause hundreds of millions of dollars in damages. And the only way to stop this is to put fear in people's hearts. You gotta ruin some lives, crack some heads, do some lawsuits, and so counterintuitively, by enforcing it more, you have, make people realize that none of this is safe, and hopefully stop it.
I think this is cope, and I'll tell you why. I appreciate the attempt at an argument, and I understand what you're saying. I think I do. Everyone already knew that.
They know that, but they're not stopping.
And and do you think they're going to stop after this lawsuit? Fuck no.
Maybe not this one, but I don't know, maybe like a 10x Ethan. Like if somebody just started targeting people
what might have done that perhaps is if Ethan went after broader groups of people than just the people who he's enemies with. No one is fearful, right, of reacting to Ethan content if they're glazing him. You agree with that, don't you?
Yeah. They're not afraid of that guy. Yeah.
Yeah, and no one's afraid that this isn't going to cause people to stop doing movie streams, right?
I mean,
has anyone been taught? Have you seen any discourse like, oh wow, like we really shouldn't be doing these React streams anymore? This is dangerous because Ethan did it. Ethan, in fact, says he specifically doesn't want to do that. He doesn't want to chill the React community. He says that in his video. So if he doesn't want to chill the React community, even though I agree with you, a lot of the reactions, the meta is very, very illegal and infringement, based on what I think would be, just a balanced application of the fair use principles. He, in his video, goes so far as to say, I don't want to chill people like Asmongold and XQC.
He did say that, but he also said something like, he set the line for what's allowed. He also wants to set the line for what's disallowed. I forget the exact phrasing. So when he's saying, I don't want to chill it, he's talking about the safe React content, not the very bad stuff that's ubiquitous.
Yeah, but the very bad stuff that's ubiquitous isn't stated intentional siphoning. The very bad stuff that's ubiquitous is the entire meta, right? It would be like saying, this is what it sounds like to me, and you tell me why it's different. There's a horrific meta of this reaction streams happening on Wednesdays. And so we just need to go so hard on people who react in this obviously infringing way that siphons revenue on Wednesdays. But everyone who's doing it on every other day, that's fine. And I don't want to chill that. I only want to chill it for Wednesdays. You understand? Like it's you're pointing at a problem, and the problem is, the central nucleus of the problem is stuff that Ethan doesn't want to chill. The central nucleus of the problem is it's fucking infringement. It's not transformative. It's definitely like a market substitute. It's definitely, total amount of use and substantiality, and the nature of the works are often artistic. Like, on every factor, most of this React meta fails miserably. And the legal analysis doesn't turn on the thing that people claim it does. So it really doesn't, it's so arbitrary. Yeah, this is a distinction perhaps between what they did and what other people did that would justify someone suing another person because they don't like them and because they think that indicates like a malignant heart perhaps, but it doesn't justify the explanation that this is to help the React community. Because crucially, the React community's problem isn't intentional stated malice. The React community's problem is rampant infringement, which isn't defined by intentional stated malice.
Yep. Yeah. So I recognize that point. Here's where I disagree and why I think the distinction is important.
Okay.
What's important is not necessarily just that what you're doing is illegal. It's also like if you're doing something that would piss people off and is also illegal, that's worse, even though it technically doesn't make it more legal. So with your Wednesday example, imagine there was a secret anti-Wednesday company or something.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it would make sense to make an example about somebody so that the super evil Wednesday company doesn't go after everybody.
Yeah, but that's not what's happening here, because do you really think that Disney and Sony are going, that there's this rampant problem of intentional stated malice such that it would even be relevant to bring it up? Yeah, I understand it's conceivable that intentional stated malice might piss off certain entities or groups more, but to the extent that it's not appearing, it's not being actualized. There's no wide scale, it's kind of funny and stupid that they would say things that could be construed that way, for sure. I mean, I think that's fucking funny, but it's not this rampant issue that Ethan needs to resolve. And so the notion that he is resolving it to preempt against Sony and Disney for a problem that isn't occurring, namely the problem of infringement specifically with intentional stated malice, that is what strikes me as implausible, because you don't really think that you're going to prevent Sony and Disney from having devastating precedent lawsuits if you don't think that this is a very common occurrence, right? And especially when he couldn't have predicted that the creators for whom he was setting a trap, his words, not mine, would have made those statements. So his plan ab initio, at the initial part of it, wasn't an intentional stated malice. So why was he registering his copyright? Because he predicted infringement, not intentional stated malice infringement, right? Like, you understand that, right? When he registered his copyright to get statutory fees, he couldn't have known that these people will make those statements. And so it strains credulity. I think that was what's motivating him, is to protect from devastating precedent on a factor that when he started this whole shebang, he wouldn't have known about in advance. And that isn't relevant to the legal analysis, and that isn't common, such that we would need to prevent reactors from establishing that, because it doesn't occur. It's so preposterous.
So let me explain what the discriminating factor is. So technically, it's not stated malice. Technically, the discriminating factor is all things that would therefore make it more likely that somebody would sue. So what I mean by that is the reason why society has not collapsed with most of React content is people follow a unstated social contract. There's things that they do, there's things that they don't do. You give credit to the author, even though giving credit to the author does not protect you at all legally. The only thing it does is you're being nice to the person so that they don't sue you. How this applies to, Sony and Disney, well, the answer would be maybe not stated malice, but it would be something else, right? Like, don't infringe on a movie that is in theaters right now, but you know what? You might actually be okay if it's a movie from 10 years ago, even though technically both are equally illegal. The movie from yesterday versus the movie from 10 years ago, you should follow the social contract of what is more likely to piss people off, and then follow that. And I think if he had cited one of those triggering aspects, so basically what you're suggesting is so for example, like a UFC fight reaction, going to be more problematic, presumably. Although I'll note they flag things even far after it happens. The night of the big fight, right? Restreaming it that night. And so there's a norm that could trigger, if you're really
digging into the bottom line of the UFC by doing this kind of thing that undermines them and annoys them. Here's the difference, though, right? A, there isn't such a neutral principle that's applied here in the analog to this. He's fine with the reactions that happen right after his video. And so to the extent that there's an analogy to movies that were just released in the video context, then it really it is to Ethan's detriment, because he's totally fine with people doing reactions right after he releases video. So it's not establishing that that precedent from an actual policy to policy analog. But beyond that, what is motivating the rights holders in the context of like these UFC fights or the movie holders when it comes to, reacting to a movie that's in theaters? What is the primary motivation of why that would piss off that company in those contexts? I'll answer the question. It's because it affects their money, right?
Sure.
So the kind of reactions that will negatively will annoy these rights holders are the ones that are most detrimental to their bottom line. That's what'll piss them off more. And if that's the standard, then if what we care about is deterring conduct that is going to lead potentially to more rights violations, then surely what you would be going after are the biggest reactors, the ones who do it the most to the biggest audience and potentially affect the bottom line more significantly. But putting that aside, well, first I want you to respond to that, but also you're not calculating how this could incentivize Sony and Disney. I don't know why anyone in their right mind would think, if you are able to establish a legal precedent or, I don't know, a cultural precedent by broadcasting to millions of people this fair use dispute on videos, would lead to less litigiousness on behalf of rights holders. If anything, I mean, these lawyers read, their Law 360 updates and case updates. They have litigators. Sony has litigators. Disney has litigators. I don't know what kind of derangement you would have to think a major blockbuster lawsuit where a rights holder is obtaining big or even moderate settlements would discourage the litigators or in-house counsel who work at these firms from seeking out litigation against people who use the content. I think that's absolutely deranged. So those two things. One is understanding the actual incentives of the rights holders, money, not malice. And two, understanding that this public-facing lawsuit, which is being broadcast everywhere, is obviously, even if it doesn't result in legal precedent, going to bring attention to the React meta in a way that could trigger rights holders to act. And there's no good argument that it would do the other, that it would dissuade them from acting. That's crazy.
Sure. Yeah. So on point one, the discriminating factor of the bottom line is technically too specific, because the more general one is anything that would piss somebody off. That is one that pisses the major companies off. But for Ethan, that is not the discriminating factor. And so it doesn't make any sense that basically his factor is don't infringe on people that you are pissing off.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, no, wait. I want to stop there because I think that's okay. You're saying my level of generality is too specific. And so the precedent that you're purporting Ethan to set is any conduct that would piss off the rights holder. But people don't need to be fucking put on notice for that, Stale, because everyone knows that if you piss off the rights holder, you're liable to be sued. That doesn't need to be fucking told. And so it's not a precedent that needs to be set. If your level of generality of the precedent is people now know that they can't piss off rights holders, okay, that was fucking known.
But yet people still do it. Right. And so,
that's my point. This isn't going to change, to the extent that it's not affecting conduct and yet people still do it. Do you really think this is going to change people's conduct? No.
Well, it's because nobody's getting nuked yet. Right. So my argument is because lives aren't being ruined. That's why people think they're safe. And then if they didn't think that, then they would stop.
So you think that what would be beneficial to set this precedent is for people to have their React streams nuked, right?
On a small scale to prevent the big scale. Right. So I'm worried about the super Ethan Klein, the person who sets the trap for, 1,000 or maybe just a movie studio or whatever. Basically, I'm worried about the big stuff. And so nuke it on the small scale first.
Right. So it is to chill this reaction meta. Right.
It is to chill the very bad stuff, but also promote the good stuff. So it's to force you to follow the what did I call it? The social contract, basically, right? So promoting the social contract technically helps.
Is Asmongold and XQC upholding the social contract?
It could be worse, I would say.
Ethan himself. Ethan himself. Bingo, bango.
Yeah.
That's what's going on here. It's PR, and it's because these are easy targets. They don't have a lot of money. Ethan has power, and so he's able to push them around. There's a floor of litigation expenses to which they're highly sensitive. That's what's going on here. That's obviously what's going on.
If you are unsafe, you should be afraid, right? Like my point is, like, if you are in danger,
you're making my case for me.
But that helps people. Like, if you're an idiot, like, so if you feel safe and you're in danger, you're just an idiot, and somebody is helping you by making you afraid.
Right. So in no sense are you helping the React community or trying to do that. You are by your own lights, by your own terminology. You are this is what you think is happening. I don't think he's motivated by this at all. But if it were the case, he's imposing a standard that is going to put the fear of God into poor people without resources. But it's not going to affect Hassan, right? Only to the extent that Hassan is pissing off Ethan Klein. That's what will be actually chilled, is people who are critical of Ethan reacting to his videos. That will be chilled probably. But it's specific to Ethan. And the reason that it will be chilled is because they know Ethan is willing to do these lawsuits. But it's not because of the principle. It's because it makes people aware of, the lawsuit makes people aware that he's litigious and he's petty. That's what it makes people aware of. And that's what it'll maybe deter. But will it stop anyone else from doing these kinds of reaction streams? No, it's not broader than that. My whole point is it's specific to Ethan's circumstances. His intention is. So you really think he's following this lawsuit and he's thinking in his head, this is going to help the broader React community. It's not about money. It's going to help the broader React community from big rights holders like Sony and Disney. You think it's conceivably in his mind?
Yeah. So his statement from the beginning was like, people have gone over the line and people need to move back before the line because they're going to get nuked. They're stepping in front of the train and you need to not be on the train tracks. And so, technically you have limited somebody by pulling them off of the train tracks, but that's still.
But where's the line? Is the line infringement, or is the line upholding the social contract, or the norms?
Okay.
Okay, but do you therefore do you acknowledge that XQC is absolutely on Ethan's lights, not upholding the social contract?
No, because I think that XQC does do good things, right? So he has made statements that when people reach out to him for infringement, he'll pay the money, right? And so I think that's okay. There's worse things than I react without permission, but then I pay you later. I think that's okay.
When the XQC brought that up, Ethan laughed at it. Ethan ridiculed that argument. Do you remember that debate they had? Ethan's like, you want to, you have to ask permission. It's like saying that you can borrow my lawnmower, and then saying, oh, well, I'll pay you afterwards. The initial infringement is the property violation at first. So you're bringing up a point that Ethan ridiculed in the context of that XQC debate and saying, well, that point which Ethan obviously rejected in that context is why Ethan on his lights would think XQC is upholding the social contract when the video starts with him recounting how he was heavily critical of XQC. So in no sense is he upholding the social contract. By the way, this is a concept that you've just now brought up. It's not found in the video, correct? You would acknowledge that, the social contract thing. This is your
I think he
vaguely what's the best?
I don't think that he had this idea of a very specific social contract in mind. I think that he had a vague sense of there is a line and people are going over it and people need to not go over it. And that's my definition of the social.
That line is they fucked with me. And now they get the payback. That's the line.
No, the line is everybody's vulnerable, I think.
No. You think that was in mind? So when he says, right, his own lights, he planted the trap for the purpose of, he says, setting a trap. He didn't he knew that he was going to get infringement, and that's why he did it. That's what he says. His own lights. Do you think that when he did that, he was saying, because I want everyone to know no one's safe? Or is it they fucked with me? I was looking for someone specific to go after? What do you think is more likely?
No, I really do think that this is true. Like anybody could have set that trap. So like you're right, it applies to Ethan, but anybody, the disincentive is like, why are you pissing people off that like you're infringing on, right? Like you need to be afraid. And like you're right, it applies to Ethan, but it could have applied to, this could have been anybody. There could have been a super Ethan.
So he sets a trap, not knowing at the time that they're going to make these statements. And we're meant to believe that he set this trap with the idea that he's going to get people to make those statements. No, right? That's that's implausible, right?
Yeah, so not those specific statements, but maybe like somebody would do it.
But that was in his head? Oh, no, yes, that maybe. But that is if they would react in an infringing way, not if they would react in an infringing way where they have stated intentional malice. It's if they would infringe.
Because everybody's... He didn't go after everybody who infringed. He only went
right.
after
That's my point. That when he made this plan, he wasn't thinking in terms of, I'm going to get XQC if he says this. I'm going to do Asmongold. And you would probably agree with this, that his primary motivation when he set the trap, they fucked with me. I'm going to make something so delicious, they have to react to it. That's his words, not mine. You think when he did that, he was like, these motherfuckers have it coming. They fucked with me, and now I'm going to set a trap for them. You think that that's plausible, what I just described?
That might be a little bit of it, but he really, like, the whole idea of quote-unquote setting a trap for people who do it the worst way. Like, I don't think Casey...
Right, but his definition of the worst way wasn't stated intentional malice at that time. When he set the trap, agreed, right? He couldn't have predicted. Yes, okay.
Could have been 100 things. Could have been 1,000 things.
It was the kind of shit we were seeing in the meta. But the thing is, that's even assuming that his motivation here is copyright, which is absurd. He's obviously using his prior experience with copyright and his mantle as this copyright person as a cover to fuck with them because they fucked with him. They fucked with him, so now they get the pain. And look at how smart I was. I engineered this trap, and when I get you to apologize, what is the apology he's actually looking for? Why isn't Ethan saying, this is a massive victory? If you're right, this is a massive victory for the React community. Why isn't he saying, look, now we'll have less of these socially violating reactions? Why isn't he saying that? Why instead is the apology focused on statements that Asmongold said, whatever, anti-Semitism, the allegations about Ethan, that kind of shit? It's because that's what's going on. Not this fucking, like, if he really cared about the state of the reaction meta, he would comment on it and say, what a great victory for the state of the reaction meta. Did he do that? No. It was a fucking victory lap of a humiliation ritual meant to humiliate these people who fucked with him. And you might say that's based, but that's what's going on.
So the way to punish people is not to make them say, I am being punished. The way is to actually harm them, right? So that still puts I'll agree that he humiliated those people, but that still sets a disincentive to being an idiot, right? Like if part of the goal, I'll agree, sure, part of the goal is maybe to just hurt them, but the other part is set a disincentive for copyright infringement to do it in a very dumb, stupid way. And you don't get that by.
I don't know where you get that. So here's the evidence that I'm offering about why that's not the motivation. Piece of evidence number one: complete absence of any statement about how this is helping the broader community. Have you heard any statement that Ethan has made relevant to that concern since his initial video?
Not lately, no.
Yeah. So that's piece of evidence number one, that it was not motivating him. That is, someone who actually was motivated by it and was sticking with their guns, that was a motivation, would say more about it and would hail this as a victory, not just for himself and a vindication for all the people who felt his hurt, his employees, etc., but for the broader React community. Since he hasn't done that, or you haven't heard about it, hasn't been single boosted, hasn't been a focus, that is evidence that detracts from the notion that was actually motivating. Piece of evidence number two is the implausibility of it. The implausibility that this nebulous standard that he's upholding, which is just basically don't piss off the wrong people. That's the essence of what I'm getting from the social norm standard that you think that he is intending to implement. The notion that would need to be stated, don't piss off the wrong people, that is not something that needs to be stated. It's understood. It's understood That is a concept that's well understood. And so because it's so universally understood, don't piss off the wrong people. That's why we think they're idiots for pissing off the wrong people, is because obviously when you do this kind of shit, when you've already pissed them off, you run the risk. That doesn't need to be fucking said. That's why you think they're idiots. So because it's an implausible thing to think that needs to be said as a fucking standard, it's implausible that that was actually motivated. Number 3, he couldn't have predicted the sort of infringement that at the time he set up this whole plan. And so at a minimum, he would have had to change his motivation from when he set the trap to when he actually saw the statements. But that would render the initial motive for setting the trap in the first place superseded by this secondary motive that's unrelated to the legal actual ruling about like what matters to fair use analysis, infringement liability, etc. And therefore, because I don't think it's relevant to legal analysis, and because I don't think that he did this kind of thing where he's shifting rationales from an initial one where he couldn't have predicted to one now where the superseding thing is the stated intentional malice, I think it's implausible. I think it's all consistent throughout. I don't think he had that motivation. I can keep going, but I'll let you respond to those.
Sure. So it's not just it might be obvious to say don't piss off the wrong people, but it's more than that. It's don't piss off the wrong people and be vulnerable at the same time, which is a pretty important distinction. And apparently people aren't following it, right? Like whatever the reason is, I mean, apparently things are still screwed right now. I guess that's the second point. I guess back to the first point, I'll even like kind of concede that like he's not talking about a lot of this stuff now. So I think that, you know, there could have been some of this motivation.
Why is he not talking about it right now?
You know, I think maybe he got lost in the sauce. Okay, so I think that I do think that was an initial motivation, but he's moving kind of. He's not thinking about this anymore. So I'll even just say like as of now he's moving past this. But I do still think that
that makes it more implausible. That makes it more implausible. The fact that something that he starts his video with, right? He connects this all to ReactGate. And he talks about how everyone should be on board. This should be a community thing because we need to protect from Sony and Disney. The fact that the notion that if he really had this motivation, he would just get, quote, lost in the sauce and forget about it. That strikes me as implausible. I think the more likely situation is, oops, this doesn't make any sense. He's called on it, so he's not going to bring it up.
I mean, I don't know what else to say on that one, right? So, I mean, I
don't think that there's any good response to that. Like, if this really was a genuine motivation he had that makes sense, people would be celebrating. Look, it's so wonderful. We have established the norm. We've strengthened the norm to not fuck over the wrong person when you're vulnerable. As though that needs to be said. It's such a ridiculous notion that would need to be said. That's why we think that they're stupid, right? Or why people think they're stupid. They're stupid because you shouldn't have fucked with the wrong person. You didn't have any money. You were vulnerable. You fucked around and found out. You went after the wrong person. The reason why we think that that's stupid and they were silly is because of the obviousness of that maxim. It's like saying, don't put yourself in a tiger pen. And someone does it. Like, wow, you really enforced the norm against going into an arena with a vicious animal. Like, it would make no sense. It's an absurd thing to think that that's what Ethan was thinking. You think that what Ethan was thinking is like, I really can't wait to have a norm enforced that only applies to weak people to dissuade them from doing reactions.
I mean, weak people should be more careful.
No,
right?
Do you think that's what Ethan was saying? That he was looking out for the big guy and he was trying to, protecting the little guy by setting a standard that would dissuade them from doing more reactions.
Maybe not in those exact words, right? I don't think that he would go through the specific calculus of big person versus small person, right? But I do think that he thinks that people in general were going past the line.
I mean, okay. Do you think that that's based? You think it's based to like enforce a standard that like different rules for Asmongold and XQC? The rich don't have to worry. We're going to enforce the standard that those who are powerful, that have lawyers, that can't be pushed around, that these individuals, they have a different standard, and weak people. That's what Ethan is trying to do. He's trying to say the weak stay fucking weak. Or do you think it has nothing to do with this shit? He set a trap for people who were fucking with him. That's obviously what's happening. It's laughable that we were having this conversation. He set a trap, hoping he would get people who fucked with him to infringe his content. It worked before. He's had copyright lawsuits before. He's marshaled a response to support him before. He brings up this whole thing about the copyright, tries to connect it to hide what's going on, which is, ultimately betrayed by what you're saying is the strong will do what they can, and the weak will suffer what they must. And that is ultimately the norm that's being enforced here, which we didn't need enforced. We know that people with resources can enforce their property rights, and you should fuck around if you're like, you shouldn't fuck around if you don't have any clout or money or power or anything. But the thing is, it's such a vindictive lesson to teach to stupid people, right? He's trying to reach out to really, really dumb people by your lights who need to be taught this lesson. Or maybe it has nothing to do with this, and he wasn't actually thinking this. This is like a post hoc analysis, has nothing to do with what we actually think he was plausibly thinking when he filed these lawsuits. What he was thinking about in these lawsuits was what's in the fucking lawsuit. Look at the lawsuit. What does it say? Hassan is the Grand Mufti of the modern pro-Palestine movement. His cavalcade of grievances in the complaint, mentioning down to the gory detail every wrong thing that's ever happened to him from non-parties, people who are not parties to the case, on a simple infringement case. Does this strike you as a man who is principally concerned with the React community, or at all concerned with the React community, or someone who wants to settle some grievances that are unrelated to the copyright statute? It's not even a close case. That's what's so insulting about this whole thing.
Okay, yeah, because there's a couple things there. So on the weak versus strong thing. So to go back to the train analogy, it's like if 1 in 1,000 people were immune to trains or something. So like technically speaking, yeah, okay, the strong person, maybe there's like a $20. I guess the example is there's a bunch of $20 bills on the train tracks, and everybody's going down there. Yeah, technically speaking, the person immune to trains has an advantage. But like I feel like you have not really addressed the point of everybody is vulnerable. Like, do you think that this is the case? Do you think people are safe or not? Or like, is the whole thing gonna? Like,
I think no. I think people are vulnerable. This lawsuit makes people more vulnerable.
How's that? How does so? I'll say this goes back to the court precedent thing. I don't think it makes people more vulnerable because they were already vulnerable.
Well, no, because I think this might. So to the extent that this has a precedent-setting effect, the precedent-setting effect is for plaintiffs, and it's for plaintiffs to silence their opposition by filing lawsuits when they have money. That's where I think now, does it actually affect the incentive structure more broadly than that? No, it doesn't affect the incentive structure other than perhaps incidental effects on plaintiffs who have some problem with snarkers to find some plausible or even strong copyright infringement claim and use it as a hook to fuck with them and extract concessions and apologies on unrelated matters. But that to the extent that there's any signaling effect, it would be that. But that's not a laudable goal, number one, I don't think. And it's not to protect the React community if it only incentivizes this kind of plaintiff's activity that's unconnected to Disney and Sony, and unconnected to major rights holders, and basically only exists in a limited fashion for the particularly vindictive or aggrieved. It's just not a very plausible that he was thinking about that when he set this lawsuit. I think he was trying to justify his lawsuit to a bunch of like questions or comparisons, and if anything, he was trying to make XUC and Asmongold feel safe. Don't worry, I'm not coming after you guys. I don't care. Do you think he actually cares that his copyright was infringed by that people watched it? No, he wanted people to watch it. He wanted people to infringe. He wanted it because that was part of his plan. So when you hear Casey Tron say at the start of her apology video, which this is just pathetic what they were trying to extract from her. I think it's totally classless, unconnected to like if you have a debate about her culpability on other matters when it comes to Asmongold, have the fucking debate. Don't do it when you have this. This is a personal preference of mine, but I just think it's like if you want to say that she did something wrong, make the argument. Don't do it on collateral matters in this litigation. I think it's fucking chicken shit. Now, if the lawsuit is related to the underlying claims, defamation claim, if it's related to like an election fraud lawsuit where they have to admit fault or something, then I can understand that those kinds of apologies. I can understand. And listen, I'm not saying that it's like legally improper, but it's in bad taste to litigate this shit as a condition to doing a settlement because she's fucking judgment proof and poor. I don't think that that's fucking an honorable thing to do. I think that that's scummy. But the notion that he was thinking about this, it's absurd.
Okay, I really want to bring you back to that vulnerability point. Like, so Is a precedent set? Like, are you really setting a precedent if it was like very obvious that this is where it's going to go in the first place? I guess like technically speaking, you are. But if you let's say you could see the future as to what the precedent would be, like that's not really limiting it if you knew the way it was going to go.
Okay.
And so I feel like you're not taking seriously how nuclear things could be right now and how not seriously people are taking it. So maybe he didn't go after enough people. Maybe he should have gone after 100 people, right? And that really would have put the fear in people's hearts. But like what do we do? What do we do now, right?
Well, let's just take it step by step. So it's a question about precedent, and basically what I understand you're asking is, if this was an obvious case, always, how can you say that it was intended to enact some kind of precedent from a legal perspective, right? Or something
like,
approaching
how
that.
is it really? I'm saying, how is it making things worse if you are?
I thought I answered that.
Okay.
So let me see if you feel that I answered that question. To the extent that I think that it makes things worse, it's marginal in that I think it might incentivize certain ego and aggrieved creators who are rights holders to see what Ethan did and use it as an example to go after people, not on the basis of horrible infringement, but because they feel that they're weak and vulnerable and they can extract painful concessions. That if it's going to have any effect, it would have that effect. I think you and I would both agree. So that's me answering your question. How could it make things worse? That's one way I think it can make things worse. Another way it could make things worse, if they actually got to some kind of dispositive motion practice or some kind of actual briefing where a court decided as a matter of law that reaction streams have to reach some very high threshold to qualify for fair use, which is probably the most likely thing to happen out of any of these lawsuits. So if there was going to be a precedent, it was going to massively, I think the most likely outcome, it would massively curtail, because you and I both agree, most of this shit is probably infringement. I mean, that we both agree with that. So if we think that most of this shit is probably infringement, we think a court probably will recognize that and will impose an exacting standard. And one thing that I saw Dan fucking say this isn't going to establish legal precedent because they're going to settle. Well, if that's the case, where does the argument go that it's going to disincentivize Sony or Disney? How could it possibly disincentivize Sony from a legal perspective if it's not intended to set legal precedent because it's a bog standard infringement and it's so obvious that it's not even going to that it might even settle? Then you agree that the motivation probably wasn't to set legal precedent, right? It would be some kind of cultural precedent.
Yeah, it'd be cultural precedent.
Okay, so put the legal stuff out of the window. I don't want to hear any more about how intentional stated malice is important to the case from a legal perspective. If we're throwing out the legal, incentive,
I don't think it makes it more legal. I don't think malice makes it more.
Okay,
legal.
got it.
I think people are wrong.
So now let's just focus on the cultural precedent that's been established, and tell me if I'm wrong about. So if I'm misconstruing you or mischaracterizing, you just tell me, right? You just tell me what I'm misconstruing. That the precedent that's being established by Ethan that he was thinking about was, we need to deter vulnerable people from pissing off the wrong people, the powerful people. That's what he was intended to do as a precedent. Is that your view? Am I mischaracterizing your view?
I mean, you phrased it in a very mean way, but it's more to make people aware of the vulnerabilities that they are in, which people clearly are not aware of. The pissing people off people like that. It really is to make people aware that you are both everybody's vulnerable and nobody's taking this stuff seriously.
Right, but awareness. The reason I'm saying it is in an ought. So I want you to phrase it as an ought. What is the norm that wanted to be? So a norm I understand to be a should, what you ought do. If you could derive an ought that is the norm that he wants to establish, it would be go.
It would be if you're breaking the law, if you're infringing, you ought do things that make it less likely that people will sue you. I guess technically that one of the things is don't piss off powerful people, but it could be just do things that make it, because everybody's infringing, okay? And I think people can get away with that as long as you follow the social contract. People ought follow the social contract, which is make sure you don't get sued.
So you think the precedent
that's obvious, but
that Ethan, the infringement king, wanted to set was What he intended to set as an ought, as a norm, is if you're infringing, right? So assuming you're infringing. So that's even presupposing that Ethan's in favor of some amount of infringement. So just keep that in mind. I think he is, at least by his actions and omissions, that he's in favor. He's not trying to establish the precedent. You would agree, don't infringe. Agree?
Agree, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
So the norm that you set right now was, if you're infringing, don't piss off the rights holder in a way that will cause them to sue you. And I'm just like, well, isn't that the most obvious norm that never, ever needed to be established?
You think that, but people are pissing off, are doing things that could piss off rights owners. And that's an issue. People
because they're stupid, but not because there's a norm doesn't need to be established. And because honestly, this is usually, it's in poor taste. This kind of thing is usually considered poor taste among YouTube reacting, that kind of stuff.
Sure. So I'm not even going to say like let's say everybody was nice. So I love that you brought that up, like which is like the YouTuber poor taste thing. So maybe it is the case that because of a social contract on the other side, nobody wants to sue anybody. And therefore that's why people do it, and therefore they're safe. So like if that were the case, I would just concede everything. I would say like, okay, you're right, you are safe. Nobody's in danger. But I'm worried that might not be enough to deter a very motivated individual. Maybe that deters the people who have reputations. Maybe that's why Sony and whatever.
Yeah, how does that deter Sony and Disney?
So Sony and Disney. So because there have been precedent situations in the past where these companies were threatening to sue everybody, and they stopped because of PR. But what if you had an entity who didn't care about PR? So yeah, the PR does matter.
But then, okay. So one is I think it's actually a little bit. I think a lot of what is motivating the lack of suits, although I don't, is they're relying on the DRM, DMCA. Sorry, my bad. They're relying on the internal structures that YouTube has put in place. And they're flagging like crazy. So they haven't stopped flagging. They'll just flag your video, and they won't sue you because it's just more convenient for them to do takedown notices and for them to take your revenue or to, demonetize it. Like, that is just way more convenient for them. So that's one of the reasons they're not doing it. B, perhaps for some PR reasons, but also C, they think it's profitable to have this stuff going on. But there still is enforcement actions by them. But they're not grounded down into like these petty, like, don't anger them unnecessarily, because what they're motivated by is like money, and that's what's going on here. The lawyers they're going to do the thing that maximizes their outcomes, and they're not going to act in this kind of like, oh well, these people like hate Spider-Man, and so or they really want us not to make money on Spider-Man. It's not whether you want them to make less money on Spider-Man. It's, are you making less money for Spider-Man? That's what's, I think, actually motivating these rights holders. And so we have Chicken Strangler in the chat says, this is the norm. Don't intentionally steal content of people you hate and you won't get sued. Yeah, that's like the fuck around and find out meme. If you think that's what Ethan's, like the broader norm that Ethan was trying to establish, that pretty much grounds out into he was motivated to sue these people because he hated them. That's an admission that I'm right? If the norm he's trying to establish like perfectly encompasses the reason he's suing, in that he's suing because he hates them, right? This is the wording of this guy, right? That people who like, that's what I'm claiming is the motivation here. But you're just saying he also wants that to apply more broadly. I just have no reason to believe that in his mind he's like, I really am going to protect from Sony and Disney because I'm going to show these people. And this has been the big problem, is people don't know that if you antagonize entities that you're stealing from, it might have harmful results. And so this isn't for me. It's not about the money. It's not about these specific people, or at least maybe it's coextensive with another rationale why I'm doing this is so that other people know and they won't get in trouble, because now they'll know as a result of this lawsuit not to trigger people who they hate. Like, that is a bizarre thing to think was actually in Ethan's head. And then he got lost in the sauce and forgot about it. And now he's not talking about it because it slipped his mind because he got lost in the sauce. That's your explanation. It's so preposterous that was what he was actually motivated. The reason is that you're saying this thing is the standard is the standard, but it's just a personal standard on the situation. That is, he's going after these people because he hates them and because they're infringing on his conduct. And that's it. And it's not to convince other React streamers to heed that precedent. It's because of himself.
Sure, but I guess I'll ask you a question.
Yeah.
Why do you think everybody is making themselves vulnerable? I guess I'll give you my answer. My answer is because I think it's a tail risk, right? So it's you have the 1 in 100 chance that you get obliterated, and people are bad with tail risks, but that's still not very good. What is your thoughts on that? On like why are people doing this when they could just get obliterated?
Right, because Ethan's violating the norm.
So like so that would be I'll call this the virtuous cycle theory, which is I think part of the reason why people don't why the world doesn't fall apart is mostly people don't want to sue. And I guess your answer is, well,
Ethan's right. So I'm just going to tell you the norm in these things. If you watch Tomfoolery, if you watch Hassan Piker, if you watch hell, even Destiny, if you watch Asmongold, if you watch XQC, is not to sue over this. And so to the extent that there's a cultural practice, a norm, we don't sue over this. In these spaces, it is abnormal to sue over this kind of shit.
100%. But is this not an example of that risk of why that is wrong, right? Like, what if you actually had a super Ethan Klein? Like, or do you think that's like impossible, right?
And a super Ethan Klein. I guess I don't know what that means.
So somebody copyrights, XQC goes crazy. He copyrights every single one of his stream. He sues 1,000 people, and he comes out ahead monetarily.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what Ethan did. He sued a bunch of people, and I don't know that monetary.
He didn't sue 10,000.
Okay, I don't think it's plausible that would happen. I mean, I guess it's logically possible that XQC could sue thousands of people. He is a major infringer himself, but let's say people who are reacting to his streams. I don't think that this guards against that potentiality. I think that this, if anything, if you're going to make an argument, it furthers the likelihood of that possibility because Ethan got results. People look around and say, oh, look at what Ethan did. And he didn't get any shit for it either. Oh, so maybe I'll sue. So in what sense does this prevent that outcome?
Because if people do it at a small scale, people will stop, and then they won't be vulnerable anymore. So that's like the point of laws is to deter.
Okay, but do you actually think that will be the result of this? Because the actual incentive, except to the extent that certain plaintiffs might be motivated by the example of Ethan getting away in terms of like, I guess, optics among certain communities, the actual incentive will be just like, don't fuck up with people who give a shit about this and who are vindictive against you. But that it will not apply to the vast majority of infringement stuff. Those are like limited situations.
Go far enough. Yeah. So like I would argue that he didn't go far enough. I think that if you actually wanted to have a very real effect on the space, you would almost have to do it a bit at random. You would have to like choose people who definitely don't deserve it and then like ruin their lives anyway, and then make everybody else.
Yeah. It would actually, no. Here's the thing, right? Establishing the quote unquote proper precedent would be unpopular. Establishing the proper norm would be difficult for people to handle, and they would lose their minds. The brave thing to do, if you really were trying to do this, to establish a better cultural norm, people would be pissed at you, not happy, because they would understand that there is going to be a significant, not a minor, a significant curtailment on what is being done in the meta. And it's your view, as well as mine, that most of this meta is infringement. So that's why I think it's implausible. That's one of the reasons. If there was some proper norm that was being approached, it wouldn't be so narrow and it would piss people off. It would be like a lawsuit against XQC and Asmongold. But I question the sincerity of someone who basically immunizes or puts aside the most egregious actors. And I'm sorry, the case against XQC is stronger than practically all of these cases. Maybe it's on equal foot with the Casey Strong, but it just is.
It's stronger on a legal front, but
Yeah.
but it's not stronger on, I think, the thing that matters even more, which is like the social norm front, right? That's what I'm saying is like,
Yeah,
I
but the
feel like
social norm
norms-
that you've described, which I've explained why I think it's impossible. The social norm that you've described is tailored to the power level of the user, and B, the relationship between the user and the rights holder. And so it's not a super broad norm that touches even a fraction of the React community, in that most people don't have a connection in the way that Ethan does with people who they're reacting to. And to the extent that they do, right? Go ahead, sorry. You want to say something?
Oh, yeah, sorry. So let me give you an example of where this norm was applied, very specifically. Twitch and the music kind of infringement, right?
Yeah.
So technically speaking, music isn't any more infringing than other stuff, and it was very successfully deterred because of basically people getting DMCA'd or something, right?
Yeah.
And so,
Yeah, and what did that do, right? To get us to a non-infringement state, it took enforcement actions that put people's channels at risk, that made people lose their livelihoods, that was very annoying for a lot of different people. Like, think about it. When fucking, what is the reaction when someone like Jubilee flags all of the React streams? Do people like that? No, they hate it. People enforcing restrictions on copyright, the attitude usually is like, this sucks. Why are you making us not have to listen to the music you want to listen to? Why are you flagging our reactions to Jubilee, etc.? And that's what I would expect from a lawsuit that is intended and calibrated to protect the React community from lawsuits from Disney and Sony. It would be lawsuits that are aimed purposely at reducing the amount of infringing conduct. But that's not what these lawsuits are aimed to do. They're aimed to settle scores in the interpersonal front, and to the extent that I think that they're going to have any effect, it's just going to incentivize more of these disputes to be settled that way. But that's not what Sony and Disney are operating on. It's not what most of the React community is operating on, and that's not the existential risk that Ethan was talking about. He said, like, this could end the reaction community as we know it. Those are his terms. Those are his words. He said it could end the reaction community as we know it if Disney and Sony filed a lawsuit, setting a devastating precedent. Can you agree that was a fucking deranged statement?
Yeah, but not for maybe your reason. So I think that Sony, I think that they're more limited, honestly, than some of the content creators.
Why?
Sorry, what was your question?
Why are Sony? Why are these major rights holders that he's scared about setting devastating precedent less in a position to enforce their rights than all these major rights holders with specific litigators that they have on staff, or they hire the best law firms from New York City, LA, all these places to file the most fucking ball tightening, dick crunching lawsuits that have ever existed? Why do these rights holders have less leverage? I don't understand why that is, your intuition.
Because they would win the battle and lose the war, right? So for the reasons that you said, like, they would just they're not going to do mass lawsuits to destroy a space. They're just going to do DMCA's, right? And so that's what, like, they're never in.
Okay, so this wasn't about setting a devastating precedent. If you're saying that Ethan would have known that these major rights holders would just rely on the DMCA and not file lawsuits, then he couldn't have been motivated by the devastating precedent effect of Sony and Disney filing a lawsuit. If the intuition is,
I would argue, like imagine there's like an irrational actor, right? That's the concern. Like a very motivated. I mean, even like the music companies were like this before. Like so. Okay, what I mean by that is, like, a smart Sony wouldn't do this, but what about a dumb Sony, right? Like, so I guess maybe.
So Ethan was thinking that Sony is going to act irrationally by filing massive lawsuits to set devastating precedents that are irrational for it to set. That's what he was thinking.
I don't know if he was thinking that, but like that's almost what happened with the other stuff, right? With all the other kind of DMCA rights holder stuff from years ago.
Okay. And that's what Ethan was thinking. He's like, I think that Sony and Disney will act irrationally and they'll know how to set a devastating precedent, as though they would have control over what the court said.
Okay, so we are like 10 levels deep in a hypothetical, right? So I don't.
Yeah, none of this was in his mind. It's too complicated. It's too like thought out and particularized to make. It's like one of those explanations. It's like a just so story. It's so implausible that he's thinking about all these different caveats. And well, what if the React community? It's about the powerful, but it's about personal grievances, and but it also still affects Sony and Disney because Sony and Disney can act irrationally. Like, it is way too complicated in the weeds. Not what he was thinking about. It makes it more implausible. The more complicated the rationale, and the less words that are dedicated to that particular explanation that are in the video, the less plausible it becomes. None of this appears in the video. What appears in the video is simple. I'm doing this for the React community, among other things, potentially, mixed motive, potentially. And it really doesn't pass the smell test, because from a legal perspective, I mean, we're discounting that. I mean, anyone with any credibility is going to say irrelevant. And from the perspective of setting a cultural precedent, give me a break. The people who are going to sue are people who have money. People who are going to be sued are people who are vulnerable. That's what's going to happen. And that's how it always was. And if anything, it'll incentivize plaintiffs to sue more because they see what Ethan did, if it's going to have any effect. And that effect is instrumental. It's not based on law or based on some principled stand that, we need to really disincentivize the weak and downtrodden from doing reaction streams. And that's kind of like a weird motivating factor. It's like, oh, I'm so worried about this vulnerable community. It's like almost like I'm worried about this insular minority. We need to make sure that they're not so uppity and talking that much shit. Like, he wasn't concerned about that. It's implausible. And he's not talking about it anymore. I mean, I really want to go back to that. He is not waving this around as a grand victory for the reaction community. That also speaks to the implausibility of the motive.
Yeah, I mean, he's not bringing it up anymore.
If he had a good argument on it, if he were willing to answer questions about it, he would. Why wouldn't he answer my questions? Were you actually thinking this at the time? What were you thinking? He's not going to subject himself to that. Put aside the fact that I'm like a small creator, whatever, but he's not going to open himself up to that kind of scrutiny.
Sure, but backing up even a little bit more, do you agree that he noticed a real problem?
Yes. I do agree. That's 2022, 2023, Ethan. That was the real problem. But the problem was XQC. And yes, Casey Tron and them are part of that problem for sure. But the problem isn't XQC. It is XQC.
XQC can get away with it. Right? Like the problem is people who are vulnerable.
I don't know. So you think the problem he identified was specifically not the lazy ReactGate stuff. It was weak people doing it. That's the problem he identified, and he was trying to set a cause for.
Are they not?
Whether they are or not, I'm asking you a question about his state of mind, his doxastic state of mind. What was he thinking this?
I would say that he was thinking that people who go over the line break the social contract, right? So he wasn't thinking about strong versus weak.
He wasn't thinking XQC violates the social contract. He wasn't thinking that.
I don't think. I forgot this point because I think that he changed his opinion. So I agree that if he kept his position about XQC, that this would be contradictory. But I think that he changed his opinion on that, and now, I think he's now okay with XQC's reacts a year later. Yeah,
he's okay with XQC reacts. So you think
yes.
Retroactively he is disavowing his previous position, principled stand against XQC, even though in the very video he's announcing it, he's reaffirming his concerns. He starts with that. You think he's disavowing that position? Now he says what XQC is doing is fine? Then you really think he's unprincipled.
He was saying something was fine. I don't remember the exact thing, but he was saying if you react to video, he was saying there was some stuff that he was going after and other stuff that he was not. He was very clearly.
That's what I'm trying to suss out. Why is he going after some, and why is he not going after others? And the reason he gives, one of the reasons he gives, is implausible. That reason is protecting the React community from Disney and Sony, his words. That reason is implausible because the odds of that happening are so low, only an insane person would think that that's the result. That's evidence one. Number two, he didn't carry forward that rationale to any significant extent. That's reason number two. Reason number three, to the extent that it's a cultural precedent, it is such an absurd, convoluted mess to how you get there and in what sense that you think that you're doing that cultural precedent on shit that barely happens in the React community, namely intentionally stating that you want to fuck with someone It's all implausible. That's the implausible motive. That's what I criticize. That it really does, strain credulity to think that that's what he's thinking, or that it's about social contract stuff, which was never mentioned in the fucking video. The social contract shit you're talking about wasn't mentioned in the video. Now, he did say there needs to be a new standard, but that standard wasn't it was some implausible standard. It wasn't the standard that makes any sense given his priors, or makes any sense given the law, or makes any sense given his later statements.
The standard? Do you say the
standard? The standard he wants to protect from Disney and Sony, he claims, is a lawsuit targeted at intentional stated malice. But that doesn't pass the smell test, because that kind of lawsuit is not going to protect against Disney or Sony. That's why it's implausible. You understand? Right? It's implausible because only a incredibly naive and stupid person with respect to copyright could possibly think that this intentional stated malice point is one that would deter Sony or Disney, or be one in which the court relied on in coming to a legal precedent case, especially when you grant that his whole purpose, if you take the Dan view, was to settle out of court, in which case you're not going to establish that precedent anyway, in which case we're just talking about cultural precedent, which, as I mentioned before, is a convoluted mess.
I mean, it's all a convoluted mess. Like, that's, I don't know where to go from here, because I think we're going a little bit.
No. What I'm saying is the simple solution here makes sense. And it makes sense. It makes less sense to do a mixed motive approach where it's both. Because when it's both, you have all of those incoherences that I'm referencing in having the view at all. And so the better, more simple, more plausible solution, more plausible case is he was trying to get people to infringe, people he didn't like. That was the trap. He wasn't really worried when he set the trap about the broader React community. It wasn't in his mind. He wasn't thinking about it. He wanted to find a way to get back at the people who wronged him in his mind. And he was successful. There were people that were there, and he latched on to any bullshit to justify the difference. When, if he had just been honest and upfront.
A real problem. I guess, my only counter on it is I do really feel like he noticed a real problem, and like putting some disincentive. So I don't think that he was going through these 10 layers of hypotheticals that I'm giving, because I've thought about this, I think, way more than he has. I would say, so I'll even give you that. I think that he vaguely thought that there was a problem. People are doing too much of this stuff. They're going over the line in this very big general way, and somebody needs to push back on that. Otherwise,
that's the savior rationale. That's what doesn't matter. That's what doesn't make sense. You think he was like, someone needs to stand up and sue the people I hate. Because if we don't take a stand right now and we don't sue the people I hate, Sony and Disney are going to come down on us. He was thinking that.
Well, I don't think it makes sense to sue other people, right? Because he probably doesn't want the negative publicity from.
That's my point.
Suing an innocent person.
Yes, he wants to have cover.
It's still two motivations. Like, you could still have that motivation and say, like,
when you say
when
you say you could have that motivation, do you mean it's logically possible? Is that what you mean by could?
No.
What do you mean by could?
It's plausible. I still think
no. Then he couldn't. If what you mean by could is it's plausible, no, it's not plausible. By plausible, I mean it is not even a 2% chance. It's less than 1%.
Okay, yeah. I mean, yeah, I don't really have any more to go off of this, I think. But yeah, it was very good conversation.
Hey, yeah, no, I appreciate it. I think that, let me just make, if I can synthesize it. To characterize your view, you think there was a mixed motive. That motivation number one is what I state, which is vindictiveness against the people who wronged him. So you don't doubt that motive, right?
Yeah, I don't doubt there's also vindictiveness, yeah.
Okay, so that's one motive. You do affirm there's a mixed motive, yes or no?
Yeah, I'll affirm mixed motive, yeah.
Okay. The second motive, or of whatever this set of motives, but at least the second motive that you've identified is not a motivation to set legal precedent, correct?
That might be one way of doing it, but probably just mostly to set the cultural norm, yeah. So not necessarily legal, but I would say to disincentivize it mostly in general.
Okay, so it's possible he also had a motive to set legal precedent.
That's one way. That there's like two avenues of getting this same result, right? The same result is stop people from going over the line. Legal precedent is one of them, and there's other ways of doing that.
And that line is pissing off people while you're infringing when you're vulnerable and they're powerful.
In like a very significant way, which might seem obvious, but apparently isn't, because people are thinking they're getting away with it.
And he was thinking that when in other words, that was part of his motivation, was thinking, I'm going to establish or further establish or strengthen the norm against pissing people off who have the power to fuck with you when you're vulnerable. By either cultural pressure or legal precedent.
I think that's more, the high level one. But on top of that, I still think that that's the fact. So basically, I've given 10 different layers deeper than I think he has, because I still think that his actions would do that, right? So
whether they would do it isn't the question. The question is what the motivation is.
Sure. Yeah.
So what it would do, I've opined on it, and I've offered my musings on what I think might happen, but it's not strictly speaking relevant. What's relevant is what was actually motivating him. And you think what was actually motivating him was to deter by some means the conduct by individuals who are weak while they're doing an infringement against people who have the means and motivations to ruin them.
People who are vulnerable. He thinks everybody's vulnerable. Okay. Right? He very loaded it.
And he was thinking about that. Yeah. And he was thinking that.
He probably think that the whole space was what. I don't think he was thinking about weak versus strong.
Why is pulling teeth? Why can't you just say yes? Yes, I thought that he was thinking at the time, I want to enforce a norm that relates, that has as its sort of focus the situation in which a vulnerable person infringes as against a powerful person when that powerful person has incentive to go after them, and that he was thinking that.
Yeah. Okay. You're right. Yeah. Okay. I'll say. Yeah.
And I believe that that's implausible for the reasons stated, including but not limited to the fact that I think it's overly complicated. The fact that he hasn't further stated anything about it. The fact that only an insane person would think that they would have that effect, and the fact that that would need to be reaffirmed. The fact that it just seems obvious, and the reason we think that they're stupid is because it's like saying, we need to enforce the norm against getting close to a vicious animal. Okay, I mean, I guess you could say that was actually thinking of it, but I really don't think that was on his mind. That we need to enforce the norm against standing close to a hungry and angry tiger. I mean, that just seems implausible he was thinking about it. But maybe he really did think that. There's so many naive people that we need to actually get them to understand very obvious truisms about power and what people who have cause and ability to do something bad to you will do. And the way I'll enforce that is by being vindictive and angry against someone who's very weak. It just seems like that wasn't what was on his mind. He was pissed about what was going on. That's it. But hey, I appreciate the conversation. Maybe we can return to it at a later time. I see. Well, anyway, yeah. Thank you so much, and I appreciate it.
Sure. Yeah, or some other topic. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Good chatting. Thanks.
Good chatting. Bye bye. I see someone coping in the chat saying you're attacking a straw man. YNGWZ. Join the Discord. There's no one in the stream disagreements. If you think I'm attacking a straw man, explain how it's a straw man, even in chat if you want. And I've heard him all before. Straw man because he didn't actually say that. He did. We can listen to the whole thing. I've listened to it multiple times. He did. He made that point. You can deny it, but you're just denying reality. Oh, it wasn't the major emphasis. It was. It was a major emphasis. Whether it was 51% or not, it was at least 30% of the stated reason. If I had to put a number on it, it was a significant rationale. Oh, because it's impossible. You're saying it's impossible to be exploded. Never said that. Oh, because you conceded already the legal case, and so everything else is moot. That's not my point. I've already said that the legal case is wrong. I always said that. People seem to care about the other take with motivation. And if you don't care about it, then don't argue it. His main motivation was holding Snark community to account. How is that inconsistent? So explain the contradiction between that and my position. What is the contradiction between what I said and what you said just there? Because assuming that there's a contradiction there that you can point out. For him to say you're attacking a straw man, well, help me out there. What's the contradiction between my position and what you just said? Discord's open. And did you hear that? I mean, like, respect for the guy for coming on, but that shit was incoherent. So I take what you just said to be a question. Why would he sue XQC if motivation was X? That's not a contradiction. That's a question. My position is he wasn't motivated to protect the React community. That's my position. You said he is motivated to go after the snark subreddit. I asked, what's the contradiction between my view and yours? And you said, why? You asked me a question. You didn't make a statement. You said, why would he sue XQC? So what I'm looking for is a contradiction between my view and yours. So go ahead. You are so saying he is hypocritical. I mean, you are so saying he is hypocritical for not going after XQC, but he is not. No, what I'm saying is, on his view, if he were motivated by XYZ, then there would not be a distinction between, EFW. Okay. So that's evidence that is meant to prove my point, my conclusion, which is he's not motivated by protecting the React community. And I'm asking you for a contradiction in that view, regardless if I say, I'm not accusing him of actual hypocrisy in that sense, except for his lies, because I don't think he's being actually hypocritical. He's being consistent to his principle. His principle is fuck around and find out. Own it. Fucking own it. It's so freeing to just say, fuck these people. No bad tactics, bad targets. They did a bad thing anyway. So fuck around and find out. It's so liberating to just say that. Just say it. It's a strong case, so just do it. So I think that his real principles, he's staying true to them. Go after people who fucked with him. So you don't even understand my view and you're talking all this shit in the chat. You won't go in the VC because you're a puss. All right, we have someone. Sexy Jedi. What a great name. What up, Sexy Jedi?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, what up, brah?
I disagree about a different thing. I agree with you 100%. A different thing regarding this specific issue, but I agree the people that are saying this is about setting some sort of legal precedent or protecting React or any of that stuff, they're just coping. They're stupid. They're coping. They're idiots.
Appreciate that. Yep.
It's obviously true that what this is he was setting a trap. It was a dirty trick, and he was setting it to exact consequences on people who he believes wronged them.
Yeah.
The thing I disagree with is I think that's a good thing.
Okay, let's talk about it.
I think it was good that he did that.
All right, let's talk about it.
It was a dirty trick. I will admit, it's a dirty trick. It is not what the law is ideally supposed to be used for. It probably sets a bad precedent in the sense that rich people trample on poor people, judgment-proof people, etc. But I think, on the other hand, I was watching Lonerbox earlier today, and he had some good analogies that I think were kind of apt, so I'm just going to steal one. There's something basically like you got people, imagine militia using unconventional weaponry, and you can't use conventional weaponry against them. Actually, I think he used the Gaza example, which is kind of...
Oh, like if terrorists are doing this, you can't establish rules of the road if both parties aren't adhering to them, right? Something like that?
kind of like imagine, what people are saying justifies stuff Israel does, which is like these people are firing little rockets from fortified bunkers, and yeah, their rockets aren't doing much. They're getting intercepted by Iron Dome. They're not really a super big threat, but for Israel to, I'm not saying to buy this analogy, but I'm just saying it's an analogy. For Israel to respond, they have to use an overwhelming sort of response. They have to use like a 2,000 pound or 500 pound bunker buster.
Would you say something like this? So let me see if I get the analogy correct, and then we can get to the actual thing. So let's say the Hamas, which I grant is violating international law and targeting civilians, which they do, right?
Yeah. But I'm
okay. So I just want to be clear.
I should say I'm just using the analogy just to illustrate.
I understand. So
the thinking.
So you think the analogy is apt and convincing, right? You're not just saying that it's an analogy that you're expressing; it's one that convinced you, right? Did it convince you or not? Sorry. So I just want to get clarity. Did the analogy convince you or not?
Okay. Yeah. I was already convinced, but if I wasn't, it would have.
You found it to be something that you found. Okay. And so the analogy is something like this. Hamas, you would agree, targets Israeli civilians, correct? In war crimes.
Yeah.
That justifies Israel targeting civilians with war crimes in Gaza, correct?
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Why not? Why not?
That's not the analogy. The analogy is that they're targeting civilians. It's that, according to Israel, the justification they use is in order to get to these people making pot shots because of the way they're positioning themselves, we have to use overwhelming force that has the consequence as a collateral damage thing of doing massive damage. And
while adhering to certain principles, correct?
Yeah. They're not just outright doing super war crimes because they're not like nuking Gaza to get to these people. They're not using chemical weapons to get to these people, but they are using means that will kill civilians.
But within, at least on your view, within the rules of war, correct? Not outside the rules of war, right?
Yeah, I guess the analogy breaks down then.
Yeah, but, it does. But let's actually go to the actual thing.
Sure, but yeah. The point I'm saying is that yes, this is a dirty trick. It was a dirty trick. It is outside of how a law ought to be used, and if it sets a precedent in the direction of rich people just trouncing on poor people, that's a bad precedent. But I think the actual precedent, not legal precedent, but like cultural precedent that I hope it sets and that I think it will is don't participate in organized harassment campaigns against people.
All right.
Because you might get bit.
Okay, so let's get to the actual facts. So Casey Tron deserves this dirty trick because
she was okay. I will say two things. She may or may not deserve everything about this for her particular quote unquote crimes. I don't mean legal crimes, but wrongdoing. But
so wait. So I'm just gonna ask the question: are you sure or are you not sure that she deserves the dirty trick, Casey Tron?
Casey Tron in particular.
Are you sure or not sure?
I don't know. Well, that's a hard moral calculus. I mean, I don't know if anyone in particular deserves to be potentially made homeless and their family for participating in an organized harassment campaign. I don't know.
Wait, what do you take to be harassment? Did she participate in harassment?
Yeah, she was basically part of the whole ring, organized harassment ring of people who spent like a year or longer going after him. The skulls, the
Wait, she was part. So she doxed Ethan? Did she dox Ethan? Do you have any evidence she doxed Ethan?
I don't know if she did. Okay, I don't have any evidence on him.
All right.
She did.
Do you have any evidence that she participated? Wait. Let's just go through it. Did you have any evidence that she participated? She participated in the skull?
Nope.
Do you have any evidence that she participated in harassment, by which I mean an infringement on someone's personal privacy or putting them in fear intentionally?
Using a legal definition, no, but in the colloquial sense, yes.
In what colloquial sense did she engage in harassment?
I mean, I don't have clips to bring up, but I think everyone just kind of knows she did it.
What would you characterize? Wait. So let me just be clear. So
maybe that's not convincing.
As you sit here, what is the worst act that Casey Tron that you know that she did against Ethan?
God, I'm not super versed on the lore in particular.
So as you sit here, are you sure? As you sit here, are you sure she deserved this? In your words, dirty trick.
As I sit here, I took it, or I take it because I continue to take it on the good faith of the word of some others that I trust that perhaps she did.
You take it on good faith that she perhaps
deserved
it?
That's how we derive a lot of our knowledge. A lot of the knowledge we have doesn't come firsthand. It comes through.
How fucking dare you? So you're sitting here and you're characterizing something as a dirty trick, that it was something that in general is wrong. You characterize it similar to Israel and Hamas, whereby you're saying, well, overwhelming force is needed against.
That's an analogy.
But you found it convincing. I asked you that question, and you're analogizing it to Israel in that Israel's overwhelming force is justified based on some horrible thing that Hamas is doing, or some intransigence by which this kind of thing is a merited response. And you sit here and you say you cannot explain a single concrete thing that you think is beyond the pale for which this kind of reaction would be deserved. I'm not saying it's not, by the way. I'm just saying, as you sit here, you're willing to judge her as deserving of a dirty trick without having any knowledge as to the concrete things she does to merit it.
I don't have specific dates and clips in mind, but I have seen videos and I can go back and rewatch those.
What do you recall what do you recall they contained that Casey Tron did?
God, I don't remember. She's not that important. I don't really think about her, but I know for one thing, I mean, it's not really important to this, but she maliciously lied about Loner Box. I know that, but other than that, specifically, I don't know. But
so she lied about someone else.
Well, maliciously in a way that is sort of part of the overall narrative, but that doesn't matter. That the Loner Box thing doesn't matter.
Okay, so I'll discount it.
Yes. If you are looking for even a specific single thing, I could point to a quote. I don't have it. What I do have is an impression I got through watching various media clips of her, and that I can't recall at the moment. Maybe I could go back and bring them, but they cemented the view in my head that she is a bad faith actor and did enough participation in this campaign that she is maybe not an acceptable specific target, but maybe instrumentally.
Like collateral damage. I mean, that really would be a kind of Israel.
Maybe not necessarily collateral, because it's not. He went after her specifically, but as an effective means to the ends of giving consequences to some of the biggest figures in this harassment.
Who, and again, by harassment,
the real point is to go.
You don't have evidence that she's participated in the. So I would take like something to be harassment is. So I think harassment, for example, would include sending either objects or images or something to put someone in fear intentionally. Okay. So I think the skull, if he was sent skull, I would think that that's harassment. If any kind of fake report or a report based on lies or something like that, I would take that to be harassment. Yeah. So, but the problem is you need to show that she's involved in that, don't you? Lying about someone is not harassment. You agree, right?
Yeah, it's not. But I think when you have big figures and you have how would I say it? A one insect biting you isn't a big deal. You just swat it or you just ignore it. It doesn't hurt you. But if you have a swarm of bees going after you, that even though each individual bee doesn't mean much, the cumulative effect when you're like a public figure like Ethan and you have what happened after the leftovers and that organized harassment campaign going after him, If I were in that position and then got skull sent and had the CPS thing and had endless harassment,
you would sue someone that you can't prove, as you sit here, that was involved in that? You would sue them? You would set a trap for them to sue them? People you can't prove were involved in that?
People who I was confident enough were involved, even somewhat tangentially. People who gave a wink and a nod to it. Sure, yeah, I would. I'd be pissed. No, I mean, look, I don't think he needs to have unearthed, I don't know, a secret Discord ring of her talking with all the snark mods and all the people and saying, we're going to get Ethan now. I don't think that's necessary to justify what he did. I think her being a public figure and lying about him in ways that sort of feed that narrative and
so I'm seeing something in the chat, for example, like she called him a Zionist, right?
Sure, that's part of it, but I mean, that's,
okay. But if that's the nature of the lies, if that's the nature by the lie about what we're talking about, first of all, I think he by his own lights he would be considered a Zionist if he believes in the establishment of a Jewish state in Palestine. Yes. Doesn't that definitionally, if you're committed to that as an ideological matter, regardless of whether he's a liberal Zionist or someone who believes that there's genocide going on, wouldn't he definitionally be a Zionist on that view?
Of course, yeah, of course he is. Yeah, I mean, I'm a Zionist.
Okay,
a lot of people are Zionists.
So I'm not even sure that's untrue. And then, secondly,
no, of course it's not untrue.
Okay, so then what's the lie she's telling?
Again, I don't have specifics on mine, but if I know what these people on that side of things believe, for one, when they use the word Zionist, a lot of the times it has the implicit.
Yeah, welcome to the fucking club. Welcome to the club of being a liberal in America in the current era. Everyone who's a liberal gets this accusation. I get the accusation. I have lefties being like, you're not condemning the genocide hard enough. Names will go unmentioned. So this is not a particular Ethan issue. Anyone who is like kind of like, oh, I don't really want to talk about it, or I guess it's a genocide. They'll go after everyone. So this is not a basis to this is the kind of derangement that we see from lefties all the time on certain shit. They go crazy on this stuff.
Agreed, there is a general sense of craziness that is undirected, that is just sort of diffuse, and it targets anyone who's a liberal, who's not a leftist. I agree.
Welcome to the club. There's no particular agreement here for Ethan Klein on that front.
But no, except there is. I don't know how much
by whom? By Bad and Panada?
From
no, but by who?
Stuff from the leftovers
but by who?
Until today.
Yeah, but
that was
by who?
Specific,
who is doing this stuff?
Noted campaign of harassment that is above what you get, above what Pry Hutch gets, and directed and had specific ring of people who were organizing it behind the scenes.
This is what I've heard.
It's not like just the sort of diffuse, sort of wacky leftism that hits everyone.
This is what I've heard. I've heard things like someone commented on Hila like a tattoo or something, or someone's tattoo, and like basically called her horrible names. Horrible, right? I don't think that you should be doing this kind of stuff and like attacking people like that. And I think you should be more respectful. Whatever. I guess, although I'm not very respectful to MAGA people. I'm just gonna say it. So your mileage may vary on that stuff, and especially now in the given age when I do believe that Israel's committed a genocide. I do believe that. I'm just telling you what. My thoughts are that, I probably wouldn't do that, to like go after the tattoos, and it's a little tasteless to me, but that might not be the case for everybody. But anyway, that's what I heard. Is there any evidence Casey John did that? Attacked, like...
You're looking for...
no. Is there any evidence she was involved?
That I have on hand, no.
As you sit here, any evidence that she lied about Ethan? Maybe she did, but you certainly don't remember.
Did I have on hand? No.
Any evidence that she's involved with the skull?
Nope.
Any evidence she's involved? Nope. Any evidence that she's involved? Wait. Let's keep going. Any evidence she's involved in the CPS call?
Okay. Nope.
Any evidence that that she has?
We can keep going. I mean, I'm saying no to all of it.
The thing is,
evidence of that she has done. I will say no.
The thing is, you entered this. This is why I'm saying it, because that evidence maybe isn't there. It could be there, and if someone could present it to me. I'm telling you, it hasn't been presented to me. Of that Casey Strong specifically, maybe other people, and certainly like Bad and Panada or the people who did the specific acts that we're talking about, certainly culpability, whatever. I'm just wondering in your mind, because you came in here confident that this was justified because of the kind of things that like Lonerbox is saying. That there's sometimes we have certain people who are beyond the pale and that need to be dealt with in a hard way. And I'm asking if Casey Tron is one such person.
Not okay. So that's my point. I'm not saying that she is necessarily one such person, but her proximity is to the people who is at the very least might justify targeting her in
proximity. So on that view,
proximity in the sense that
friendship?
It doesn't even necessarily need to be friendship. I mean, for example, let's say you had a creator who never met Nick Fuentes, never talked to him, never texted him, yet he was supporting him using the same rhetoric, saying I love them, use the same lies. I would see it as acceptable tarring them with the sort of same Groyper Nazi brush, even if I could not say, hey, I have this text between them right here. I don't have to point to that. I could point to the.
Is this the standard you would apply? Is this a standard you would apply to people you like? Like, oh, I'm going to go after Lonerbox because he associates with such and such, and therefore I'm going to tar him with whatever negative person that person did. Would you accept that?
I would be more concerned if he used the same sort of rhetoric and the same lies and all that. But yes, I would.
But you haven't grounded that out.
Not merely association. I'm talking about
participation. Right. So if you participate, yeah, I mean, okay, sure. But you're saying specifically you don't have proof of that, right?
Not on hand.
Okay.
Yes, I have my impressions of the evidence that I have.
Okay, let's talk about Denims.
The evidence itself.
All right, Denims. What's the evidence that Denims did something deserving of your words, dirty trick?
As far as Denims goes, I don't on hand have any evidence for anything that I can point to in specific.
So how can you be sure that they deserve it then? How can you sure that if you can't?
Because I have man, I'm old. I don't remember all this drama stuff. I've seen videos that have convinced me of that, and that's what stuck in my mind is the fact that they're bad people who participated in this overall campaign. Not necessarily they did it because on this day, June 19th, they said this and this and this. I can surely go look them up if I feel like it, if I really have to, and I can come back with receipts, but I just have the impressions that have been left on me.
Okay.
I mean, I think you're looking for that, and maybe you won't be convinced without specifics, in which case, maybe I'll try to round some up. But as far as the Denims thing goes, I don't have anything specific in mind that I can point to specifically, but I can say I am pretty sure I remember she may have been pretty closely connected to the CPS, or either the CPS thing or I think the CPS thing, not in the sense that one can definitively point to her making the call or telling someone to make
What's
the call.
The best evidence that she's connected to
amplified.
What's the best evidence that she's
I think it was that she amplified the line, said someone should call CPS or something like that, and then shortly after
So you're asserting that it's your belief that Denham said that this ought happen. In other words, that she believes it's good if someone does X, that is, call CPS on, and that you think that she said that.
I might be mistaken. It's one of them that did. So I don't want to. I'm not 100% confident on that, but I'll say like I'm around 70%. Yeah, and
look, from what I know, I think Ethan backed. I'm pretty sure Ethan backed away from that claim in a video.
Oh, okay. Well then maybe he did, and then in which case I'm wrong. That's fine. I mean, look, and I agree. Even if she said someone ought to do that, that is not necessarily legally wrong.
I heard Bad Empanada say that.
Yeah, of course, but I mean, everyone agrees he's a bit of a scumbag. A lot.
Yeah, but she didn't use a dirty trick on Bad Empanada. He didn't use what on Bad Empanada. He used it on Casey Tron, Denims, and these people. Now, maybe it's deserved. I'm just asking for the proof.
Yeah, Bad Empanada, I would have been happy if he did, but obviously, given venue, it's probably not feasible.
Yeah, if you can't sue the right targets, maybe you shouldn't sue at all, right? Like if that's now, if you were honest about.
Alternatively,
go ahead.
Alternatively, I'll put this together. if you can't see the exact right targets, which would be in my mind the Snark mods and Bad Empanada and maybe a few people who I can't think of offhand, it might be acceptable instrumentally to send a message, a shot across the bow, so to speak, to go after lieutenants, to go after peripheral people, even if they don't necessarily specifically deserve it.
Lieutenants implies agency, implies allegiance and a common purpose, right? A lieutenant is someone who is an agent of a principal, maybe a general or commander-in-chief.
Sure, and this whole time I've said there's like a loose sort of confederacy, and not one that I could say, hey, here's a command structure, or here are the specific tests, hey, go do this. But there's a clear sort of social milieu, similar messages, similar lies, similar watchers that watch the same things. They sort of all sort of crowd in the same space. And I think a lot of the big figures in that space are fair game in my mind.
Okay.
For this sort of dirty trick.
I'll give you the last word, but the final question I have for you, I have other people on the line, but I do appreciate your comments.
Yeah, of course.
The final question I have for you is, have you lowered your level of confidence that they deserved it after this conversation?
Okay, I'll answer that directly. No. And because I'm confident in my assessment of the stuff I have seen, and in fact, just because I'm a bored kind of person, I'll go and look for some specifics that will hopefully back up. But in my mind, and this could be my final word or whatever, what serves as necessary or actually sufficient evidence for me to come to this is not necessarily going to be one or two sort of very damning comments or screenshots that are like that you can admit in court.
Okay.
It would be
kind of like hints of stuff and vague things.
Well, for me, if someone is on certain subs, comments on certain things,
no, come on,
similar rhetoric.
Really?
No.
That's enough?
Not by itself.
Okay.
I'm talking about if you have a lot of things going together. But there might not be any necessary or sufficient clause. It might be a family resemblance sort of idea, like Wittgenstein, like...
Sounds like collective guilt.
Like if you try to define the word... Well, it's more like defining the word game. There's no necessary and sufficient
the word
definition for the word game.
Oh, game.
Game. Like, what's a game? You cannot think of a set of necessary and sufficient conditions, because there'll always be something...
I agree with that.
Yeah, and so I think... When you think of I don't think there's a necessary and sufficient sort of conditions I can list for who deserves to be targeted here. It's more of a diffuse thing.
But that's not what I'm asking for. I'm asking for
involved.
Well, that's not what I'm asking for you to specifically delineate. It's just like, is it enough to use the same language and hang out in the same spaces as people who have wronged someone else?
Well, among other things, to be
so by itself, no, right?
Figure well, yeah, because I have other categories that I didn't get to.
Sure.
Other conditions, like to be a significant enough figure in that space. I think media figures in particular, who have followings, that by itself gives more cause. I mean, there's a number of things, but I think he's in kind of a battle, and if I were in the same position, I would want to take some scalps to deter others. Be like, look, I'll play dirty too, because they've been playing.
Deter from what?
From harassing them. If they just stop, or back off, or realize, hey, I might get in some deep shit if I keep going down this road. He's really litigious. He's going to fuck me up. I better just back off. Okay. That's sufficient for me to... I consider that justified because of the extent that they've done in their harassment campaign.
Hey, I super appreciate your contributions, and maybe we can talk soon.
Okay.
All right.
Thanks.
Later, man.
Bye.
I see a bunch of people in the line outside. I know Zip, I think, so I'll add him first. Just no offense, because I think that I've talked to him before. Yo, what up, Zip?
Oh, hey, what's up?
What's up, brah? Got any disagreements?
Yo, can you hear me all right?
Yeah.
I have a sort of, not really disagreement. Well, I don't know. Do you want to break from this topic slightly?
I'm indifferent to that.
Okay. I was watching something else, and then I tuned into your stream, and it was funny because when I was watching Forcer, I was watching because someone gave me in my chat earlier, when I was streaming, and I recognized the name. I was like, why do I know this name? It was this person that were like doing a bunch of like debate bro arguments, like prop logic shit. I was like, why do I know this person's name? I look up afterwards, and this person has like done some debates, whatever. And I watched one that you were involved in. Do you remember this person Synth? And do you remember like this conversation about fucking like association?
Oh
guilt
yeah,
by association.
yeah.
Yes, I rewatched that because it's been a while. That show was just really funny to watch.
Yeah. I think after that, I was like my first Lauren Southern conversation after that.
Yeah, it's the video ends. It's like you're talking about Lauren Southern.
Yeah, okay.
With Destiny, yeah. Now I was just tuning in for a little bit of the Ethan Klein, Casey Tron stuff. Do you think? And it just popped into my head. Do you think the argument for Casey Tron with Snarkers and whatever, guilt by association, do you think you necessarily need to demonstrate all the things that, or if she has done any of the harassing or anything to
what?
Impugn her character or whatever?
No. It was a more specific internal critique. Someone came in here. So no, I mean, you can impugn someone's character. I impugn people's characters on a daily basis by fucking shitting them online. The person who just called before you said this was a dirty trick. That's what they said. In other words, saying the purpose of this obviously wasn't to protect the React community. It was a trap laid out, and it was it's a dirty tactic, but that they deserved it. And I asked, why do they deserve it? And he was like, well, I was convinced by some of the things that Lonerbox was saying about sometimes you need overwhelming force when the target is like doing some unconscionable or overwhelmingly bad thing that you need to respond in kind.
Sufficiently bad thing, then you can.
Right. So I'm like, what has Casey Tron done to merit that response? And it was nothing.
Sure.
I mean, he hasn't been able to say anything of any, to the extent that he's like, he is in the same circles, and so she deserves the dirty trick. Now, I don't know if he would characterize the lawsuits as, quote, dirty tricks as he would. But basically, that was the critique I was running.
Sure. So it wouldn't be enough in that case to just say, "Oh, guilt by association," right?
To do something
like just because she's associated with people.
If you take the lawsuit
in the circles,
if you take the lawsuit to be a dirty trick, then I would say that, it wouldn't be enough to just be like generally in those circles. The way people sell it is, these are horrible targets that deserve everything that's coming to them. They've done horrible things. I'm just like, well, what are those horrible things? What can you explain the horrible thing that Casey Tron has done? Go.
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Oh no, I'm not sure. I literally don't care for like the side shit. Purely on the legal, it's like it seems like it.
Because everyone's telling me that
infringing.
So in all my replies, they're like, "Who cares? These people are terrible." I'm just like, okay, what have they done to deserve?
Yeah.
To be called terrible in that sense. And I'm just like, so I sit here, you don't have the position that she's a terrible person, do you?
Not strongly enough to like defend that.
Okay. Do you have the position that Denims is a terrible person?
Pretty cringe.
Okay, cringe is one thing. I think a lot of people are cringe. Yeah. That's all good. Do you think that Denims is a terrible person? Do you have strong views on whether Denims is a terrible person?
I don't know, strong opinion.
Okay, Frogan?
The one thing I could say for Frogan that I do know off the top of my head would be the veterans, whatever. I want them to come back with PTSD or some shit.
Oh yeah, I mean,
no, I don't know.
That's a horrible thing to say.
I assume you mean like in particular as it relates to Ethan Klein or whatever, right?
Yeah, basically.
Or maybe not necessarily.
Yeah, like
or like
people say some fucked up shit.
Particular bad actions to Ethan Klein that would justify like retaliatory action.
Right. So I mean, like I think that some of their political views are horrible. People usually will think of a different set of conduct when thinking about this particular action. Like in light of something, this thing is justified, because most people, in these kinds of infringement cases, aren't going to be like, okay, she should be fucking homeless. He should get it for every fucking dollar. Unless there's like some strong view that she has done something morally reprehensible, right? Like, or something approaching that. I'm just not hearing what that is. Maybe there is something. I'm just saying,
Do you
I don't
think
know what it is.
do you view Casey Tron differently from Frogan or Denims in that sort of way?
In some, I mean, like, I don't really know what they've done. I mean, I know Denims is more popular. Denims has probably is more political, I gather. I think I would hear more about Casey Tron if she, I have different views on them. I know that Frogan is people mean she was like the up and coming person. And then there was that like Love Sabra thing, which I thought was weird, but
sure. I mean,
those are the extent of my view. I don't really have strong views. I mean, I'm asking people like, what have they done that is so reprehensible that it has triggered this entire community of repliers being like, these people are fucking horrible. They deserve everything that's coming to them. They fuck around. Like, that's what I'm looking for, is like the horrible conduct.
Do you think even notwithstanding the like what terrible things they've done besides
the infringement,
do you take
it has to be besides the infringement?
Sure. Like the infringement itself. Do you take the fact that, like, besides whether or not it is infringement, and I think you've said like it seems like a pretty strong case, so you think it is?
I do. Yeah.
Do you take the argument that I believe one of them, at least one of them, or maybe the three of them, or at least it was a reason posited for doing this, is that they were maliciously infringing or whatever? Do you take that to be enough to be like, oh, then it's fair enough to want to do it retaliatory because they were open about wanting specifically to take away money from him or views or whatever else?
In the Ethan case, not really, because I think that he applies that much more broadly, and the statedness of it doesn't really affect Ethan's, or shouldn't affect Ethan's priors on it. Because I think he views other people as intentionally siphoning in that same way, and so like it would seem bizarre and freakoid to be like people who say it, that they're like maximally worse than the people who do it but don't say it and admit their intention. But even beyond that, I'm talking about the pre-infringement characterization of these people that is premised on them being horrible and him setting a trap for them.
Sure. Right.
In general, I think that,
and that's fair enough.
That infringement, infringement justifies the law, like a lawsuit generally. Like if you infringe on someone's property, like I kind of roll my eyes at some of these like small money cases or whatever. It's kind of like a waste, I really do think that the realities of litigation make it so that these cases, you should try to like resolve them if they're about the law, like out of court. Please, can you take down the video? Please, can you pay me the money that you have from the video? And so I roll my eyes a little bit that litigation is the first approach, as opposed to like a cease and desist and like, hey, let's try to resolve this without using the legal system. But the immediate jump to litigation suggests to me that, this is being done for some other purpose, as well as all the other reasons. And I think it relates to a pre-infringement view of this person. And I'm asking, what is shaping that vision that they've done something so horrible? So I guess I'll just ask you straight up. Do you think that these people have done horrible things to Ethan Klein, those three defendants?
I'm not sure.
Okay, so you're not sure.
I haven't seen specifics on that. Right. But do you think maybe like I see what you mean about it was presupposed upon, hey, these people are so bad, so I'm going to lay this trap for them. Mm-hmm. And then once they do it, then it's going to be, oh, look, I laid this trap and they fell for it. They deserve what's coming.
Yeah, the question is triggered by me getting all these replies saying, fuck these people, they're horrible. And like, it is a vitriol, and it might be deserved. I'm not saying it's not. I'm asking what is causing it.
So I see what you mean.
You're saying you're agnostic on it. You're agnostic on whether they've done horrible things.
I'm agnostic as to the pre-infringement stuff.
Yeah.
I more so go to like if you want to distinguish some, like you brought before that you don't see like, oh, because Ethan thinks some other people are also doing the malicious things. Do you not think there would be an interest in particularly the people who are open about, hey, I want to sue your income in this way, however little it would be? I don't like realistically, let me make sure I can say it's not that much.
Understand the question. Do I think it's reasonable? Do you
think it's reasonable to see to do it to differentiate someone like these three people versus like XQC because they were particular and open to it in such a way that it's like a deterrent to, hey, if you're gonna like do this shit, and I granted I haven't seen the XQC one, maybe XQC did not infringe on the copyright when he also reacted to it. Or other people, right?
All,
I don't
all
know if
else,
I've seen
all else equal,
there are other
yes.
infringing people who haven't been.
Yeah. All else equal, yes.
But you could say that.
But not to protect.
Sure. But
my contention is all else equal, yes, but not to protect the React community. But it also seems broader than that.
Sure,
It's like because he couldn't have known those statements were coming when he set, quote unquote set the trap, right? Agreed? Yes or no?
Sure. Yeah.
Right. So he wouldn't have known that those statements are coming. So he must have set the trap before he knew those statements were there. And so regardless of whether or not it would justify in the main a distinction, which I think it would, just not for the reason he states.
Sure.
I'm asking what is causing that pre-infringement characterization for which it was deserving to set the trap. You get me?
Yeah. I mean, I think. Do you think it's possible that if you seem to think that it is true that they likely infringed? Do you think if they had not infringed, do you think he still would have done the lawsuit the same way?
No.
Let's say that they did a fair use reaction.
Yeah, no, he wouldn't have sued people if he didn't think he had
leverage.
leverage.
I think likely not. I think for me to agree with that, I think the main differentiator was they did infringe. Mm-hmm. Also, they were particularly malicious in the way that they did the infringement, and also, I haven't seen anybody else who did the same actions as them, but they aren't getting that. Like say somebody else did not do the bad stuff, but they also infringed and said that they were doing it to steal money. I like those people aren't getting sued. So I don't know, but also I mostly agree with you that I think it was like retributive for whatever.
When you say you mostly agree with me, I just want to get concrete things. Do you disagree with a single thing I tweeted? Yes or no?
No, I haven't looked at the tweets. I just tuned in.
Hang on, wait.
Just seen you kind of talk.
Are you telling me you're not aware of my tweet that garnered a lot of attention?
I think I saw it on my feed.
Okay, so I want to read it, and I want you to tell me if you disagree with anything in the tweet. So please humor me, okay? So I'm going to bring up the tweet, and I'm going to read it. And right now I'm.
You know, Pisco stan, okay? I will defend you.
Appreciate
always.
Because we got a lot of shit talkers, and I just want to clear the air that Zip, who's no friend.
I see him. Don't worry.
He's no friend to the snarkers, to the Ethan Kleiners, or sorry, to the Ethan deniers. I don't know. Hang on, bringing it up. I don't know why my computer's so fucking slow. Oh, here we go. I will read this out loud. I'm buying time.
I love it when you buy time on stream. I mean, that's like the best thing, you know?
Sharing. Oh, it's so slow.
It's easy enough. You just give you plenty of time to find what you need to find.
Everything is
read what you need to read.
Slow. I don't know why this is happening.
Get through all those replies, you know?
Okay.
All those people being like, "Oh, you're so dumb." Oh.
Quote.
And then now you can find the original post. Right?
Alleged Ethan Klein settlement with Casey Trump further supports everything I've said. I'm aware there's other litigation ongoing. That this case was never about protecting the React community from a potential lawsuit from Disney or Sony. Ethan's words, not mine. So far, anything you disagree?
I'm reading on I just caught up on stream. Based on what you said so far, this case was never about protecting the React community. When you say Ethan's words, not mine. Ethan's words that it wasn't about protecting the React community.
That it was about protecting the React community from a lawsuit from Disney and Sony that could set a devastating precedent that could destroy the React community as we know it.
Okay. I think you could argue that he might have a.
When you say you could argue, what do you mean by you could argue? I'm asking what your view is, not you. Could
just someone possibly.
No, I'm not. I'm not asking that. I'm not asking whether someone would. I'm asking your view. Is it your view?
I know.
Are you disagreeing with this? You could be agnostic on it and say, I don't know. I'm not asking could someone argue. I'm asking you. Do you have a view on whether this is wrong?
I'm not sure. I'm thinking this through out loud as I'm reading your tweet for the first time.
Okay.
Remember? So I'm just seeing the first thing that comes into my mind when I see, and I might be, as I think through it, come up with my own counter arguments against what I'm about to say. Or maybe you could counter what I'm saying as I'm just kind of playing devil's advocate on this particular sentence. You could say that someone could say, it could come into my mind that perhaps Ethan has a mistaken belief that his lawsuit could help the React community from a Disney or Sony lawsuit, even if he's wrong about that. but he does believe that his lawsuit somehow would help in that way.
So, thank you for saying that. I'm not asking could
Mhm.
someone argue that. I'm asking your view. Do you have a view as
Right.
you sit here?
Well, so I'm just thinking through that. So I think it's possible that Ethan might be mistaken in his belief, because I've just listening for like the last 30, 45 minutes to your stream. You kind of talked about the Disney or Sony point quite a bit. I agree with you that I don't think this lawsuit would really, even if however it was ruled, I don't think it would really affect whether Disney or Sony would sue a React community, or whether it's that president that would prevent them from doing something, or anything like that.
So you think it's plausible that part of the reason he filed the lawsuit against Casey Tron, Denims, and Frogan, which he just very quickly settled with Casey Tron for some nominal sum, whatever related to her GoFundMe account and this apology about unrelated things, you think it's plausible that this lawsuit was initiated to protect from Disney and Sony unleashing a devastating precedent that could destroy the React community as we know it, that you think that it's plausible that he would have that belief?
It's a plausible partial reason for doing so.
I think that's insane.
Okay.
All right.
I think it's possible, but
by possible you mean logically possible?
Sure. Sure, we could say logically. I think it's plausible.
I agree that it's logically
when
possible.
he conceived of the trap. I think it's plausible that when he conceived of the trap, you know, I'm putting myself in Ethan's head and I'm just like, I'm gonna register my video with the Library of Congress, and I'm gonna wait to see who buys. I know these.
That hurts the case. That hurts the case. You understand that, right? The fact that it was a quote unquote a trap, that hurts the case that this was all intended to, or partly intended.
Well, I don't think it was
to
all
protect the React community.
I don't think it was all intended, but I think when he's there, he's like, I'm gonna set this trap. I'm gonna register with the Library of Congress, and I'm gonna sue them so good, it's gonna create precedent, just like I did before. It's gonna make this awesome precedent, and I'm gonna say, and like maybe he's stupid. I don't think
you agree.
You
agree he's either stupid. So it's either he's stupid or lying, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what it's a mistaken belief, possibly, but I think that could be part of the reason.
Okay. At least you're willing to say that. I think it's plausible. I think that's an insane. I think it's an insane position.
Some genius, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think it. I think he was stupid if he ever believed it. I think he was. If any of his lawyers said that was ever going to happen, that there was going to be some precedent from this case, I think it was pretty dumb, but I think it's possible he believed it, or had some.
But you agree? Everyone's saying that this is a marginal point, a side point. That's not true, right? I mean, the video is very clearly. I mean, that's a central theme, isn't it?
Yeah, possibly, but maybe he's.
When I would say possibly, sorry, I'm not asking
that part up.
I'm asking what your view is. I'm not asking do you think that it's a central part of the video?
I think he was playing it up. Yeah.
So when someone says it's marginal, you disagree with that, don't you? A side point, you disagree. That's part of the rationale.
No, I don't think I do. Well, like I mostly agree with you, right? So I think it was mostly because it was just retributive. He just wanted to fuck with these people in particular, right? Or whoever was going to take the bite on this bait that he set, right? But I think also part of the reason, I don't know percentage wise, but a very small, like less than half, right, was this idea that maybe it could set precedent or whatever that would help the React community in some way.
When and you have all these people saying, "Oh, of course he's going to settle," and he's settling, and he's in the basis of which his settlement doesn't have anything to do with establishing a precedent. It's about apologies,
but I think
on Asmongold and on his employees and on anti-Semitism. Nothing to do with the React community.
Yeah, because I've said it's like if the majority reason was just to fuck with them, and he's come up with a good enough reason to not want to fuck with them anymore, say for Casey Tron, whatever the fuck reason he did it. I think that's like, oh, okay, whatever.
Why isn't he talking about it anymore?
With the other two.
Why isn't he saying, "Wow, what an awesome win for the React community"? Can you explain that?
This is not a win for the React community.
So given that
hasn't really changed.
So if he's at least if he's at least thoughtful enough to know that it's not a win for the React community, shouldn't he acknowledge that was untrue?
Yeah, maybe. Well, I don't think you can say it's untrue that he, like, say I'm Ethan, right? And I had it in my head that maybe this was going to set precedent. Like, should I tell people that it was untrue? If you're lying, maybe. If you had a mistaken belief about it, if you genuinely thought that it was going to happen, maybe he still thinks that it's still possible with Denims and Frogan that there's going to be some precedent. I don't think why would he set out that it's untrue, right?
Because it's obviously untrue, and because I think you're capping if you think that he thinks that he's going to set some precedent that protects against Sony and Disney.
I think he thinks there's a chance it's going to set that.
And with people like Hassan reacting to the entire TV shows on stream, this is not with stated intentional malice. My fear is that Sony or Disney comes along, sues everybody, and sets a devastating precedent that could endanger our entire field.
Mm-hmm.
Think about that.
I think that's something in general anybody should be afraid of.
And his example is Hassan.
Like, we're content creators. Like, right? I think that's something you should be afraid of. Say again?
His example is Hassan.
That's right. Yeah.
But Hassan doesn't have intentional stated malice.
Yeah.
So, seems kind of weird that would at all be factoring in his mind. But anyway, all right. Is there anything else before?
Well, like his issue is like if somebody were to do it to Hassan. I think the idea, however stupid in his mind or anyone who says it, is that if he goes after these people who did it maliciously, then the precedent would be set that when you go after someone, it's because they explicitly stated that they were doing it maliciously. Take away.
And his example of that is someone who didn't. And his example of that is someone who didn't state it maliciously.
Well, no, I think that would be the worst case scenario, right? If they set the precedent, then they would set the precedent with somebody who didn't say that it was malicious. But if Ethan set the precedent with his case, then it would be somebody who did do it maliciously.
I see. So the devastating precedent would be.
It doesn't make any sense.
So just to be clear,
but that would be the difference.
So in Ethan's mind, this is what you think Ethan thinks. The devastating precedent would be the precedent that prevents Hassan from watching 8 hours of a TV show without any commentary. That would be devastating precedent on Ethan's lights.
Well, no. The devastating precedent would be that.
Would be what?
Like people who are reacting to fair use would get caught up in it. Right.
So the devastating precedent is if they go after someone like Hassan for watching entire TV shows, and it would be different than the precedent he would set because
the precedent he would set would have the malicious aspect involved. So it's at the precedent that when you go after someone, it's because they did it maliciously.
The factor that's irrelevant to the
I think it's dumb.
Yeah.
But yes, because in either case, you still have the risk of, people who aren't in Ethan's case, if you set the precedent that's malicious, you still have the risk that people who aren't doing it maliciously are still going to get caught up. If it's the Sony or Disney Swing Hassan case, it's still the precedent would still set that. But that's always the risk, right? That if you do a reaction that even if you do it in fair use, that you could get sued or whatever. That's always the risk, because that's copyright infringement. You are doing the infringing.
Okay.
Or well, that you would get sued for infringing, even if you're not, if it's fair use, because that would be your offense.
Understood. And you think that's diluted, fair?
Yeah. Yeah, I think Ethan's diluted on lots of things. Yeah.
Sick.
Mm-hmm.
Appreciate you, man. Anything else that you wanna chat about?
No. Oh, do you think I mentioned at the start the synth person. They came in my chat. They were like, "Oh, do you wanna debate me or whatever? Do you think I should debate that person?"
Why not?
It was literally like whenever I went back to watch the video, I'm like, "Oh, I knew I recognized the person." They were doing the exact same thing, like debate, bro. Fucking.
I love that shit. So go ahead, man.
I think it'd be fun, but I'd just be fucking with them the whole time. So I don't know if it's.
Oh, I don't like that. I think you should be sincere.
Sincere.
Yep.
Well, it was a really. See, if I'm sincere, then it's gonna be really boring because that person's they're just completely wrong with what they're saying.
I'm just telling you my preferences. Maybe memes will.
Yeah.
If you build it, they will come. But thank you, Zeb.
Maybe I'll maybe if I do it, maybe I'll take it serious for like, and then once I realize, maybe we'll just meme. But yeah, I don't know.
Appreciate it, man. And have a good one and enjoy the call with Synth.
Yeah.
Later. All right, we're gonna take a couple more people and then we'll call it. It's late as hell. Appreciate everyone watching. Yo, what up, Brandon? You're in.
What's up?
What's up, Doc? What can I do you for?
I was just talking about the Casey Tron stuff. I heard you talking about it, and I wanted to give you
give me the
some
take.
insight on that. So, the fact that she said that she was trying to steal views away from Casey Tron seemed pretty bad.
The fact that she was
from Ethan.
Right. So I was specifically kind of asking about like the pre-infringement vision of her as deserving a trap, because that was what that caller was saying is these are horrible people that deserve bad, like dirty tactics. That was his characterization, not mine. And he said she deserves it. And I'm asking from a pre-infringement context, when he's planning out the quote unquote trap, why does she deserve it? What has she done to be such a horrible person before the infringement?
So I can't talk about that.
You can't or can?
Is that I can't.
Okay.
So if you want to kick me, that's fine. I just wanted to talk about it afterwards.
Okay, let's talk about it afterwards.
Yeah, so I know that she said that she was trying to steal views away from Ethan, and I mean I'm happy with how everything worked out. I think it made sense for her to settle, for Ethan to settle, because I think she was the least egregious of the three. So, I'm
sue her because you like.
How everything worked.
But okay, you went through this whole thing to sue a person who you think is, by your lights, the least egregious, and the reason you sue her is because she said, "I just want to take like views away from him," and that justifies a lawsuit, not even a demand letter. Not even a like, hey, will you give me restitution for what you stole? Just straight lawsuit?
I think he was very angry. I think he was pretty vengeful, with everything that was happening to him, because the entire kind of
that's what I'm asking about. For what? What did Casey Tron do?
I'm not really sure.
Yeah. That's what I hope someone, because it seems to be like a pretty, widespread opinion they deserve horrible things to happen to them, and maybe they do. I just want to know what it is.
Yeah, I don't think.
Let's talk about Denims. What about Denims?
I think Denims is probably the most egregious of the three.
Let's get some examples of egregious conduct from Denims. Go.
She said that she was trying to steal content from him.
I'm talking about the pre-infringement stuff, but because it's the same line that for Casey Tron. Yeah, okay, you're gonna start a lawsuit. You're not gonna demand something first. You go straight to suing these people and you set a trap initially. So I'm asking, what's the egregious conduct? Is there before the infringement?
I mean, she's a pretty big Hassan supporter, and she also went after him pretty hard, on basically everything.
That's egregious conduct?
I'm not. I want to step out. I'm sorry. I'm not going to debate this.
No worries. Hey, have a good one, man.
I appreciate.
Yeah.
Yeah, you too.
Later. I'm at a loss. I mean, maybe people are like, you should get involved in the minutia of what's going on. I'm like, oh, okay. Can someone make the case? Someone help me out here. What's the egregious conduct? Be devil's advocate. Incoherent voter says, I know the egregious conduct. All right, tell me the egregious conduct. If you don't want to come in VC, just put it in the chat. I'm not even making you guys come in VC. Just write it. Oh yeah, we can talk to Avi about the bow strikes. I'd prefer it because I saw other tweets where he's saying you have to follow the law. And so I don't know if it's a sincere position. I think he is just saying that it's being argued poorly or not at all. And so I would prefer to argue with someone who is sincerely in favor of it. But if he's the only one who'll debate it, I'll definitely debate Avi, even if it's not sincere. Pisco, Ethan's going to sue you if you actually learn about everything and expose him. He doesn't scare me. They were friends with Hassan and criticized Ethan for his real. Okay, no. Can you guys be real and honest? I want the actual egregious conduct. Hello? Maybe there is. I'm not even saying there's not. I know the angle. He's covering for the lefties. Okay. This case's intention was to deprive him of money. She says that, I believe, matter. Yeah, I think it matters in terms of justifying a lawsuit or not. But I'm going to repeat myself 2 more times so everyone hears it. There's this notion. I think that would justify differential treatment in lawsuits for infringement. Okay, I don't think it goes so far as to justify the protection rationale from Disney and Sony. So just be clear about that. But I do think it would just, like, I would go after people who are more malicious if I really wanted to make a point of it or something. Although if I cared about money, I would go after the big pockets, right? Deep pockets. Like, you're not gonna get money suing these people. You have money. Probably lost money. Oh, I saw something like, he thinks $60,000 is not a lot of, dude. In the view of litigation expenses for these kinds of lawsuits in federal court, that's chump change. That's nothing. All right. But even beyond that, like, I understand it could be a different rationale for suing someone, but the argument is it was justified to set a trap and do dirty tricks, and these people did egregious things. And that's different than, is it a basis to sue one person or another? Is like whether they have egregious and horrible streaks and they have harassed him, right? Harassment is like putting someone in fear intentionally or for their safety or well-being, right? Like, I would say the skull, that, whoever sent the skull, that's harassment for sure. Or intentionally violating someone's privacy, calling CPS if you were trying to, like, lie about it or something. If they filed a false report, I would say that's like harassment. Or if you're sending, like, threatening messages, like, that's harassment. I'm like, did they harass? Did they encourage harassment? Show me that. Avi outlined his position whole a tweet a few hours ago. Okay, well, I'll take a look at the tweet. Okay, we have somebody. Shocky. Yo, what up, bro? Shocky.
Oh shit! Hang on. I had the video playing. Hi.
Good? How you doing, bro?
Still breathing. How are you?
So what? Celebrating?
Still breathing.
Oh, still breathing. I'm also breathing.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just
we have maintained homeostasis.
I work in retail. It's one of those things I picked up when a bunch of people said it to me, and then I just picked it up and I haven't dropped it yet.
No worries. Talk to me.
Yeah, Casey Tron is a fucking loser. The Casey Tron shit is really unhinged because she played a really big role in distributing all the weird snucker. Oh, sorry, I've got a fan on. I hope you can't hear it.
I can't hear it.
Okay, good. He played a really weird role in, or she played a really weird role in, distributing all the really weird snucker talking points, talking about how he deserved the CPS call because of his kids eating dog shit off the ground, and they caught, oh fuck, what was it? Giardia, yeah, that one.
She said,
yeah, it's just really like
she said he deserved to have CPS called because he gave his kids Giardia.
Yeah, because of the weird snucker thing about the dog shit being all over the apartment.
Someone said she advocated for her viewers to call CPS.
No, she celebrated it and like encouraged that kind of behavior directed towards Ethan and the H3 people in general, doing the weird shit like attacking the crew and Olivia and AB for not quitting, to the extent that both of them took Olivia is still off and AB's taken a really long time off, and Casey Tron's played into that really weird attacky behavior thing. So I don't even think this is relevant to whether or not he should pursue the lawsuit. But if you're asking what reasons he had to want to target Casey Tron specifically in like a vindictive way that justifies it, I would say, yeah, that's like he's kind of earned his stripes there.
What was the basis for Casey Tron stating whatever she stated about Ethan giving Giardia to his kids?
So there was a thing where Ethan talked about one of his kids maybe getting sick with Giardia. The kid wasn't sick with Giardia.
But did Ethan state that he thought the kid was sick with Giardia?
He said they might have had Giardia. Then a few days later, when he had his next episode, he went on his thing and said, the kids don't have Giardia, no one has Giardia, it's a cold, or whatever the fuck they had. But if you go to like the Snark subreddits, they will still talk about how his kids got Giardia. So the CPS call is justified.
I just want to be clear.
Reading dog shit off the ground.
Is it your position that Ethan said that they might have Giardia, or that he thinks they have Giardia?
At the time, when it initially happened, he said it. I think he said it might be Giardia, but I think the difference is inconsequential.
Well, I think it's very consequential. If Ethan says we have Giardia, or I think we have Giardia, you would agree that's a reasonable basis to think that they have Giardia,
sorry.
right?
Oh, you mean like that? I thought you meant they might, or he thinks they have Giardia. I was like, those two sound like the same thing in my head. There is a difference between having and thinking they have, and it was they. So the reason he thought, just for the Giardia one, the reason that he thought the kids might have had Giardia is that just picked up a new dog from a shelter. Giardia is incredibly common in dogs. The dog had been, I guess, shitting all over the apartment because it had, or home, sorry, not apartment, shitting all over the home because it has incontinence issues. He said the kids might have Giardia because they go and play outside, which is where the dog shits. And Snarkers sort of made it a whole thing of the dogs shitting all over the house, the kids eating shit, and that's how the kid got Giardia. Ethan lets his kids eat dog shit. Ethan went on stream, like his show, like 2 or 3 days after that happened, to say, my kids don't have Giardia. They're kids, they go to preschool, they go to school, they have shit immune systems. One of them came home with a cold.
Was this after, or was the clarification after or before?
Like 3 days after he said they might have had Giardia.
Was it Casey? When did Casey Tron say that?
As recently as just before the lawsuit.
Oh, okay.
And it's an example of all the weird snark talk points that Casey Tron encourages and uses to direct harassment towards Ethan.
Okay. I'm going to try to find the statement that Casey Tron made about Ethan Klein and Giardia. So just give me a second. Where could I find that, you think?
I don't know where exactly you would find it. My girlfriend is a huge H3 fan, and I have had to sit through all of this lore. So I've learned a bunch about.
So basically, what you're saying is that Casey Tron made a statement to the effect of the kids have Giardia, right? And that's the horrible thing,
because they're
right?
eating dog shit. The important part, the horrible part is because they're eating dog shit.
Got it. And because
that's the bad part.
And it was untrue. So she said something that was untrue.
Yes.
Okay.
And she used that lie to justify CPS being called on Ethan.
As in, she thought it was justified for CPS to be called, given Giardia.
Given the kids eating dog shit.
Okay. Because she thought that they ate dog shit. Why did she think that they ate dog shit?
Yeah. Because Ethan said the dog has Giardia, and one way that Giardia can spread is by eating shit, eating the dog's shit, for example, or like coming into contact.
So Ethan made that inference.
Yeah, like in a roundabout way. Like he didn't say my kids are crawling around and the dog shitting everywhere. He said the dog has giardia. I think my kids might have giardia.
Because
I think
why?
I might have giardia.
Wait,
We're all sick in this house.
What's the inference? I think my dogs have giardia. Where's the shit coming? Hang on. Wait.
The shit is coming from weird snarkers saying the reason Ethan's kids have giardia is because they're eating dog shit. Ethan never said anything about his kids eating dog shit.
I'm gonna listen to it's a 2-minute clip of Ethan, and I'll state it so you can know it as it happens.
So that's only one part of it. The next part is that Olive has giardia.
Has giardia. So you agree, therefore, when he says Olive has giardia, he is saying definitively.
Olive is his dog.
His dog has giardia. So that is the definitive statement that his.
Yes.
Okay, got it.
The definitive statement is his dog has giardia.
Okay.
And then
let's keep
he'll
listening,
go
right?
on to say, "Yep."
Okay.
Which is it's a bacterial.
It's a bacterial infection in the intestines
that makes you have diarrhea.
That makes you have diarrhea.
And Olive has this.
And Olive has this.
Has this. Yeah, she.
Olive
came
has
to
this.
us with
Yes,
it.
she came to it with.
She had diarrhea.
She had diarrhea.
And Ducky came to us with that too.
Ducky came to us too. Is that another animal?
Another animal, yeah.
So he's definitively stating correct that his 2 animals have giardia, correct?
I think so.
Okay.
I just wonder.
Wait, what do you mean you think so? Is it debatable, given what I said?
I'm not listening to the.
Okay.
I'm not listening to the clip, so I'm listening to you retell it. So
Okay.
as you retell it, yes.
Okay.
Why?
As I sit here listening to you
as
retell it,
you
yes.
hear my got it.
It's relatively common.
It should be.
It should be
already.
Should have found it already.
Anyway, so she has giardia. So
she
have
has
her on
giardia. This referring to Olive, I'm assuming.
an antibiotic. But
she has an antibiotic.
We had to wait until Monday.
We had to wait until Monday, which is
today.
You just got it today.
Well, Sonny's crawling
Sonny
around.
is crawling around.
In his mouth.
He's putting everything in his mouth. He's at that age.
Giardia.
He has giardia. So if I'm correct about that, so he's saying definitively that his child, that's his child, Sonny, you said?
Sonny is his child, yeah.
Okay, so is it true or is it not true that Ethan definitively said his child has giardia without a conditionality about it?
Okay, so he said his kid has giardia, but you'll find if you go find the clip a few days later, he goes on stream and says,
okay, no, but in the initial
says,
in the initial telling, you would agree it's not conditional. He says his definitively that his child has giardia, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh shit.
Oh shit. Oh.
And now Ela has.
And
giardia.
now Ela has giardia. So she's also saying that his wife has giardia. Not she might not. It's possible. Not I think she has it. Correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
For real?
And now I think this morning I had diarrhea.
And now I think I had diarrhea, implying that he might have it.
Jeez, what can I do to not get it from you?
I'm trying
to.
So they ask, what can I do to not get
I'm
it from you?
not trying to get
You
it.
ever crank the AC maybe?
It's extremely
It's
ridiculous.
extremely ridiculous to get.
You have to ingest my poop.
You have to ingest my poop.
Are you planning on that?
Are you planning on that?
Not
Never.
really.
So then you're fine.
Then you're fine.
But
he says.
Unfortunately,
So the problem
I would
is
say
the problem is
none
wait.
of it's relevant.
Well, can we finish it though? It's a 2-minute clip.
Yeah, you can finish it, but I do have to go. Like I do have an out, so
All right.
I'd rather have the conversation than listen to the rest of it.
It's one more minute. Okay.
The rest of it. Okay, go for it.
All right.
Poop is flowing out of your mouth.
Not poop is flowing out of your mouth.
It's in the air, bro.
It's in the
That's
air,
not
bro.
what I said.
That's not what I said.
That's what you said.
That's what you said.
No, that's what you said.
That's what you said. I said.
Well, anyway, so
anyways, let me continue,
Okay,
please.
sorry.
So because
so because
it can go on surfaces.
It
And
can
stuff,
go on
so,
surfaces and stuff.
Olive chews everywhere.
Olive chews everywhere.
Sonny, it makes sense why he.
Sonny,
got
it makes sense why
then
he
once
got
he
it.
starts having these crazy diarrheas.
And once
like in
he
the
starts
middle of the
having
night,
crazy diarrheas,
all
all
the
day,
time he's having these crazy diarrheas.
all that is having
then
crazy
when
diarrheas. When me and Ela start having to get into changing his diaper.
You put him down.
You put him down. You wash your hands as best you can.
These are really nasty.
These are really nasty diarrheas.
They put their hands into the poop.
So they put their hands in the poop. I haven't been diagnosed with it.
Neither has Ela.
Neither has Ela.
Sonny went to the doctor.
Sonny went to the doctor today
to get a poop
evaluation.
But I'm pretty sure he has it. Because
the
symptoms is
because
like
the symptoms frequent,
extremely foul smelling
diarrheas.
The first night, it happened last night in the middle of the night. I walked into his room.
It happened in the middle of the night. He was crying in the middle of the night.
and I was immediately struck
by the foulest
his whole room was just
wafting. Okay, so based on that statement, do you think it's reasonable for someone who's watching that to conclude that the family has Giardia and it was spread through poop?
Yeah, sure, that's entirely reasonable. What I would then say is that if you go, because he just talked about sending Sonny's poop off to get a poop analysis, is if you go to like the show from 3 days later, you'll find Ethan saying it's not Giardia. He's just sick with some kids get sick.
Is it? Do you think it's plausible?
Not Giardia, they got the poop tested.
Do you think it's plausible that Casey Tron saw the video where you said yourself it's reasonable that that they conclude that he had Giardia and it was contracted through poop and didn't see his clarification? You think that that's plausible?
Sure. I think it's plausible, but I think that to believe that you'd have to be a fucking retard.
Why?
Because if you're not going to watch anything about Ethan's stuff and you're only going to watch snark clips and you're going to see snark clips about Ethan's kid eating shit off the ground.
Yeah, you would see you would see the snark and you wouldn't see the
comments from. Sure, but you're not going to look at like any of the comments from any of the H3 people who go in. When you make a comment about it, you're not going to listen to any of the people who say, no, a few days later he said that it wasn't Giardia at all.
Right. So what's the evidence she lied?
I think if you're going to willfully ignore all, it's not. No. It's not necessarily a lie. It's malicious because if she was going to be like at least a little bit honest. Because Casey Tron's a person who gets tweeted at quite a bit and who spends all her time on the internet because she's a loser. You don't think that at any point in her talking shit about Ethan or his Giardia shit-ridden kids that she might see a clip about
I'm just asking what's the evidence she lied?
No. Okay. It's not necessarily a lie. I'll say that. It's not necessarily a lie. I would really struggle to believe that you didn't see any of the Giardia stuff. And I would say that if you're Ethan, it's just more people saying bullshit snark talking points to try and justify things like CPS getting called on him to try and take his kids away from him. Where I would say, you know what? Maybe Ethan does want a little bit of dodgy vengeance on top of the validity of the lawsuit.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to get to the merits of the accusation here, which is she lied, and I don't know what she said. I wish I had access to what she said. But if she's going off this clip, I'm assuming this clip probably has more widespread, because I'm sure the snark stuff, and maybe she's self-selecting for snark because maybe she's a snarker. Maybe she's an echo chamber and she only saw the bad stuff and she didn't see the correction or whatever. And I'm just looking for the evidence that she lied, because someone could hear that clip, not hear the correction, say that, and not be knowingly spreading the lie.
I will take back the claim she lied, because even though I believe it, I don't really have evidence that she's seen his kid just had whatever kid sickness. I'll take back the lie bit, but I'll stick to it's at the very least malicious. And just on that thing alone of her justifying CPS getting called to her audience and to the wider narc sphere, I would say that he's justified in wanting to pursue vengeance. If that's like the point of the argument, which I don't even think is important to the main point of the lawsuit is valid.
Yeah, I agree.
Because you've been asking
I agree. The lawsuit. No, if by valid you mean it's a strong case that has a solid legal foundation, I would say I agree. It's valid, super valid case.
Yeah.
But that's just anyone who says that is
a valid target. His wrath, and I would say this is an example.
And the example is because she said
she's cheering on his CPS getting called on his kids with bullshit snark talking points, which have been.
So someone should send me. Someone should send me that statement then, because maybe if she's like I guess I'll ask this question. If it's the case, I would never do this. I just want to be clear. I would never do this kind of like call for CPS because your kid incidentally, because of like circumstance outside your control, like eats poop by accident one time or something. You know, I think that's unhinged to do that and assume therefore that there's like mistreatment or something based on the story. I think that's unhinged. But to the extent that someone takes that view, to me, is that an example of like an egregious opinion? If it's a case like, I think that it's like unhinged as a belief to be like, this is enough for me to call Child Protective Services. I don't agree with that. But if someone has that opinion, is having that opinion and expressing it egregious? So I think that they're eating poop. I think that their
Having
life
that opinion and expressing it isn't egregious, but as a person with an audience, I'm pretty sure I've heard you say, I'm pretty sure you would agree that you have a responsibility
No
to
doubt.
verify the veracity of claims you're making. And Casey Tron is at the very least failing on that responsibility and spreading heinous misinformation about Ethan to justify a heinous act, which is trying to take his children from him. If I'm Ethan in this situation, I'm not giving like the slightest inch on like, yeah, bitch, you justified calling CPS and trying to get my kids taken from me. Fuck you. You can get it. If I'm Ethan, I think I'm justified in having that opinion.
So providing moral justification in a way that is upsetting is justification for this kind of retribution. Fair?
To me, no. To Ethan, it seems like it. Generally,
to
I'm
you,
not a big fan of
to you, no?
retributive justice. Sure, I'm not a big fan of retributive justice, but I think the lawsuit has merit. Obviously, you agree to that.
Yeah, no, I agree. I'm just like, there's a lot of people who morally justify fucked up shit to happening to other people. For example, people who morally justify violent actions against other people, which I find fucked up. I mean,
for example, me justifying fucking your mom. Ooh, yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, so like, I don't know. I if there's a lie being spread, I understand it. If there's like a take which is malicious in that you knowingly spread something that you know to be false for the purpose of embarrassing someone when you know that it's not true, that I would totally understand as being egregious. I think that's egregious if she did that.
Sure. So it might.
But like
not
having an
definitively
opinion, yeah, I think CPS should be called if, which I think is true. Like I think it's I'm not saying that it's a necessary inference, but when Ethan says it only spreads through poop, the kid's eating everything, right?
Yeah.
And again, I'm not saying that that's a justified thing to call CPS. I think that's unhinged. But I don't think that you're an unreasonable person to say that what Ethan is implying there is that fecal matter, if it can only be spread through fecal matter, and the kid's eating everything, like, is that an unreasonable inference, yes or no?
No, it's a reasonable inference. But
so,
you can also
to be clear,
listen to like
it is a reasonable. So it's a reasonable inference.
So,
if all you had was this video, it would be a reasonable inference that Ethan is implying what's likely to happen is that the baby ate poop. Correct?
Sure. It's also a reasonable inference that the kid is just crawling around on the floor licking shit. They keep a clean house, and one of the things he said is the particles all over things. The kid might have licked shit. Like licked something on the floor that didn't get 100% properly cleaned, which is super reasonable.
Wait, no. So I'm glad
you've
that
got a dog with diarrhea that's shitting everywhere. Yeah.
It doesn't justify
it's not
CPS.
Necessarily just the,
yeah, I don't think it justifies CPS.
But it's not necessarily just the kid eating shit. There's plenty of things it could be that aren't the dog eating shit.
No, I'm just saying someone listening to this, right? Like if you're listening to this on the when you're taking a walk and he's like, no, don't worry about this. It's not contagious. You have to eat poop. That's what he says. And he goes, and he's at that age where he's eating everything, and the dog is kind of pooping everywhere. You agreed just now. It was a reasonable inference that someone listening to it would be like, okay, what he's implying is a likely scenario is the kid licked or somehow ingested either or ate poop. Correct? That's not unreasonable. Yeah. Correct?
Sure. Do you think that Ethan and Ayla are at home eating their kids' poop or their dog's poop? Because they also supposedly got it, and you can keep a clean house and have particles of shit all over the place.
No, I understand.
You have a sick dog shitting.
I understand that. I'm just saying, what do you think a reasonable interpretation of what Ethan is saying would be? Is that Ethan believes that this is something that is likely to have occurred? Why else would he bring up the fact that the baby's eating everything? Is there another reason why he would bring that up?
No. We're
wait, sorry. Can you answer? Wait. Can you answer that first? Can you answer that? Is there any other reason why he would bring up the baby eating itself?
No, he would bring it up because the baby could be putting any number of things in his mouth, which
including fecal
poop. Doesn't necessarily mean that he's picking up crusty white dried poop.
No, but that wouldn't be an unreasonable inference. It wouldn't be an unreasonable interpretation.
Unreasonable inference.
Correct.
Sure, it wouldn't be an unreasonable inference, but for someone who they know has a maid because they think his maid's suing him, it's like the maximalist bad faith approach of like, this is the most disgusting, fucked up house.
You know, I listen, I agree with that. I think that's a wholly unjustified inference and a wholly unjustified conclusion to draw from it. No doubt. I'm with you there 100%. The only thing I'm saying is let's be clear about what we're talking about here, right? The unreasonableness of what Casey Tron would be doing, if we get her quote at some point, would be either A, lying about anything related to the health and safety of their child, correct? That would be egregious. And potentially implying something other, like more broadly, the house is a fucking sty and it's they're all eating poo, like anything beyond what's going on. What isn't egregious, I think you would agree, would be implying, understanding based on what was said there, that it's likely that Ethan thinks that like fecal matter is being ingested through the mouth of their child, right? That's not a basis to be upset with Casey Tron. Fair?
No, I think it is.
Why? If it's a reasonable interpretation.
Because as we've both agreed, Casey Tron as a public figure has some responsibility to go on to verify the veracity of her claims. If Casey Tron did any due diligence, as we both agreed she's supposed to, then she would hear 3 days later Ethan saying the poop results came back, it's not Giardia, and not spread misinformation that leads to his kids get him getting CPS called on him. I think.
Okay, I mean, I hope that's the standard. The standard, like I try to, if there's something I say wrong, I will try to correct it, and I agree that should be the standard, and people should be held to account for what they said. And if they spread, the problem is this statement. This is an unfortunate statement by Ethan. Agreed.
Sorry.
This is an unfortunate statement from Ethan. You probably shouldn't have said this.
Yeah, it's. I'd say it's a reckless statement from Ethan, but I don't think that matters if he goes on to correct the record and say, hey, so he says at first, and also at the end of the clip in the bit you said it's, I'm pretty confident it's Giardia, not he's 100% certain. At the end of that clip, he does say pretty confident, not 100% certain.
That is true.
So he does say, you know what, I'm pretty sure it's Giardia. He's not 100% saying it is. So if you take that clip in good faith, he's erring on the side of Giardia because things line up that way, but it's also possible that it's not. He's doing tests to make sure that it's not. And if it is, he's doing what's medically necessary to make sure his kid gets the proper treatment. That's all proper parenting. 3 days later, he says, yeah, so all he's done here is be a reasonable parent.
I'm just trying to I'm doing no more than trying to isolate the wrong stuff. The wrong stuff might be that she lied, if she lied. The wrong stuff might be implying something greater. The wrong stuff might be implying that CPS would be justified given what was shared there. I don't think that that's correct. So I'm just trying to isolate that. So yeah, on that I agree. But like I hear people say, she said that that they're eating poo, and that's such a ridiculous take on what he said. And after hearing that, it's like, okay, that's not like an unreasonable interpretation of what he said, right?
Sure, because
if all you had was that, it's like, and that's the evil. I'm like, that's kind of what I think he's implying. That's all I'm saying.
But the thing she does say is that the kids are eating poop, which is the snarker talking point. And Ethan's history with snarkers, I think, is justified in saying, yeah, fuck you. And not giving any charitability because he knows exactly where the talking points are coming from, which is snark stuff, and he's fed up with it.
Do you think it's reasonable to think... sorry, I thought I already asked this question. You said that babies eating poop is a snarker talking point. Do you think that that's a reasonable interpretation of what Ethan said? That he thinks it's a likely outcome?
My mate just got here for dinner.
All right,
I do have to do.
Hey.
This was fun, though.
Yeah, very fun. Have a good one. We'll talk soon.
Bye. Casey's trying to piece of shit. Don't forget.
Okay. See you later. All right, last person gauntlet, and then we gotta go. It's 4 a.m. You guys aren't getting a morning stream. This is crazy. Whoa. Yo, what up, Gaunt?
Hello. I don't even know what the point of contention is, but I was mostly interested in a question regarding MAGA, if that's okay.
Yeah, hit me.
Okay, so there's like a lot of talk about, and I think that you agree with this, and I definitely agree with this, that there needs to be some sort of reckoning for MAGA because they're just a cancer on the country. And to just go forward.
Depends what you mean.
I don't mean like we murder them all. I just mean like there needs to be some sort of repercussions for all this crazy shit that they're doing.
When you say there needs to be, you mean there ought be? I agree. There ought to be repercussions.
Yeah, there should be. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I was just looking at the Venezuelan boat story today. I didn't realize we've killed, what is it, 83 people now?
Yeah, almost.
Jesus
Yeah.
Christ.
Yeah, I think those are all murders.
Yeah, same. But there's like a lot of talk around like, yeah, repercussions for this stuff. But I feel like this is, and I feel like maybe you would know best, I don't know, as a lawyer. Is this all just like a dream that the left has? Because it seems to me that all that's going to happen is we're going to get to the end of this term, Trump or Vance, if Trump dies, is going to pardon every single Republican.
Yeah.
And then that's it. Like,
yeah, there are significant barriers to justice if what you're talking about is criminal enforcement. And those are because of a bunch of judicial doctrines that give a huge amounts of leeway, and the untested nature of the immunity doctrine and how wide it sort of scope is. That's one aspect. So the legal problems of having a horrible Supreme Court. Then there's the pardon issue, which is going to make things a lot more difficult in terms of criminal punishment. And then there's the kind of like political will aspect to it, because it will entail some pushback. So those are all big barriers to getting shit done. What I proposed is, because I heard Stephen talk about this, and I think it's the wrong approach, but I think there's a way to get kind of what he wants, which is to charge people with insurrection, everyone who supports it, who's in a position of authority in the government. And that's stupid, because to engage in insurrection, it does include support for that through some kind of action, through some kind of engagement. And there are even some interpretations of that which like mere encouragement would fit the bill. But it doesn't include things after the insurrection is over, right? You can't be said to engage in insurrection when the insurrection has ended and you're doing things in support of people who previously engaged. That itself is not engagement. So the notion that Marco Rubio, who in some sense, I know this is crazy to say, was like one of the victims of January 6th, in that he was there, and it was the proceedings that he was, I don't know if he actually objected, so maybe I'll withhold from saying that. But at the bare minimum, the notion that Marco Rubio engaged in insurrection is absurd. There just really isn't a basis to say that. Did he support an insurrectionist? No doubt. But he didn't engage in insurrection. So charging, and those are weak as fuck cases that you're going to try to bring. They're all going to fail. If it's charging. If it's civil, same issue, right? Because yes, there's a lower burden of proof with respect to any kind of civil proceeding that would establish commission of insurrection, engagement of insurrection. But it's the same test, and it fails because there's no evidence of it, whether it's a criminal proceeding or a civil proceeding. So it's no good. It's not going to help you. And it's just going to fail. But I have a way to split the difference, but go for it. What's your question?
Okay. I actually thought that Stephen's idea for charging with insurrection in order to prevent them from running for office, I think that's, to me, I mean, and like I said, you might have a better solution. I thought that was the most sound because it gets around like the pardoning issue. Now, obviously, you can't like go after people like Marco Rubio, like you said, but I think that is a criticism of Stephen's position. I don't think it's a worthwhile criticism. Why not just go after the people who participated and provided comfort to all the Jan 6 stuff? I think that even if you only go after those people with insurrection convictions or whatever you do to label them as an insurrectionist, I think that would probably provide a large enough chilling effect, or at least hopefully it would provide a large enough chilling effect to show like this is unacceptable. And then if you can deal with like the Marco Rubios and all these other like second term people doing illegal things in whatever other way you can. But what do you think of that? And then you can
I don't think I agree. So here's what I'll say. Do you agree supporting baseless charges or baseless civil proceedings that don't have a basis in fact or law? Would you support that?
No.
Okay. So if you were convinced that it was baseless to charge someone with, or to either charge or to enforce penalties against engagement of insurrection for which you think that there was never an engagement, you would be against that, right? If it's baseless. Fair?
If it's yeah, but I'm talking about like people like, I don't know, like Enrico Tarrio, right?
Yeah. So here's the aspect that I agree with. Well, Enrico Tarrio, I don't think is a previous oath taker, so you can't enforce Section 3 against him. But you could charge him.
I get, yeah.
So this is what I think where it splits the difference. I think that where I disagree, you should not go after someone when there's no legal basis for it, either criminally or civilly. So if there's no good case that they engage in insurrection, and for a lot of people there's not, because you can't be said to engage in insurrection after the insurrection is over. You can't. We pardoned a bunch of insurrectionists post-Civil War. Whether or not we should or not isn't the question. Pardoning those individuals wasn't itself insurrection. Supporting them for office after the Civil War in the South wasn't itself insurrection. Was it dishonorable? Yes. Should we have, not done that? Whatever. But it's not itself insurrection. So that's bupkis. It's stupid. It's not going to hold up, and it's also immoral because I don't support going after someone if there's no basis to say they engage in insurrection under the legal definitions thereof. That's why I support. What I support is when there's a basis to it, not when there's not a basis. Here's where I think you can do, and where I think that is room to plausibly challenge. I think it's an uphill climb, but this is my idea. You pass a law in Congress, get rid of the filibuster, enforcing Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, making a mechanism. Put the enforcement in some court or some sort of constitutive body to adhere to the Anderson decision that was recently, the stupid decision from Anderson that says the Congress needs to enforce. That's where Destiny and I are aligned on that, right? So you do that. You pass a law. It doesn't need to be a criminal charge. Totally agree. Whatever that body is, does a disqualification proceeding against Donald Trump, okay? Because there is a plausible case that Donald Trump engaged in insurrection, unlike Marco Rubio. How? He incited insurrection. And one way, traditionally, that you can engage in insurrection is to incite insurrection. You could also argue that he gave aid or comfort to the enemies of the Constitution. And that is another basis that I haven't explored as much of potential, not engagement, but aid or comfort to the enemies to qualify for Section 3 disqualification. So you initiate disqualification proceedings against Donald Trump. And only him and other oath takers who actually engage, not people who are supporting post-insurrection. However, you disqualify him for future office, and we hire, the DOJ, a bunch of prosecutors to reinstitute charges against everyone pardoned in Trump's second term, including all the J6ers and all the people in the administration who have done offenses. Not on baseless things, where there actually is a hook to a crime. On the theory that, just as they're saying the auto pen thing, I think this is more based in law theory, one that's actually based in law. Trump was not eligible to the office of president. His actions taken as president were ultra virus, beyond his authority. He didn't have the authority because he was disqualified under Section 3. You make that argument. I don't think it's a likely to win with this current Supreme Court, but it's a facially plausible argument that his actions were taken under color of law. They were not actual actions by a president who was. It's almost like this case with Lindsay Halligan. She wasn't actually operating as Eastern District of Virginia U.S. attorney because she wasn't eligible to be the Eastern District U.S. Attorney of Virginia. And just like Trump wasn't eligible to be office. And so his acts taken within office are suspect. They are ultra virus and they're with that. Now, there are doctrines that will, like the de facto officer doctrine, which might rebut this. But I think that the next DOJ should make the argument that Trump's pardons have no legal effect. They have no legal effect because he wasn't legally occupying the office of presidency in his second term. He was acting under color of law. Therefore, those actions are null and void, and the pardon should be dismissed as illegitimate. That's a way I think that you get a hook into Section 3 enforcement. You are able to, if successful, right? At least you're making an effort to go after the people who were illegitimately and corruptly pardoned by Donald Trump, and everyone else who doesn't fall into that bracket, if they've done impeachable acts. Here, I would put Marco Rubio, impeachable acts, abuse of power. I would put Kristi Noem, impeachable acts, abuse of power, Hegseth, abuse of power, murder, conspiracy, all the high crime misdemeanor, and disqualify them for future office with impeachment if you have the votes, which you won't. So all of these are, even the methods I support them over the charging thing because I think they're more plausible, but they're very, very, very low likelihood events, bordering on 0.02% on this stuff. The truth is, in reality, Democrats are going to need to focus on, unfortunately, because they will almost certainly fail. They're going to have to focus on the congressional oversight and the fact finding and like the PR, like a commission on truth and reconciliation, something like that, commission of truth. And they're going to fail in anything else, almost certainly. And that's it. And we have to live with that. That's what.
That's
I'm sorry. I'm just giving you my prognosis. I think it should happen. I think we should try. I think we should try in these different ways. But do I think it's likely to succeed? No. I think what's likely to succeed are like congressional commissions that are fact finding in nature and PR in nature. And the other stuff is, unfortunately, there's going to be legal bars. And I'm not going to be in favor of breaking the law to do this enforcement. Will I be in favor of certain arguments that I think are at least legally plausible? Yes. But I'm not going to do ones that are baseless, like charging people who didn't engage in insurrection with insurrection, or like just doing random shit,
or like fraudulent like mortgage charges.
Yeah.
I think that's where I've been at. Regardless, like even if we can find some way, that it's probably going to be impossible, which is incredibly frustrating and potentially will just send us down an even more destructive path. That's actually I'd never even heard of that before. Now that's an interesting plan. If that is the case, that they disqualify Trump or do like the Lindsey Halligan thing, where basically they say he was acting as president when he didn't.
Yeah, when I say acting under color of law, that means like under the pretense of law. It means not law. So someone who's like he acts under color of law, you're accusing him of not really acting in accordance with any authority. And when I say ultra virus, it means without authority. So that's the kind of argument I would marshal. There's this thing I'm going to mention again. It's called the de facto officer doctrine. It will probably win the day in court if the Supreme Court is constituted as currently constituted. That raises another question: should you pack the court? Yeah. So, and I think that there's a justification for that isn't abusive related to the Merrick Garland scene. So, that is basically what I would take and the maximum of it. I don't support breaking the law, and I don't support baseless charges or baseless
if that were
legal determinations that aren't charges.
Okay, if that were to be the case, like let's say in the perfect reality we win that case, would that open up Trump for prosecution because he wouldn't have that presidential immunity technically, or would he still have that?
That is totally unresolved. Good question. I have no idea. Does presidential immunity apply to someone who is unconstitutionally in office?
Yeah,
I don't know.
I would think no, but Clarence Thomas and Alito are up there, so
yeah. I think that is it is a long shot, and frankly, I think there should be time and effort put into this for sure. But we're going to have to deal with the reality that the most likely outcome here is no justice, and that's what the American people. Unfortunately, that's what they voted for. I knew this would be the result. If Trump won, all these cases were going away. I knew that the minute Trump won, that it was over, and we need to move on. In the sense of like the country's moving on, and we have to at least not be single-minded on it, because otherwise we're just it's going to be futile.
We can just hope that Candace Owens tears them apart from the inside.
She's insane.
Or something.
She's an insane person.
She is insane.
Yeah.
I have no idea where that's just insane. But okay, yeah, thank you. Just was wondering what you thought.
Appreciate you, man, and have a good night. It's late. Get some Z's, man.
Yeah, you too.
All right, later, bro.
But
absolutely no morning stream tomorrow. I stayed way too late. I just get obsessed with these conversations, man. I just like get into it. What can I say? I'm just being myself. Love you guys. Stay cool. Keep on doing what you're doing.